This occurred in Lyn County, Iowa, where I experienced something that I cannot explain. This was years ago. I was actually selling one of my friends some weed, and I wanted to meet him in a secluded spot. I told him it would be best if we could meet at a good spot at night. Cedar Lake near the Quaker Oats plant. We decided to meet in Mohawk Park after hours and do our deal since it would be dark, and when parks are closed down, it's much easier for hiding. I parked along Bluff Road and walked my happy ass into the park at night, and I met my friend there. We both dressed dark as to try and be as incognito as possible, and I think it worked. We did not see any police patrolling the area, so we decided to walk along the part of the park where there is a shoreline that stretches out into the Cedar River. Keep in mind there's thick brush and forest all around us on the shore and the river. We sit down, make sure we are entirely out of view, and then we have some small talk, do our deal. I tell him instead of us having us both leave at the same time, it would look awfully fishy, so I told him, why don't you go ahead in front of me and go back to your car? Then I would follow suit about 10 minutes later and walk back to my car alone. I figured this would be much safer, considering if there was a patrolling officer, he wouldn't see two guys coming out of the park, since that would look suspicious. I'd rather him only see one guy. I sat on the sand and watched him walk away. The night around me was quiet, and there wasn't a whole lot of noise going on. I'm sitting there, giving him a good 10 minutes or so to get ahead of me before I wanted to get up and leave. About 5 minutes goes by, and I began to hear some sort of sniffing sounds, and it sounds like it's coming from right behind me in the brush. I turned my head, and the first thing I saw was these large red eyes glaring at me. They had a dull glow to them, and I'll never forget it. This animal stepped partially out of the brush and was at least 9 feet tall, and had to be well over 500 pounds. I know this had to be factual, because I'm 6'2" myself and weigh around 250 pounds. There was enough light coming from the moon that I could unfortunately make out too many details I didn't want to see. It had long pointed ears on top of its head with little tufts of fur at the very top. Its muzzle was long and had a considerable amount of gray in its fur, and all along its muzzle. It just stared intently into my soul. In the dim light, I could clearly see this thing breathing, its muscles moving, its chest expanding with every breath. This was not a person in some costume. I was convinced I was staring at a real-life werewolf. Time felt as though it had entirely stopped, and I was frozen standing there, only 15 feet away from this animal. It didn't move. It only continued to stare at me. Every part of my body was screaming to run away as fast as I could, but I just could not muster the courage to do so, in fear of this thing running me down and eating me alive. I slowly began to step away, back towards where me and my friend had came from, walking backwards slowly, never taking my eyes off of this animal. I made sure to walk slowly, and this thing's eyes followed my every movement. It was very calculated, like it was studying my movements. I'm surprised I didn't shit myself on the spot. I was so scared. I kept stepping back more and more, and after I gained about 60 or so feet from this animal, it quickly turned around back into the brush. I panicked, immediately thinking this was going to come after me through the brush and grab me. I turned around and bolted out of there as fast as I could to get back to my vehicle. I made it out of the park and got back to my car, and I never saw a cop car, which is surprising, but I think it worked out in my favor. I've actually really never told anyone about what happened to me that night. Not even my friend who I sold the weed to. I really struggled with it for a long time after, having horrible nightmares, sleepless nights, and anxiety. I couldn't honestly tell you if I even believed myself that I saw it for a while afterwards that it happened. It's taken me years to come to terms with it, and even then I don't like to think about it. How can something like this exist without the general public knowing? How come we as people aren't informed about these things? Are these really werewolves, or an animal that resembles them? We'll probably never know the true answers to any of these questions. So, a couple of days ago, my boyfriend and I were driving up his road that's in the middle of the woods, and as we turn a corner, we see a dead deer in the middle of the road. The dead deer wasn't even dead long, it looked like, and it was pretty fresh as we were coming up the road, which was weird since there's no other cars that come up this road. Then we saw it. Now, I'm not normally a scared person, but seeing this thing almost made me piss myself. It looked as if this thing was eating the dead deer. It had to be at least 8 feet tall, very thin, and it was all black with a long muzzle and pointed ears. It ran up right in front of the car, and my boyfriend slammed on the brakes, turns to me and says, "Tell me what you saw," and asked me to describe it to him as to make sure he wasn't going crazy. I did, and we sped all the way home. This all happened in about a minute, although it felt like longer. I was telling my dad about it, and he saw the exact creature years earlier at my sister's bus stop. He tried to convince my sister it was just a black dog or something, but my sister's response was, "Daddy, that thing was too fast and too big to be a doggy." And all my dad could say was, "I don't know." If anyone has any idea what this could be, I appreciate it. I'm very skeptical about these things, and I'm looking for a more logical explanation. I guess I'll start with the background. I'm a 33-year-old female, but this story takes place when I was a teenager, living in a suburb of Chicago. The village I lived in was quiet and middle class. We lived like a mile from the police station, and the worst crimes we had was a murder or two, and a robbery, once in a blue moon. 99% of the time, boring, and more boring. Unless you had a car, you were stuck just walking around the park at night with your friends. Kind of boring. Anyway, one night, my girlfriend and I decided to go hang out at a park with some guys at like midnight. The night was a bit windy and had a full moon. I even got a kiss that night from the boy I liked. But the night wasn't just fun and hanging out late. There's a deep forest in the park with a stream, with a playground right next to it. The same playground we went to, with swings and jungle gym columns. There's 2 bridges, one of the wooden ones, it's the one that everybody uses, and one bridge made of rocks that's rarely used because it is deeper in the forest over the stream, connecting the 2 halves of the forest park area. I'll get to the rock bridge in a minute. We hung around on the swings and chatted and just spent the evening together. I'm sitting and just looking around, talking and enjoying the peace and quiet and the moonlight. I have a full view of the forest and the dip of the earth that I know that leads to the stream. I see something moving over the dip of the earth. Some dark shape. It looked like it was crawling out of the forest. An arm, then another arm. Then I see this humongous looking dog head that resembled the Doberman Pinscher's head. It pulls itself out of the ditch/stream, a figure darker than the surrounding forest. And I'm sitting there, frozen. I think I'm seeing things. It just kind of lies there on the ground, but doesn't move. A flash of fear grips me. What if it comes this way? I look to my friends and no one notices anything. I look back and it's gone. Did it go back or somewhere? I really want to get out there and check. Then one friend asks, "Did you guys hear about the urban legend of the rock bridge over the stream?" Apparently, some kids or something played on the bridge and fell over and died. What a thing to say after what I saw. I didn't ask anyone anything and just pretended I didn't see a thing. But the experience stuck with me. I never talked about it because I must have really been my imagination. Things like that happen only in scary movies though, right? But I rarely went to the park after that. And the black thing, if you are real, I hope we never meet again. Who knows what would have happened if you would have saw me the same time I saw you? Could it have been the notorious Dogman that's talked about being seen in the area? I don't know, and I'm glad I didn't find out. The following is a very true experience. I've never actually written this down before, and I don't know if anyone has experienced this too. This happened between 89 and 90, and I was about the age of 4 at the time. To this day, I still get chills thinking about it, and I wonder if in some way unknown, it changed me. My parents had a house in the Inland Empire of Southern California, and at the time, my brother hadn't been born yet, so I was still the only child. To give you a layout, my parents' house was a 2-story house located in a cul-de-sac. On the bottom floor, there was 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, the living room, and the kitchen. The second floor was just the master bedroom and bath. All you could see from the street was the garage and one of the bedroom windows on the bottom floor, and the window of my mom's bathroom on the second floor. To get to the front door, you had to walk along the cement pathway that ran along the side of the house. You had to pass the first bedroom that you could see from the street. Then you passed the bathroom window, and then another bedroom window. And then you would be at the front door. The backyard was beyond that point. My bedroom at the time was the bedroom next to the front door. Now, for some reason, my blinds weren't completely down to the bottom of the window. There was about a 6-inch gap with nothing covering it. I was pretty young, so I didn't really care much about it then. The bed was in the middle of the wall, across from my bedroom door, and to the left was the window. According to my mom, this all happened right before midnight. My mother was asleep in her room upstairs, and my dad was a policeman that worked nights in another city. I was fast asleep in my room, and out of nowhere, I suddenly awoke, looking up at the ceiling. I don't know what woke me up, or if I just popped awake on my own. After my eyes adjusted to the night's light of my bedroom, I sat up and started looking around my room. All of a sudden, something caught my eye at the window in the gap. First, I thought it was the streetlights reflecting on the window, but I knew for a fact there was only one streetlight, and that I was looking at 2 obvious glowing spots that were spaced apart as if it was an animal's face. Then I thought, is a cat looking at me? And yes, I vividly remember thinking these things, trying to debunk this at 4 years old. I had remembered then that my cat Chelsea's eyes would reflect at night, but this looked different than that. The cat's eyes would almost have different colors when reflecting. These were 2 very solid, bright, amber, glowing eyes, looking straight at me. I just stared at them, frozen stiff, trying to make sense out of what I'm seeing. I couldn't see a face at all. The eyes were just so bright, and nothing else stood out. That void or face around the eyes looked blacker than the night, but looked in the shape of a big wolf head. I thought again, well, if this is a cat, how would a cat be big like a person, and why would a cat stand up and stare in my room? The curiosity got to me, and I went for it. I flipped my covers off, turned my little 4-year-old body towards the window, and put my feet on the floor. This is the moment the creepiest thing happened, and it will forever be burned into my brain. I got off the bed and got on my knees to get a closer look at this so-called cat, when at this very moment, these pair of glowing eyes begins to slowly and steadily tilt to the side. Very similar to Michael Myers in Halloween. Eyes are still locked on me, not blinking once. The feeling of dread and fear shot through my body. Completely terrified, I burst into tears immediately and booked it down the hallway, through the living room, and up the stairs to tell my mom. Although I was going as fast as I could, it felt like it took forever. When I got to my mom, I was so upset. I couldn't get any words out. Tears were streaming down my face, and my mom was becoming seriously concerned at this point. She was able to calm me down just enough for me to get the words out. There red eyes looking at me through my window, on the bottom. Stuttering and crying hard. Are you sure? My mom asked, and I just cry out yes. She didn't even go to look. She just called the police. I don't remember the time it took for them to arrive or what they said because I finally fell asleep in my mom's bed. I do remember faintly waking up to a knock on the door and my mom going to open it. The cop speaks to her and I hear her say, "Okay, thank you, good night," and he shuts the door. "Did they find it, Mommy?" I asked half asleep. "No, honey. He said they couldn't find anyone," my mom told me softly. "It's okay now, just try to go back to sleep." It's safe to say that the next day, my whole window was covered. Years fast forward and I'm in middle school. Every now and then I would think about that night. Sometimes I wondered if that moment was real, if those eyes were really there, those unforgettable, amber-colored eyes. One day, a random thought came up and I asked my mom if she remembered that night. She tells me, "Yes, of course, why?" "I don't know, just wondering," I said. Then my mom proceeds to say, "Well, I never told you this, but when the deputy came out that night, he told me they made it a priority to get out to our house as soon as they could, because not very long before I called 911, they received another call from someone else reporting that a large dog was looking in their window, in our same neighborhood." Hearing that sent chills down my spine, and to this day I wonder, what was looking at me that night? Now, this isn't a scary story, but more creepy than scary. My friend's dad's family used to live in the woods near Eureka Springs, Arkansas. My friend's uncle was the oldest of 3 kids, and was allowed to explore the woods on his own, even though he was only about 9. One day, he came across a little cottage nestled in the woods. He knocked on the door and was greeted by 2 older ladies. He promptly asked for some water, as he had been exploring for hours. The ladies invited him in and gave him milk and cookies, and sat down and talked with him while he pet their white cat. They talked for a while, and they eventually invited him to stay for dinner, and to spend the night because it was getting dark and he was a ways from home. His parents were pretty used to him being in the woods for nights without coming back, so he accepted without question. He spent the night without incident and returned home the next morning. He visited many more times over the following year, and one day they told him that to bring his parents and brothers the next time he came. So the next week, the whole family embarked on a long trek to the cottage. When they arrived, however, they found the remains of a small cottage that appeared to have been abandoned for years. Everyone was really confused, as they all trusted that my friend's uncle had visited the woman many times. They had absolutely no idea what had happened, or if my friend's uncle had actually been visiting anybody. What made things even creepier was that everyone heard the low growling and the distant howls from the forest, and seeing moving black figures in the woodline, watching them, growling. To make things even creepier, they found out later that the area had been previously housing an Indian burial mound that was actually removed from construction many years ago. Who knows, maybe they saw an illusion of black magic. Maybe these dog creatures are in the area and used this illusion to trick him into bringing the whole family back to the area to eat. But they never attacked, and to this day I'm not sure what became of it, or what the area is now. All I know is, if it has anything to do with Indian burial mounds or black magic, there's always seems to be a trace of evil in the area, and this was it. Okay, so I don't really know how to start the story off, but it just happened like an hour ago, and I'm still spooked. So a bit of a preface. Me and my friend are home alone right now, and have been for a few hours. Every time he comes over, we go to the woods by my house, and it's normally uneventful, with some throwing rocks and breaking trees and stuff. Harmless fun. But this time, something else happened. Like I said, we're home alone and have been for a while, and while this happened, we were obviously home alone. We went outside to go to the woods, and the trip there was uneventful, but once we got there, something was off. Everything was dark, tons of trees had been knocked down, and the entire place was not like I remembered it being. We kept going in, still having our usual harmless fun, and at one point my friend turned to me and said we should go back. I looked at my phone and decided it had only been 30 minutes, and so we might as well stay longer, 'cause it'll be a few hours until anyone would want us to be home. We continued on, finding a few strange things, like an old crushed Mountain Dew can, probably 10 to 20 years old, and a toy boat which had been completely destroyed by the wind and water and other elements of nature, and was probably even older than the can. Our plan was to go further than that I had ever been deeper into the woods, which isn't very hard for us, because I've barely been that deep. After walking for a while, we came to a landmark I knew that was marked about the deepest I've ever been in. A while ago, when I was going far in, I came upon a bridge built on a log that had fallen over a river in the middle of the woods. However, one thing was different. There was something sitting on top of it. Whatever was on it was small and resembled the head of an animal. When we got closer and got a good view of it, it was a deer skull, pearly white and clean, sitting on the bridge, with no clue as to who put it there and where the rest of it was. Behind the river, there was a huge hill with a creepy small house on it, and while we were looking around, I heard a low, deep, guttural growl. Like, it sounded so low you could feel the vibrations. I freaked out. We began to run, and from behind me, I hear my friend screaming, and I hear him running behind me. We both keep running, and once we reach the edge of the woods, we step out onto the road. As I step out onto the road, I turn around and I see this upright, German Shepherd-looking animal standing where we were. My friend and I both screamed werewolf at the same time. We bolted and we quickly made our way home. And when we got there, the garage door was wide open. Not knowing if it was left open or not, we ran inside, locking the door, checking the house, and turning the alarm on. I hope that thing didn't track our scent and follow us back to the house. So, I used to hear a ton of stories about ghosts, and also watch a lot of horror movies. But since I had never experienced anything paranormal, I was a guy who was like, this stuff is just created by people to make money out of, and all other sorts of crap like that. Okay, let's get on to the story. One day, me and my two friends visited this spooky-looking forest. Not nearby, but we managed to get there just to check it out as we love the natural atmosphere. You know, giving my lungs some adrenaline, a fresh air. The time we reached there was about 7 p.m., when it was already getting dark, and just to let you know, there's no light source in the forest except the entrance/exit of the area, so it was much darker and thicker than you would expect. My friend had his Apple, and I had my Tab with a dual flash, so we decided to use them at least to see each other. An hour passed by of just having conversation and smoking cigarettes. We were sitting under a tree, as it was thick enough for all of us to lay our backs on and sit and relax. We were having a good time until we started hearing a sound, like two rocks are smashing into each other, or one rock smashing on the ground again and again. We were confused. I told my friends that it must be a cat trying to climb a tree, making the weak branches fall off and making it sound like the rock thing. But it didn't stop for like 3 or 4 minutes though. Now, after some minutes, it did stop for a while, and we were still assuming it was an animal doing the sounds. Things went silent for a few moments. We started our conversation about the forest atmosphere being so windy and cold and staticky. Then apparently a rock fell on my friend's head. Wonder how a rock can be up there on a tree. Just in a few seconds, a big branch from the tree fell on my lap, scaring the shit out of me, and once again my friend felt like water drops falling on his neck from up in the tree. How is there still a chance of water dropping from a tree when the rainy season was already over 2 months ago? Now things get even more quiet, and we begin to feel like we're being stalked. Something is up in the trees watching us. Maybe multiple things, we weren't sure. We both feel eyes on us and begin to see shadows in the trees. I happen to look to my right, and up on a branch, about 30 feet up in the air, I see this hyena wolf looking hybrid son of a bitch. I don't know how else to describe it to you. It was ugly. It looked horrible. It had huge fangs that hung out of its mouth, and it was crouching on a branch. But it was ridiculous because it looked so humongous, and I don't know how the branch below it supported its weight. Granted, it was a pretty thick branch, but still, it was easily the size of a cow, in my opinion. It started growling at us once it noticed that we noticed it. It showed us its teeth. Immediately, without any options to choose, we both decided to run out of the forest as quickly as we could, totally ignoring the whole don't ever run from predators. I'm honestly surprised it never chased us down, but maybe we had just wandered into this animal's territory. We left the forest safely and headed back to our house. I know you might not believe me, and trust me, I understand. I'm terrible at recounting what happened, but I swear this is what we experienced, and I never knew unknown animals like that existed. I'm not sure if such a thing like a wolf and hyena hybrid cross is a thing, or if that these kinds of animals live up in trees or in the forest, but it's what we experienced, and I know not to return to that area again, for I feel that I may have encountered the den of these animals the further we went into the woods. Throughout the day, we take our 2 dogs outside to their kennels so they can get out of the house for a while and run and play. These are not small dogs. One is a black lab husky mix, and the other one is a full-blooded Staffordshire Terrier, also known as pit bulls. The kennels are placed at the edge of the yard near the wood line. These woods are large, huge enough to take a day to go hiking through. Lately, when it gets dark, the dogs seem on edge. They will bark and whine toward the house to come in. At first, I figured they just wanted to get back into the house, but now I'm thinking that they're genuinely scared. 3 nights ago, when I went to get them, it was already dark, but we have a security light, so it isn't pitch black or anything. I got to the front of the first kennel and noticed that both dogs were being quiet. They always bark at me excitedly when I go to get to them, but they were dead silent. This weirded me out a little, but not to the point of being scared. I will admit that there was a certain uneasiness in the air though, something I can't explain. It kind of felt like electricity was in the air, like I was about to be shocked. The longer I was there, the more uneasy I felt. I started getting the first dog, the lab, out and heard a heavy snap in the woods near the kennels. I froze. The dogs froze. By this time, I was so on edge that if somebody had spoken, I would have jumped, screamed, and possibly ran. The creepy feeling in the air just kept getting thicker. The lab had her bushy tail stuffed underneath her and was whining. This didn't make me feel any better. The pit bull was far away from the woods as she can get, whimpering for me to come get her. I can only take 1 dog in at a time because they get too excited and will sometimes try to fight, so I avoid that at all costs. I felt so bad leaving the pitty there by herself, but I had to do it. As I walked away, she barked this high-pitched whining type of bark at me that I have never heard her do before. The lab couldn't get to the house quick enough. I went back for the other one and dreaded every step as her door is right at the base of the woods. I would have to turn my back to the woods to open her door and get her out. The air felt heavy and stale, with an unpleasant smell, like rotting meat and wet dog, as I approached the kennel. Another snap, and I was about ready to run for it. But I didn't want to leave my dog, who had her head down defensively, facing the woods. I could barely make it. To be honest, it felt like trying to walk through water. I was terrified by the time I reached the door. I heard a heavy panting behind me as I got my dog out. She was scared too, but starting to growl from what was ever behind me. I was frozen in place. The panting continued for a minute before I heard it get louder, and I heard steps coming toward us. We both took off at the same time. A terrifying howl-like scream came out of the base of the woods, and I didn't dare look back. I just ran. My pity pulled me all the way back to the house. I got in, flipped off all the lights, and stared at the window at the woods. I could see something moving slightly, but just out of the light. It moved back and forth for about 5 minutes, and then disappeared. Whatever it was darker than night itself. It was so dark that it even stood out in the darkness as being something that was darker than the darkness itself. It took me forever to fall asleep that night because I was so scared that every little noise freaked me out. The next night, I went to go get the dogs earlier, right around dusk. I thought all was good until I was getting my pity out again. A huge snapping sound, like a tree branch had just been snapped in half, rang out. It sounded pretty far away, so I just hurriedly got my dog and started toward the house. A few steps away from the kennel, I heard something big start charging toward me from inside the woods. It sounded like it was on 4 legs. We ran again and it appeared to follow for so long, then retreated back. Now, every night then, I hear sounds coming out of the woods, like branches breaking, leaves or brush being stepped on and crushed, heavy panting, low growling, and sometimes an occasional howl. I am absolutely terrified. I no longer even take my dogs down. I just take them for walks during the day and make sure we were all in before dusk. I don't know what to do. I'm thinking about buying a gun, but I'm not sure it will help. Do you guys have any idea what I might be dealing with? And if so, do any of you recommend any good weapons to deal with this issue?
This took place about 2 months ago. Me and a friend of mine were on our way driving home back from a concert. It was late at night, I want to say around 11 p.m. or later. My friend was in the passenger seat and I was driving. We were en route to another friend's house to stay the night and crash out, since him and I had lived a few towns past that, and we had traveled several hundred miles for this concert. Now, on our way back to his friend's house, we had to drive through a multiple amount of roads. Part of it was the freeway, but there were quite a few back roads that we had to take. The one we took, which is when our encounter happened on, didn't have a whole lot of lights. We were driving through on a more semi-rural back road that only had a couple of lights here and there, but none at the area of road we were at. Everything was illuminated pretty well though with my headlights, since I had an '09 Volkswagen Jetta, and the lights in my vehicle were fairly well. We were driving along, listening to music and talking about how great the concert was, when my friend said, "Hey, what's that in the road?" And as he pointed, I looked forward and I saw this big black shape in the middle of the road. At first, I thought it might have been a dead cow because it was rather large, and it was laying right in the middle of the road. There were ditches on both sides of the road, and I don't know if there was quite enough room for me to squeeze around past it. I slowed my car down when this shape started to move as I approached it. It squirmed and moved, and as I came to a full stop, this thing stood up all the way on its 2 feet. My friend and I quite simply shit bricks. This thing looked like a werewolf from behind, and that's when it turned its head and looked right at us. Our headlights were right on this thing, so when it turned around, The eye shine on this thing was immense. It was almost more than an eye shine. It was like an unnatural glow of red and amber. I don't know what else to do to describe it to you. It was more gray and white in color, which I thought was weird. And it looked like a pretty stereotypical werewolf, right off of the Hollywood movie screen. It kept its back to us for some weird reason, and just kept its head turned looking right at us. I'm not sure what that was all about, even though its head was only halfway turned to partially look at us. We sat there for about 4 to 5 seconds, and this thing was perfectly still, just staring us down with one eye. Then, out of nowhere, this thing jumps off the side of the road to the right, and off into the darkness. I've never seen an animal leap like that, or leap that far, for that matter. It didn't even seem human, even if we wanted to believe it was somebody out in a costume. But the size alone told us otherwise. Like I said, this thing was massive, and when I first saw it, I thought it was a cow. Since the headlights were on this thing for like 5 seconds, or so, I'm only guessing because I'm not really sure. It felt like an eternity, but it was enough time for me to really take in details of this thing. The light allowed us enough visibility to see the clear muscle ripples in its flesh, that this was indeed a living animal, and this thing was extremely lean. You could see the muscle underneath its fur and how shaggy it was, but leaner on some parts like the legs and the chest and the arms. I noticed it didn't have a tail, but was more tapered off at the waist, and its legs were haunched just like a dog, and it kind of hunched over with more of a mane kind of fur on the back. My friend and I just sat there in silence for a few moments once this thing jumped off the road, when he broke the silence with, "What the fuck did we just see?"
I normally don't tell a whole lot of people about this encounter due to ridicule, and I don't want people to think I'm crazy. Besides, who's going to believe me anyway? It's not like there's anybody else I know that has encountered such a weird animal like we did that night. I can tell you though, we did make it back to my other friend's house quite safely after a while, and we never said a word to him of what we experienced. But after that, that was the end of it, nothing more. And my friend and I have not spoken a word of it since, because quite frankly, there's no need to. Okay, this didn't happen to me, but a really close family friend. I went down to go visit this family friend down in Georgia. He lived in Lyn County, and so I went down there about every other year to go visit him during the summertime. We would drink a lot of beer and have good barbecues and just reconnect since we had grown up together and were fairly close. He had started his new life in Georgia with his then wife. He was more of a southern kind of guy anyway. He enjoyed more of the swampy, thick human atmosphere than I ever could. I was a more dry heat kind of guy. Give me San Diego, Arizona, or Western Texas, and I'm good. But I can't really do the southern stuff. That was all for him, pretty much. Originally, when he was where I was and he wanted to move down there, I gave him my blessings and wished him well in his career. And then he ended up meeting his wife, and next thing you know, they're married, they have a nice house, and it's a dream for them. But everything wasn't as it seemed. My friend was kind of holding something back, so to speak. When we had sat down and had our barbecue, we had usual chit-chat and small talk, and just talked about life and catching up and how things were going. I asked him about his marriage, his job, and just how life was in general. He pretty much had nothing but good things to say. However, he leaned forward and he says, "Can I trust you with something I need to tell you?" Being a lifelong friend, I told him of course you can. He got really quiet and kind of stirred around his beer a little bit in his hand. I could tell something was wrong. Since I've known him for 20 plus years, I've been able to really pick up on his emotions and when things are wrong, and this was one of them. He was never a scared kind of guy or anything like that. He was pretty tough and pretty crazy, much more crazier than I. This is the type of guy that would be willing to go and grab a rattlesnake by the hands on the back of its neck to decapitate it, or strip bare naked and jump off a 50-foot cliff into a river, no questions asked. So you can understand why I was concerned and listened to what he said closely. He told me he was driving home one night on Highway 2. To the left of him was Jack's River. He said it was pretty dark, and he came around a sharp curve in the road when his headlights illuminated a very large deer in the road. This deer was a doe, and he said he was surprised by how large of a doe it was, but it saw his lights and skittered off quickly to the right. He said he wasn't sure why this doe was just standing in the middle of the road, but it looked like it was spooked by something. He says he slowed down because, as you know, when one deer is around, there's always multiple to follow, so he didn't want to risk hitting a deer and damaging his truck. He said as he slowed down and waited a couple seconds for more deer to come out and follow suit, this wolf thing stepped out into the road, and it looked angry. He wasn't quite sure how to describe this weird animal. He said it looked like a deformed black bear, but was standing up on two legs. He noticed the claws first and foremost, and noticed they were black and curved and very long, and he noticed it had raccoon-like hands, which he thought was weird. Then he noticed more of the face, and saw it had huge fangs with razor-sharp teeth supporting it. He said this thing looked pissed. He then put two and two together, that whatever this animal was obviously about to pounce on this deer in the middle of the road. Him pulling up to the deer must have spooked the deer, therefore causing this creature to lose its meal. This thing grew more aggressive and violent by the moment, gnashing and baring its teeth and growling lowly. He then proceeds to tell me that out of sheer fear, he slams on the gas to swerve around this creature, and as he does, this animal runs after his car and slashes his back left tire, causing it to go flat immediately. With his back left tire out, he's still trying to gun it as fast as he can while this animal is chasing him in its rear view. He said the weird thing was, even though it attacked his tire and blew out his back left tire, this thing was very easily able to keep up with his truck. It's like it wasn't even trying, he said. It wasn't even like it was breaking a sweat. It was just playing with him, toying with him, and eventually, after some minutes, it disappeared into the brush and the darkness. He said when he pulled up to the house, his tire was in such bad shape, he was freaking the hell out. Obviously, he couldn't tell his wife what had happened because he doesn't know or think that she could handle the real truth of what happened. So he told me that he told her that he had ran over a very sharp rock that totally decimated his back tire. He took a picture of it on his phone and then he showed me the back tire. This thing was shredded. It looked like someone took an elephant knife and just slashed his tire in one clean sweep. The man was literally driving on a bare rim and a slashed tire for God knows how many miles until he got home. I kept asking him what kind of animal was it? What do you think it was? What did it look like? And he said the closest he could tell me is it just looked like some weird deformed bear, but he said it looked more like a wolf, and it looked like an alpha predator is the exact words he told me. He said whatever this thing was clearly hunting at nighttime, and it was clearly going after that doe that was in the middle of the road. Obviously, he tells me he fucked up by chasing the deer off, because that was this thing's meal ticket. It acted like any aggressive, hungry predator would, but chasing his vehicle and attacking his tire, that is what's crazy to me. This happened on Lake Champlain about 15 years ago. My friend Tom and myself would rent a cabin on the lake every year since we were teenagers. We enjoyed taking the boat out as well and fishing from the tube popular area that was on the lake, and behind a tube led into the backwater and swamp. There was a road that went over tube usually every night in the summer. It was packed with fishermen for fishing with catfish. My friend had to leave suddenly for a family emergency, so I was going to be alone for a few days, and then he was coming back up. That night, I decided to go down to tube and go fishing. It was a nice summer night with a breeze coming off of the lake. As I parked my truck, I noticed that the tube fishing area was completely empty, which was rather surprising because I had actually never seen that before. But it was good news for me because that means I could get the best fishing spot. I set up my 2 poles and got nice and comfortable. Far in the distance, I could see the bridge to New York State and the lights reflecting off the lake. Adding in the nice breeze, it was perfect. I was there for about an hour and no fish were biting. I could hear a howling noise coming from behind me in the backwater swamp area. It was far away, so I thought maybe it was coyotes. As I sat on the bank, I noticed that the howling was steadily getting closer, and it sounded like multiple animals or something like that. Add in the breeze, and it was making howling sound like it was starting to spread out more and more. I still, though, was not really worried, but that changed soon after. I had been hearing these sounds for probably 20 minutes and had no cars being driven down the road since it was pitch black. Just as I thought, it couldn't get any closer or more scary. The howling was noticeably getting louder and louder and heading straight towards me, it seemed. I still did not plan on leaving, but it was getting unsettling. As the noises got much louder and really close, I really feared it was something larger, as these noises were of nothing I had ever heard. It was almost like they were surrounding me, and I would not be able to leave soon if this kept happening. At this point, I said to myself, I don't want to meet whatever is making these howling noises. As it seemed like they were only 50 yards away, I just reeled in the lines and grabbed the tackle boxes and sprinted for my truck. The worst part was where my trichomatic was parked. Was heading towards the noises. I was running so fast I opened back and threw gear in and jumped in the truck. I took off and hung a sharp right turn away and back towards cabins. I was so unnerved to drive past the cabins and over the bridge to New York after driving 20 minutes. I pulled over in a rest area and stayed there for about an hour until I could drive back to the cabins. I definitely did not sleep well that night, and I'm not sure what I heard, but thankfully, I will never go back there alone ever again. I was in my early 20s when I had finally saved up enough dough to rent a place with a few roommates whom I knew rather closely. I had just started this great job that promised a lot of raises and company growth within. I wasn't making a whole lot at the time since I had just started with this company, but I made enough that allowed me to get into this sweet place that I could never ever afford, of course. I'm talking renting a place with 5 bedrooms, 2 baths, living room, family room, garage, the works. The other 2 dudes living there made great money, so I agreed that I would cover what I could of the rent. As I started to make more money and get raises, I would jump in and cover more. 3 guys in this big house allowed for so much room. It was nice. Did I mention how nice this place was? I wanted to get into this place because it was only a 7-minute commute from where I worked versus the 35-minute drive I had before from my old apartment. You can imagine how excited I was that I got into this place. Not only was it a large house, but it had a huge field that surrounded it on all sides. The previous owner never took good care of it outside, so there was usually a ton of brush and overgrowth, which always made the place look rather scruffy and unkempt. It was winter, though, during this time, and much of the brush and everything else was covered by a couple feet of snow, and there were just trees barely visible. I had moved in the middle of January, and it was a cold winter. It didn't take me long to get comfortable and settle in completely. Getting used to the house was pretty normal, except for what I'm about to tell you about. I had to get up for work early. I got up and got ready to go. It was a pretty normal morning routine. As I'm stepping outside the house, turning around to lock the front door, I noticed something odd to the right of me. Large prints in the snow. I mean large. The weird thing was that these were looking to be dog prints. except they were humongous. The prints followed all the way back towards the back end of the house. Keep in mind, we're in the thick of winter. 2 feet of snow on the ground, and our driveway was a little longer than usual, with quiet neighbors all around us who kept to themselves. I don't even think there was any dogs around here at all. It was a pretty quiet neighborhood. It was lightly snowing, so the prints were about to soon be filled in by snow. I just left it at that, and went to work thinking it was going to be normal. My other 2 roommates worked long shifts too, and wouldn't be home till much later in the evening, way after I got home. I remember getting home that evening when, getting out of my car, I see what looks like fresh prints in the snow of the same tracks I saw early in the morning. I thought to myself that there just must be some loose dog walking around. I decided to follow where they went, which again was behind the other side of the house. I followed it, and they led to the one back bedroom window, and then they led off past into the field. It looked like this animal was standing on 2 legs and looking into the window. What kind of animal does that? The prints literally just stopped at the window, and then it looked like it turned around and walked off past the field into the woods. It really weirded me out. I just went inside though and forgot about it. The bedroom whose prints it was in front of was actually one of my roommates. I think it wasn't until the next day that I mentioned to him that if he noticed that there were weird dog prints outside of his window, and what that was all about. He just looks at me, pale in the face. He pauses, and then tells me he saw some large dog looking into his window the other night. He said it looked like a black German shepherd. He said it was huge, and that it was growling at him. I didn't believe him, but he didn't talk about it any further. I left the issue at that, thinking he was crazy, and my other roommate didn't know anything about that. Things went on as normal for a while, and I did not see any more tracks, or hear anything, see anything, or sense anything. A few weeks go by, and again, one morning, as I'm getting into my car, about to pull away, I look straight ahead, about to go into reverse, and ahead of me, I see this large dark shape moving around behind the house. I immediately panicked and thought it was someone trying to break in. I started honking my horn over and over in hopes of scaring away this perpetrator. But instead, I see this large head pop around the corner of the house, in which the shape then disappeared. I stopped honking the horn, and all I remember was this large black German shepherd head with piercing yellow eyes staring me down. The head was pretty high up against the wall too. I would say at least 7 or so feet just from guesstimating. This animal must have been big. I threw the car into reverse, and in fear, I fled the house, not knowing what I was looking at. It was snowy and icy, so I knew that I couldn't fly out of the driveway, but I was fear-ridden and did not know what to do, so I pretty quickly got out the end of the driveway and drove off. I got home again that evening and saw more fresh prints in the snow again, but this time, knowing what I saw this morning, decided to ignore the whole thing and just hoped it would go away. I don't know what I saw earlier in that day, but obviously, this large black dog was a part of living in this house that I would have to get used to, so I just dealt with it. Things seemed to settle down again, and nothing seemed to happen for a while. Spring eventually came, and I actually got a really killer job offer just a few towns away, so I ended up having to move out and move into a new place closer to where I work now. Keep in mind, I never had any other experiences other than what I just relayed to you. It wasn't until about 7 months later, and around October, that I kept in contact on and off with the guys from the house, and eventually, we ended up hanging out next in, I want to say, the month of October, where we chit-chatted and bullshitted for a little while. I asked them if anything more had happened with that house, and if they knew what had become of that black dog thing. I guess the one roommate who nothing had ever happened to him, and he never saw anything, didn't know anything about it, and didn't know what we were talking about. The other one, the one who this thing was looking in their window at him, he was even more terrified to talk about it. Apparently, this thing had stalked him every morning when he was getting up and going to work, It was also waiting for him to get home, as if it sensed him, as if it knew where he was. He said it would watch him from behind the trees, and sometimes it would run after his car as he was leaving the house. He said he was so spooked that he actually ended up moving out a couple months after I did. There was a newer roommate that had come in and replaced him, and this newer roommate and the older roommate had never saw, felt, or experienced anything like me and this other roommate did. Obviously, my other roommate had it worse off than I did, and for whatever reason, this weird dog seemed so drawn to him for whatever reason. Well, the plot thickens even more. Apparently, my other roommate, who this creature was drawn to, had been practicing black magic for the last 5 or 6 years of his life. It sounded more when he told me that he used to practice and hasn't been actively practicing for the last year or two. And when he had moved into this house that I had moved into shortly after, he actually had not been practicing for quite a while. But he still kept a lot of his trinkets and idols that he worshipped from time to time. I don't know anything about spirituality, nor do I claim to, but I think it's freaky that his dark past seems to have drawn in this animal of some sorts. It was 1985, and I was living outside of Grand Rapids, Michigan at the time. I was roughly 13, I think. This was in the winter, so things were freezing cold outside, as it usually gets in the wintertime in Michigan. The house we owned at the time had only one bedroom upstairs since it was a single-story home, but had a large downstairs basement area with a bedroom. Being a teenager, you bet your sweet ass I took that bedroom. It was roughly early in the AM when I awoke to the sound of my dog growling lowly at something. This never happens ever, so even though at first I didn't think anything of it, I stirred after this went on for a few moments. Maybe somebody was in my room. I turned my head to look at my dog to see what she was growling at, and she was growling at the window, which was just outside of my room. Remember that because this is a basement area, there are no windows really, except for the one main window outside my room, which is higher up on the wall, like most basements do. I believe they're called ceiling windows. Where my head was out of my pillow, my face was just out of sight of the window. But if I sat up, I could clearly see out the window. As I sat up and saw my dog facing the window, I could see what looked to be somebody in an elaborate werewolf costume staring into my window. Except something was wrong. It looked far more real than a costume ever could. It had its mouth open like it was panting. I remember seeing drool glistening in the light and drooping out of its mouth. I saw its tongue and the intensity of its eyes. The way it stared at me and my dog. I must have stared at this thing for a few minutes. I was locked in a trance, in a daze that I feel like I could not break out of. It's like it had a hold on me. I was so terrified, but I couldn't move a muscle. I don't know how else to describe it. It was horrifying. I could see far more details than I ever wanted to because the outside porch light was on in the back, giving light to the much darkened area outside of the window. The detail that haunted me was how large this thing's head was. I mean, it was huge. It was like a large male lion looking into my window. I've never seen a wolf's head bigger than that before. Finally, I was able to scream and ran out of my bed and up the stairs to the house. I awoke my parents and told them what was going on. We all got up and checked the back of the house, and even though the back porch light was on, illuminating the whole area, we didn't see anyone or find anyone. We're in a pretty populated neighborhood, not too far off from downtown. The police were called and they actually had to look out for somebody in a Halloween costume peeping into people's windows. It didn't look like a costume to me though. Maybe at first glance it was. What I saw that night just looked so realistic. I'm sure it wasn't a mask. I looked at it long enough to know that there was something wrong about it, and that it wasn't a person just playing pretend. As the years went on, I began hearing about this whole Dogman phenomenon and how Michigan seems to be the mecca for dogmen and that sort of thing. That just spooked me even more. Even though there wasn't any snow on the ground at all. It might have just been later on in the fall, but who would be outside early in the morning when it's freezing outside, staring into people's windows for no reason? The story I want to talk to you about today is actually not me, but my father when he was just a little boy. See, him and his family used to go camping at the Lake of the Ozarks in Missouri. His family would go there for fishing all weekend since it's a pretty hot recreational spot, as well as occasional camping and barbecuing, and all that other stuff. My father tells me it was a pretty regular occurrence of him and his family going there, and he has a lot of fond memories growing up there. He tells me that's the lake that his father taught him how to fish, and when he was older, as a teenager, his dad first taught him about girls. He told me since he had gone there so much growing up, that he never really experienced anything out of the ordinary, but there was a few times in which he would describe this tall, white-looking dog watching him. My dad recalls one time specifically when he was just 8 or 9, and he had gone off into the woods to go pee, and he had looked up, and a few trees away was this white, wolf-looking head looking at him. My father said he froze right where he was, but this thing just kept staring at him from behind the tree. My dad slowly zipped up and slowly backtracked. He had told his mom and dad about it several times, but neither of them really gave him much credit or attention for that matter. He told me that there would be other times where he'd be playing in the lake and would get a really ominous feeling, like something bad was about to happen, and it would make him want to go home. There would be times he would be sitting there not wanting to do anything because of just this overwhelming sensation that something really awful was going to happen. His parents could never understand why, and he tried to play it off like he wasn't feeling good, or that he was sick just to avoid questioning, since they gave him a hard time about it earlier. A couple years later, when he was either 11 or 12, he was looking through the woods for some sticks and kindling to start a fire with back at camp, when everything around him suddenly got dead quiet. He began feeling nervous and acting strange, and he wanted to get out of there quickly. So he dropped a small pile of wood that he had in fear that something would happen, and ran back to the camp, telling his dad that he wasn't able to find anything. He says a lot of the times things only really happen when he wanders off into the woods, whether it be wanting to explore, hike, use the bathroom, etc. But he had mentioned multiple times that even when he was out playing by the lake and with his family, the feeling of dread would still overtake him, but yet wouldn't seem to affect anybody else, and his parents never seemed to sense anything. He's told me that he's never smelt anything weird, or never really seen anything weird besides the white-looking wolf head behind the tree watching him as he went to the bathroom. Since he grew up around there, other friends he went to school with had also visited that same lake frequently, and had other similar eerie experiences, but nothing necessarily more earth-shattering than what he had already experienced. When I ask him about it now, since he's an older guy, he doesn't really have much to say about it other than weird freaky stuff does go on there, and he's not really sure or has an explanation for anything. He ended up going to college in a different state, and never really returned home to Missouri, so he hasn't really been back since to that specific lake. But he says that he's sure that stuff still goes on, as things had gone on and off the whole time he had grown up there. The last thing he shared with me about his experiences is that he thought this was really strange and it disturbed him. Him and his family went camping with the neighbors next door. The neighbors also had a dog, a Labrador. Well, during this camping trip, he believes it was a weekend camping trip, since they stayed the night several days, and the only times they ever stayed the night for several days was on the weekends. So, This family at night had let their dog out to go to the bathroom. They trusted their dog to come back, and she usually always did. But one night she wandered off into the woods to go use the bathroom, and she never came back. The neighbors in my family thought that was weird since they were the neighbors. We were pretty familiar with their Labrador. After about 30 minutes, we decided to go out looking even though it was dusk and dark. But we couldn't get really far since we didn't really have flashlights at the time. But I remember my neighbors kept calling her name and calling her name, and figured maybe she had just gotten stuck in the woods somewhere a little bit. I'm not sure. I honestly can't remember the reason why they blew it off and decided to wait till the following morning to go look for her. If it was my dog, I would be out there searching in the dark no matter what. But apparently, our neighbors weren't too terribly bothered by the fact that their dog wasn't quite responding to its name, and it had been well past 30 minutes at this point. Come the following morning, there's absolutely zero trace of the dog. They even both hike about a mile or so in the woods and can't find a thing. A little distraught and disheartened, they figure that maybe she had just ran away, or maybe some other family had gotten a hold of her and decided to take her home. There really wasn't much done about it, and I'm not really sure why. But again, being a kid, I wasn't fully aware of all of their emotions and maybe what they went through once they got back to the house. But I do find it weird that not only did the dog disappear, but that they weren't even bothered by it. Maybe they knew something. I'm not quite sure. He's also informed me that I guess there's been a few missing persons throughout the area in the last 10 or 20 years, or so I've been told. With the weird activity going on in the area, I'm not quite surprised. Usually, things like this and disappearances seem to go hand in hand, and it wouldn't surprise me if there was a dogman in the area that my father had ran into and experienced firsthand. It was very late at night, and I was in the process of driving home from a long East Coast road trip. I was currently in Idaho, and I couldn't tell you what road I was on at the time. This was back in 91 or 92, I think. It was right after Metallica's The Black Album had just come out. I remember that because I was blasting it in my car the whole way. I had already had multiple cups of coffee, and was very easily and quickly losing my ability to stay awake at the wheel. I remember I pulled off to a side out of the road. Now, the road I was on was only a 2-lane highway, and it was a little bit more off trail, so to speak. It was much more rural, I remember at the time, and there was a lot of dense forest around where I was. Anyway, as I was in the pullout, I decided I would get a few hours of shut-eye, so I turned off my car, pulled back my car seat, and lifted up my legs onto the steering wheel, and tried to sleep as best as I could. I'm sure many are wondering how I could have done this, but I'm a really short person. I'm only 5'2", so spreading out wasn't as hard as some of you might think it to be. Well, I remember I drifted off at some point, because the next thing I remember, I kept hearing this tapping on the glass. It's like if you took dog claws and began tapping the glass slightly, in weird sporadic patterns that didn't make any sense. I was drifting in and out of sleep since it was enough to kind of wake me up somewhat, but I wasn't opening my eyes because I wasn't quite sure what it was. This went on for a couple of moments, I would guess, and eventually I opened my eyes, and in my horror, I see this massive German Shepherd looking at me through the window. Except this German Shepherd was pitch black and had amber eyes staring intently down at me. This thing had been tapping on the glass and was apparently standing on 2 legs. I was screaming and just kept screaming as this thing just stared at me for a moment. I've never seen an animal look so intently at me, let alone look deep into my soul like this thing's eyes did. I thought it was just some dog at first, but I could tell it wasn't just a dog. It acted so different. The way this thing moved, the way it even breathed, the way it stared into me, told me that it was something unnatural. It also didn't help that this thing's face was pressed right up against the glass, watching me like a trapped rat, ready to pounce and eat its prey. After maybe no more than 10 seconds, this thing pulled its face away from my driver's side window and began to walk towards the back side of my vehicle. I had no idea what was going on, so in sheer panic, I fumbled my car keys, stuck it in the ignition, and turned the car on, and I put that thing in drive so fast and flew out of there you couldn't even believe it. As I pulled away quickly, I didn't even bother looking in my rearview mirror or even my side mirrors. I didn't want to risk my brake lights illuminating what I might see. But who knows? Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe there was just a loose black German Shepherd that had amber eyes that wandered in my car for whatever reason. Although this was much larger than an average German Shepherd, if I recall. I just remember the head being humongous, and with it pressed against my driver's side window like that, it was like it was drooling over me, like it wanted me. But at the same time, the way it stared at me, it's like it wanted to tell me telepathically its intent was to hurt me, and it wanted me to be scared. Like it wanted me to know I was powerless and could do nothing to stop it if it wanted to kill me. The sheer terror this thing invoked in me was unheard of, and I've been around many dogs in my lifetime, and never once have I had any sort of feeling of dread or pure evil like this thing let out. I don't know why it didn't just rip me out of the car and kill me right then and there, because it easily could have. Even though my car door was locked, I am sure if it was strong enough, it could have broke through the glass and make me disappear so nobody could find me or any trace of me. Why it chose to pull its face away and walk towards the back of my car? Well, I'm not quite sure, and I have no idea what its plans were, whether they were benign or malicious. I'm glad I pulled out of there fast enough not to find out. I don't know how many others have had similar experiences to the story I just told you, but I haven't really met anybody or talked to anybody really about this encounter, so I thought I would share it with you so you could share it with people and who might have had a similar story happen to them. Part of me likes to look back and try to convince myself I was just so sleepless I hallucinated it, or that I was on some bad trip from drugs or something, even though I wasn't even on drugs at the time of the encounter. Sometimes I think back and think that maybe it was just a deformed bear or some angry dog, but I try to put all these pieces together and I can't just quite fit exactly what happened to me and what I experienced. The part that still gives me nightmares to this day was the tapping on the glass. It was such a light, gentle tapping, like it wanted me to wake up to it. Like it wanted me to know, hey, I'm here, and I can get you. You need to be scared. I feel like if it was trying to get into my car, it would have been clawing at my window, or trying hard to get in and break the window. But it didn't. It acted so calm, and it taunted me. I'll always hold that fear in me that it'll happen again. My granddaddy was bluff charged by some sort of upright walking canine back many years ago. See, my grandfather loved to go out into the Blue Ridge Mountains and just look for antlers and any sort of things he could find. He was an avid collector of knickknacks and such, and one of his favorite pastimes was going out into the wilderness and seeing what he could find. This man had just about everything you can think of, from obsidian arrowheads to fully intact skulls of bears. It's like there was nothing this man could not find. And he would go everywhere. He would crawl into tight crevices. He would spelunk down into caves to find stuff. He would climb up to the tops of trees to get stuff even. The man was crazy, but his adventures told so many stories, and he had found so many cool things. Among all the searching, though, he has had a few strange occurrences with animals that he cannot fully explain their existence. He tells me there were a couple times that he's pretty sure he ran into Bigfoot. And the most haunting time for me was when he told me that he was bluff charged by some strange upright canine. He told me that he had come upon a small stream in which he was filling up his canteen when he had heard rustling noise about 10 to 20 feet to his right. He looked, and out behind a tree stepped this really shaggy upright canine. My grandpappy told me that he immediately felt fear and went to draw his weapon, and that this animal seemed aggressive already and was watching him intently, especially his hand, since it was moving towards his weapon. He tells me he's not really sure if he stumbled upon this animal's territory or why it acted so aggressive, but he wasn't going to take any chances since he has had several close calls with moose and other large dangerous animal when he was younger. He went to draw his weapon, and this thing began charging at him. My grandfather threw down his canteen and bolted. He said he could tell right off the bat that it wasn't a full-on charge, and that it was a bluff charge, because he said he sensed that it wasn't moving near as fast as it could, but enough to drive out my grandfather out of the area like it intended to. Even though it did really spook him, he always reassured me when he recounted the story that he probably just stumbled upon some unknown animal's territory and had come too far into the zone and was maybe close to females. He recounts this animal as being about as tall as he was and pretty lean and lanky. He's also pretty cautious about where he travels along the Blue Ridge Mountains now, even though this took place 30-40 years ago. Okay, I'm sharing this story in hopes of someone else having another one, and I then will have this one out in the open. I was traveling Highway 10 from the west coast to the south coast of Florida. I was with my 6 kids and pulling a trailer with all of my belongings and 3 dogs in it. I was in a big SUV, and it was around 2 in the morning. The kids were asleep, and my 13-year-old daughter was in the passenger seat to make sure I stayed awake. So, after traveling Highway 10 for 3 days, I decided since we reached Florida, we would cut through the state just to save some time. So, we got off Highway 10 on an off-road in hopes of getting gas and making up some time. It was along Route 27. We came to the first little gas station. It was closed. I was nervous because we needed gas, so we continued on. I told my daughter to keep an eye out for deer crossing the 2-lane, deserted highway, because hitting a deer could kill us all and turn us over due to the trailer we were pulling. We were traveling around 45 miles an hour. I remember this so clearly, like it was yesterday. We had our brights on, because the road was dark and winding. A few houses were on that highway, but not many. As we came around a corner and the headlights on the road, there was a lot of blood. Fresh blood. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Where did all this blood come from? And on the side of the road was this 6 or 7 foot tall creature, if I had to estimate height. It was on its hind legs, hunched over a dead deer, eating it. It did not look up, not even when my headlights hit it. It was using its arms like a human, eating the deer. It had a very muscular body, pointed ears, and a long muzzle. If you ever saw a werewolf, this was it. It had a skinnier lower body and much more lean than I would expect, but used its arms and hands just like a human would. If it looked up, though, I would have died. I looked over at my daughter, and we were both seeing the same thing at the same time. Tears came to my eyes instantly, and at the same time, we both freaked out and said, "Werewolf." I sped up because I was scared it would run and jump on the trailer and kill my dogs. As we got about a mile away, my heart was beating so hard. My daughter and I were so freaked out. It was a werewolf. I have never been a believer in werewolves. I don't watch any werewolf movies or have any reason to make this up. And as a matter of fact, until today, I have only told a handful of people about this. This is a werewolf in Florida. Not sure of the exact town or road, but I wish I did know, so I can find out if we were the only ones to have seen this thing. I will live my life wondering. It was between Alabama to Florida, along the Panhandle. I will never forget this night. My name is Angela, I am a 47-year-old female from Idaho Falls, Idaho. I grew up in Idaho, and I am an avid animal lover, especially wolves since I was very young. I am writing to tell you about my Dogman encounter when I was around 16 or 17 years old. It would have been around 1986 or 1987. Anyway, myself and my friend, who's a female, and my other friend, who's a male, decided one night to go into our local cemetery and look for what is called the knocking grave and the werewolf grave. We found the knocking grave and discovered that it is just a loose board which vibrates back when you knock on the grave. We never found the werewolf grave, so we just chalked it up to it being a myth. We decided to go back to the car and were talking when the male and female friend of mine decided they wanted some alone time, since they were a couple back then. I got out of the car and decided to walk around the cemetery by myself. It was a beautiful night with a full moon shining above. Ironic, I know. I was walking along, looking at the old gravestones and thinking how sad it was that so many people are completely forgotten after they die, when I heard a strange sound to my left. I was standing near a mausoleum, looking down into another part of the cemetery. I heard the sound again and started walking towards it. It sounded as though something was crunching on something. I stood there for a minute, listening. I immediately noticed how quiet it had gotten in the cemetery, and the hair stood up on my neck and arms. Usually, there is noise from cars or dogs barking, or crickets, or something like that, but there was nothing. I then saw a silhouette of something big and black standing a little ways away from me, around 25 feet to be exact. Something told me to back away slowly and leave now, but I ignored it. I crept closer to the creature, never taking my eyes off of it. My eyes had adjusted to the darkness, and I could see very well, especially with the moonlight helping light up the night. What I saw terrified me, and also piqued my curiosity. The creature first looked like a huge wolf, but the front legs and torso were abnormally large, and the back legs were huge. It had a long furry tail behind it, just like a wolf's tail. The head was huge, and it had long pointed ears with tufts of fur at the tips from what I could see, and it was leaning down and was eating something. The sounds I had heard was the crunching it made when it bit into whatever it was eating. I was excited because I had always wanted to see a wild wolf, and I thought that's what I was looking at. I figured that maybe a wolf had escaped the zoo, which was right next door to the cemetery, and had caught a rabbit or something. I realized, though, that the zoo didn't have a wolf in it, and hadn't had one in years. That made me even more excited and curious. I stared at the creature for about a minute or so. Then I shifted my legs to get more comfortable, and I must have stepped on a twig or scuffled my feet, because the creature suddenly stopped eating, looked up and turned its head my way. It then stood up on its back legs, and I heard a loud pop, and that is when I realized that this was not a huge wolf. It was black and had a few brownish streaks in its fur. When it stood up, I saw its head, chest, stomach, and lower body. The shoulders and chest were massive and covered in fur that tapered down as you looked down towards the stomach and legs area. It reminded me of a bodybuilder on steroids because of how muscular it was. As it stood there, it started to sniff the air, and it stopped and stared my way. The eyes were a deep orange gold and seemed to glow in the moonlight. It looked at me, and I felt a fear grow deep within me that I had never felt before. I knew it saw me, and I knew I had made a huge mistake by not leaving when I first got that bad feeling. It felt as though everything went cold, and this creature could see within my soul. It stared at me for a minute, and then it opened its mouth, and it bared its teeth at me, as if it were smiling. The teeth were huge and yellowish white, and they looked very sharp, just right for ripping prey apart. It never took its eyes off me. It then lifted its arm and took one bite out of whatever it was eating. I then realized the sound I heard was it crunching bone and tearing flesh as it ate its meal. The hands were like elongated paws, and at the end of each finger were huge black claws that gripped the leg it was eating. I stood there watching it eat for what seemed like hours, when it could have only been a few minutes. He never took his eyes off me. The fear I felt overwhelmed me. I felt sick, and I was visibly shaking, and so I did the one thing I had been taught to never do when confronted with a predator. I turned and ran as fast as I could back to the car. I didn't care. I couldn't get his eyes out of my head. And that smile, those teeth. I could imagine it catching me and ripping me to shreds as I ran. I made it to the car though, flung open the door and jumped in screaming for my friends to start the car and get us out of here. They asked me what was wrong, and I just yelled at them to go now. They looked at me and saw the terrified look on my face, so the car was started and we left, and I never went back to that cemetery again. Later that night, I told both of my friends what I had seen, and they both laughed at me and told me it was just my mind playing tricks on me, which made me feel hurt and that they didn't believe me. But I could hardly believe myself. I saw a werewolf, or what is referred to as a dogman, and I will never forget it. On tonight's episode, we rejoin our Dogman encounters across the U.S. series, focusing on the East Coast this time. There's some hair-raising accounts and stories that are just as terrifying as the encounters that have happened on the West Side. Get ready, because the terror is not stopping anytime soon. Story 1. October 2000. It was later in the evening when I was driving back to my in-laws' house by myself and was going down a dirt road. I saw something in the ditch up ahead and on the right and didn't really know what it was until I got up far enough so that my headlights could catch it. I didn't know anything about Dogman until a couple of years ago. This thing had an outline of a huge dog, but when I got closer, it turned and looked at me. I just floored it. It didn't really bother me until I noticed it looking at me, and I saw that it was actually grasping what it was eating. I got back and didn't say exactly what I saw. I just asked them if they were any big dogs or wolves up where they lived. My father-in-law just laughed and said, no. Then he asked why. I didn't tell him anything though. The thing I will never forget are those reddish orange eyes that just kept staring at me deep into my soul. Story 2. April 22nd, 2016. I had just arrived home, a few minutes after dusk, after visiting with my parents. Our location is pretty rural, but we do have a few neighbors within shouting distance of us. We have 33 acres of mixed forests and fields with lots of thick brush, consisting mostly of briars. I had my 2 young children with me, in the Jeep ages 2 years and 11 months old when I pulled in the driveway that night. My husband was working late with an emergency case. It was near fully dark when I got home. As soon as I stepped out from my vehicle, I felt creeped out. It felt different outside. We have lots of peepers and crickets that would normally be making a lot of noise. Even the birds are usually chirping until an hour or more past dark. This time, there was not a sound. It was very warm that evening, so the peepers should have been in full chorus. Because of my uneasy feeling, I was rushing to get the kids in the house, and at the same time, did not want to leave RJ in the car alone for a minute as I routinely do. He and our older daughter, who was asleep, are normally too heavy for me to carry together at the same time. That night though, I grabbed them both, one in each arm, after finding my keys to the front door and carried them both. Usually, I would use the auto garage door. However, the opener did not work. When I reached the front door, at the top of the stairs and got situated on the front porch, I put down Angelina in order to open the front door. As soon as I turned my attention back to the front door, it happened. Somewhere to my left came a sound that will be forever seared into my memory. It started low and slowly increased to a moderately loud growl. It was deep-toned and very guttural, and was angry in character. It was nothing like anything I had ever heard before, but it did sound canine in origin, especially after spending an hour listening to various animal growls. The growl continued for approximately 10 seconds. I was so terrified I was fumbling with the keys. It really felt like I was dropping into an 80s horror film. I really did think I was going to die. I was sure any second the thing making this sound was going to pounce upon me and the kids and eat us right then and there on the spot. The growl sounded as though the creature was standing just off to my left. I refused to look out of fear of what I would see. It sounded so close and or even above eye level with me. My porch extends another 5 feet to the left, and then off the porch is the front of the house. There's 35 yards of grass to the edge of the tree line, and there's a field with 2-foot tall grass opposite of that. There's also a small shed between our porch and the tree line. Standing on the front porch from my head to the ground is approximately 9 feet, so I assume it was standing near the corner of the house. I had never been so afraid until a few moments later when it actually spoke to me. As the growl continued, it seemed to melt into audible words, spoken in a very deep and gruff tone that seemed to have a rough sort of reverberation quality to them. What I heard as clear as day was, "You can't get in." The only word that I'm sure of is the first "you," as the sound of the growl transitioned to English words and it sounded more like "yeesh." Now I was finally hysterical and dropping the keys. Finally, I got the right one in and got the door open and got in. I had to kick my daughter through the door, regretfully. Strangely, she seemed oblivious to what had just transpired, as if she didn't hear it. I slammed the door shut and never looked. I didn't hear anything else that night. I called my husband and his friend to let them know what had happened, so I never did actually see what terrorized me because I couldn't look. I've had 2 days to think about this encounter and talk with my husband, who has listened to just about every episode of Dogman Encounters with Vic Hundiff. I'm fairly certain that this was what was growling at me. The sound was not human and seemed like it was amped or mic'd up because it seemed so powerful. Not that it was a loud growl, but it seemed unnatural. Also, the height it seemed to emanate from and the silence that preceded it led me to the conclusion. My husband agrees, because the entire week he too has been on edge. We have lived here for a year and all seemed normal until this very week. Our cat, which is an indoor cat, got out accidentally and has vanished, without a trace, mind you. She has gotten out before and just stood around until we got her back in the house. Also, my husband said that Tuesday night he experienced the same silence outside, and it really unnerved him too. He says he has never experienced anything so eerie. On Wednesday, he took our dog up into the woods to look for our cat and felt very uneasy. He said the dog kept tucking its tail and turning around wanting to go home. It's not like our dog or even my husband to feel uneasy in the woods, because both of them love the outdoors and are very comfortable in nature. On Thursday at dusk, he took the dog around the back lot and says something took off from the thicket at a sprint and came crashing through the woods down the hill towards him. He always carries a sidearm when he is out and is normally not really afraid of anything, but he actually turned and ran back up towards the house. Whatever was charging stopped seconds after he stopped to listen and did not make another sound. He was very concerned when he came in, stating that he knows what big game sounds like and that this was just not right. Even he was surprised that he ran from the sound. The following day was when my encounter happened. After talking about all these events with my husband, we are concerned that there is a dogman in the area. My husband had listened to episodes 90 and 91 of Dogman Encounters with Vic Cundiff and is so worried that this thing has decided to stalk one or both of our children. My husband said that based on those episodes, it sounds like the Dogman plans ahead when snatching kids, and he thinks it may have been scouting the area, with plans to do just that. He said it was doing that, or that it was waiting for me to leave one of the kids in the Jeep for just a minute. Either way, none of this is good. The main reason why I wanted to submit this to you was because it seems very unique in that it spoke to me. It wasn't the words, but the feeling it gave me that disturbed me the most. It was as if it was trying to give me the impression that I was nothing and that I was weak and just food. I got the impression that it was saying, "Can't get in, haha, you're mine." It's tough to explain because it seemed like it was conveying its frame of mind, and that was, for lack of a better description, mocking me in a very cruel way. I really want to know if you have ever heard of one of these monsters actually speaking. My husband and I really want to believe that our conclusions are wrong, but instinct and other encounters have highly convinced us that it in fact was a dogman. Story 3. A park ranger, John Irwin, was traveling through a deserted road within the forest and had reached a spot where the Mullica River, next to the road, when up ahead his headlights shone on a large dark figure that was emerging from the woods and was moving into the roadway. As he got closer, the figure stood in front of the car, blocking the roadway. Irwin had to stop his car in order to avoid hitting the creature. The creature was described as being well over 6 foot tall and covered with black fur that looked wet and matted. It appeared not to have any forelegs, but had a pair of huge, powerful hind legs. The creature glanced through the windshield of the car, revealing 2 piercing red eyes. It stood a few moments and then turned and continued across the road, walking upright like a human in a peculiar robot-like fashion. Story 4. June 1st, 2017. I was going through the hiking trails with my dog behind my town's local high school fairly late one night. I had gone there plenty of times before since I was young, so I wasn't frightened. While I was walking my dog, he kept trying to stop and was whimpering, which was strange because he is normally a very brave dog. After walking for about 10 minutes longer, I heard huge branches crashing and breaking. That's when I started to become frightened and decided to turn back. While walking back, I could tell that something was following me. I was terrified. Suddenly, after a minute of calmness, this creature leaped in front of me across the trail. The creature had long, dark fur and was enormous. It wasn't a bear. It was like a very muscular, huge wolf. After seeing this, I picked up my dog and sprinted off the trail without ever seeing it again. That was easily one of the most terrifying nights of my life. Story 5. Since it was summer break for my school, I was lazily lounging at home, watching TV. I got bored, so I went outside to see if I could do anything with my chickens, like feed them worms and snails. Before I go into more detail, I should explain the area I live in. My home is on the outskirts of the city I live in. I had about 5 or 7 chickens at the time, and we hadn't expanded the coop yet, so it was a small pen connecting to 2 sides of the chicken coop, which is wooden and sturdy. The only ways to get into the coop is either through the trap door attached to the big door and the 3 windows. One window is on one side of the door, and the second window is on the other side. The third window is a large window. Keep in mind that they all have traps connected to them so they can be closed. We have 7 acres of woodland that we call the back pasture, and if you've ever been back there, you could see that it's a popular habitat for the local deer. There was also a wild boar that was roaming around at the time, and I don't know how it got there. We had been having troubles with poachers for a while, considering the population of deer in the woods. One poacher had set up a trail cam, one that was motion activated. There was an old rusty deer stand that had been put on a tree a long time ago, and the tree had begun to grow around it. Beyond our acres of woods, there's a large cornfield owned by our neighbors, and beyond that is a forest. I don't know what the forest is like beyond that field, since we've never been there. I went outside to do something with my chickens, and had brought along a bucket of corn for feeding the deer afterwards. When I walked out of my house, I saw a doe was sitting in the tall grass. I thought it was sleeping since its head was down and it wasn't moving. I, being the curious little nut that I was, decided that I would sneak up on the deer and get a picture of it to show my mother when she got home from work. I crept as silently as I could across that yard that separated me from the deer. I should also mention that we have a clearing with a burn pit in it that was filled with cedar branches. I was creeping across my yard towards the deer, and when I had cleared the burn pit and was about 10 yards from it, I realized that the deer wasn't asleep, but it was dead. It was the most disgusting sight I had ever seen. Its intestines were completely gone, the flesh on the body of the doe shredded to pieces, and blood everywhere. It looked as if it had been sitting there for a while, and smelt like it too. Most of the blood was dried, and the air reeked with the stench of rotting flesh, urine, and what seemed to be like a hint of wet dog. Something that creeped me out about the scene was, although it was a rotting carcass, there were no insects at all around it. It was as if the usual lively forest was deader than the deer. Not even the neighbor's cattle made a sound. It looked as if the poor deer had simply been left after being brutally attacked and half-eaten, which it most likely was. I left the bucket at the beginning of the trail, thinking that I would come out later with my mother and grain the deer when she got home. Then I started to walk back to my house. I had barely taken a few steps when I heard a low, snarling growl that sounded like a wolf, although it seemed distorted as if it were being played on an old radio. Against my better judgment, I turned my head around and I saw what looked like the biggest freaking wolf I'd ever seen. It was on all fours. Its fur was black and matted in places. Its face was what you'd expect a wolf to look like, although it was broad and the muzzle seemed a little short, although the way it was curling its lips made it look as if the snout was plenty long, and its eyes were yellow. Not a bright yellow, like the yellow of a flower or the sun, but a dim, deep, amber red yellow, if that makes sense. Its ears looked like that of a Doberman pinscher, with a cropped effect going on. Its front legs were long, and it looked as if it were a bodybuilder. Its paws, if you can even call them paws, looked like huge hands with long claws at the end of them. It stood up, and I heard the most sickening popping sound you could ever imagine. It sounded like the sound of popping joints, but it seemed amplified as if it were being played through a microphone. Its body looked like a bodybuilder's pumped up on steroids. It was so big. It had no tail that I could tell, and it seemed to tower over me, although I was a good 10 meters from it. I was about 5 foot 4 inches at the time, and I came nowhere close to its height. It was so tall that the tip of its ears could almost touch the top of a young cedar. It let out a very loud howl, which sounded more like a roar, and it charged me. Doing the only thing I knew to do while hyped up on fear and adrenaline, I began to run away. I remember clearing my yard in what seemed like hours, but was most likely only a few seconds, and running inside, slamming and locking all the doors and windows. As I calmed down a small bit, I had realized that if it had really wanted to kill me, that it would have, and that what I experienced was not an attack, but a bluff charge, very common for many predators in the wild. I was lucky to get away with my life. Although this happened almost 2 years ago, it still terrifies me to think about it. The deer was gone the next day, and ever since that evening I have been weary around those woods, only going in them in broad daylight, only when I absolutely had to, and never without a weapon. Sadly, I cannot say that I am one of those people that have stopped experiencing things after the encounter, although I only had nightmares for a month after that day in June. Nothing really started to happen again until about 2 months ago when I was staying up at night playing on the laptop. I had started to hear things moving around on the porch and turned on the light to see the shape of something huge disappearing behind the corner of my house. There was also one of the rare times I went into the woods after the first encounter when I was helping my mother clear brush from the hunting clearing. I was going to get the mower and was walking the trail to do so when I heard bipedal footsteps following me off to my side. They stopped wherever I stopped, and I eventually ran out of the woods and have never been back since. I asked my late grandmother about the creature I had seen, and she informed me that there was something called the Wolfhead Man that stalked the Kansa tribe, preying on small children that strayed too far from their tents. Later, I was informed by my history teacher that my house had actually been built on a tribal burial ground, and I have since been wondering if that had anything to do with it. I hadn't heard about the Wolfhead Man before she told me about it. When I saw that there were several eyewitness reports that were proved to be truthful, it made me feel a lot better about coming out with this information. I had attempted to tell people previously to this, but everyone either said I was stupid, crazy, or just a liar. One thing's for certain, I am not stupid. I am not crazy, and I am most definitely not a liar. I know what I saw, and what I saw is a Dogman. Story 6. I'm reporting a possible Dogman sighting, based on the info provided by my son and his friend. This occurred in Montgomery, Massachusetts. As a four-wheel enthusiast, my older son has become familiar with off-roading trails and rural routes that he and his friends use regularly, often at nighttime. On this occasion, they were in his Ford Explorer, following a familiar route in a rural town through a remote wooded area. Being winter, the plows stopped at a certain point, leaving a bank of snow at that point, marking where the town abandoned maintenance of that unpaved road for the winter, leaving further use of this road to those who dare. As my son related, he four-wheeled through the snowbank and drove along the rain road, which winded a mountain. He concentrated on his driving, focusing on the road, as his close friend sat in the front passenger seat. Suddenly, his friend exclaimed, "Look, what is that?" My son didn't lift up his eyes to see it because he wanted to stay on the road. His buddy pointed to where it went. So, my son quickly swung his truck around and illuminated the area with his off-road lights and headlights. His friend described what he saw as running like a wolf, but not a wolf. He said it was big like a bear, but not a bear. He also said it had long hair and was lighter in color than a brown bear. He said it was gray in color. They sat there for a minute or so, staring into the darkness. Suddenly, something pushed the SUV from behind, making it slide along the muddy, snowy road just a short distance. They both whipped their heads around, only to see the blackness of night out of the rear window. Then he quickly started the truck and sped out of there, not seeing the creature again. My son stated that it could not have been the same creature his buddy spotted, because once he had illuminated the area with the truck's lights, they would have spotted movement against the white snow. Another one of my friends insisted this was a Bigfoot, as he had an encounter years ago, but this description seems to better fit a Dogman. This experience, whatever it was, is absolutely true. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and leave a comment. I'm working on releasing videos daily, and I will keep covering a wide range of topics, from gargoyles to creepy camping stories to dogmen and much, much more. Keep your eyes and ears peeled, and stay afraid for what lurks in the darkness around you. Tonight, we finally begin our series on United States Southern Dogman and Werewolf encounters. This episode takes us through 7 frightening encounters from Tennessee as well as North Carolina and more. So sit back and enjoy the scare. 2002. I'm a 32-year-old female from the very northern tip of West Virginia. Most of my life has been lived in Hancock County. When I was little, we camped in tents, walked everywhere, hiked at parks, all that outside goodness. In my teens, we started going to state parks to ride horses. I've been to Tumblesome Run, Beaver Creek State Park, Salt Fork, Raccoon Creek, and Vista Park, and I think that was the name. We had a friend who was constantly inviting us to ride on people's land she had received permission from. I'm well acquainted with the local wildlife. I've seen all the major players, including coy dogs and bears, and I can identify most sounds in the forest. I love watching nature documentaries. I was looking to become a vet, so I studied a lot. Drawing and painting them got me very acquainted with animal anatomy. Was I ever into cryptozoology? Yes, I was a dino-crazy little girl. My one babysitter had Reader's Digest Mysteries of the Unexplained. The thought of a plesiosaur in Scotland or an apatosaur in the Congo was just mind-blowing. Later in life, I started looking at it like folklore. It was interesting to read the accounts and learn the theories behind what people were seeing, but I believed in them as much as a folklorist believes in dragons and trolls. I didn't have any interest in Bigfoot, and I never heard of Dogman. I never had interest in looking, nor did the thoughts ever cross my mind. It did seem to me, though, that it seems I didn't need to go looking, though. They found me. We moved to the farm when I was about 10. Mom's dream was to have horses, and she was finally able to live it. The farmhouse was haunted, mainly by the former residents of the house. I never felt threatened by them, though. It's a little unnerving to have two men talking and moving the couch you're sitting on. Or should I say, it sounded like it. No one was home, no media was on, and yet I was hearing two men talking about how they were going to move the couch, and where, and the sound of the furniture being dragged right under me. The land itself had its share of strangeness. Most things were benign, though. We just shrugged and carried on. I honestly hated our woods. Anywhere else, I'd freely hike, but even in the yard, sometimes I felt watched. Hell, sometimes I thought something was staring in our windows. Now that I think of it, we did have things slam into our trailer. I think it was a horse that had gotten loose, but when I'd go out to investigate, I wouldn't find a thing. I'd chalk it up to a deer. I used my horses' breeds for their names rather than think up names for them. Anyone who knows me knew my horses' names. I was 18 and 19 in this particular encounter, and by this time, we gave up on cows. I hate cows, and just had horses and chickens. Someone knocked at the door, and it was at 2 a.m. I'd only been asleep for 2 hours, but years of conditioning had my heart pumping and my mind clearing. Someone knocking that early meant trouble. It usually meant horses or livestock had gotten out. I wasn't disappointed. Our neighbor said the horses were in his yard. My mind wasn't totally awake, so I didn't think to ask which yard they were in. My stepfather came out, asked what was up, and told me they were my horses, so deal with it. Mom was working at the time, and that was nothing new. This lot of horses had 3 expert escape artists. I had the routine down. It was pretty dark out, but I did have some moonlight to help. The security light only went so far. Then, of course, it shut off after so long. When it was cloudy, you could literally have to watch that you didn't walk off into the ravine. It was so pitch black. I was naturally in a foul mood, cursing my horses and wondering if some drunk had gone through the fence again. It happened a lot, believe it or not. As I got closer to the brown barn, I realized a horse was flipping out. It was running back and forth, squealing and carrying on. I went in and grabbed the halters and leads, and paused for a moment to see if there was any other horse or horses had replied to the horse I heard squeal, That would give me an idea where the other horse or horses might be. There was no reply. That was odd. I was thinking, crap, they're on the other side of the hill. It was the only reason in my mind they wouldn't be replying. Let's just say when they followed our cut trails to the other side, it took us an hour to traverse the woods and lead them back. And even with 2 guys on a 4-wheeler and my mom, that was a freaky trek. I felt like I was being watched and followed. Maybe it wasn't paranoia. So the land is set up like this. The brown barn was connected to a small pasture, about half an acre long, which then connects to a 7-acre pasture. Pretty much in the center, on the outside edge of a large pasture, was an old white barn that we turned into a run-in. I decided to tackle the horse still in the fence, so I can bring her down to the small pasture, just to keep her from escaping too. Maybe the others would follow. I had to walk clear to the other side of the pasture to get to the panicking horse. It was my mother's psycho horse. I tried to catch her and nearly got trampled a few times trying. She was frothing at the mouth and her eyes white were really showing. Was I alarmed? No. As I said, psycho. I noticed my other 6 were across the road. They were standing in a tiny, little fenced-in area under a spotlight. They were standing motionless and not touching a blade of grass. I was wondering how the neighbor managed to herd them into that tiny fenced-in area with that tiny door. 3 of those horses were over 16 hands tall. One was a draft horse cross. The doorway was actually small enough. He touched both sides, going through. My thoroughbred mare took me 2 hours to corral, and the last time she got out, much to my frustration, was an awesome jumper. So, a stranger rounding them up and putting them into a tiny yard was mind-blowing. I've had horses since I was 9. I'm 32 now. I've had ponies and horses. I've had a couple of different Arabians, draft horses, quarter horses, walking horses, saddlebreds, and other thoroughbreds and Mustangs, and all different kinds. I've had a lot of horses from all walks of life. I will tell you, they consistently do not like to be crammed into tight spaces, no matter what breed it is, especially not in a group. They were just silent and dead still. My neighbor came out and told me that they were like that when he found them. He asked me if I needed any help, but I told him no. My thoroughbred and racking horse mares did not like men. I told him I'd take them out one at a time. I took one halter and lead and threw the rest outside the gate. I put the halter on my gelding and opened the gate to lead them out. They had other plans though. All 6 came out as a freaking unit. They were literally chest to butt crammed together. My gelding and my Welsh mare had their chests pushing against me as we walked back to the brown barn. Normally, they did not do this. I wouldn't usually allow such a bad behavior. We were on the main road, which I did not like. The speed limit is only 35, but people go 60 all the time. So I tried to lead them through the large pasture gate. They wouldn't even go on that side of the road though. I was a little unnerved by their strange behavior. So I led them down to the brown barn, and they went in. They were skittish at first though, picking at the hay I threw out, walking around relentlessly, sticking to the barn like glue, and eyeing the upper pasture. I rationalized it by thinking, it's the appy flipping out that's unnerving them, and why hadn't she come down yet? She had to have seen us all walk down. I rushed to the gate between the little and big pastures out of habit. I didn't want the herd to go back out into the big pasture. I didn't have to worry, they didn't follow me like they usually did. The gate was wide open, but the appy was still running and squealing back and forth in the same area. I started to go get her. Now the neighbor's security lights didn't really light up my pasture. The road was higher than my pasture, so it was cast in a shadow. I can make out her shape in some detail though. She took off at a panicked gallop, swerved sideways, and jumped the stream. When she landed, she nearly landed on her face. She caught herself through and took off at a dead gallop again. I ducked behind a stump. If she would have hit me, I would have been dead. I went back and chained the gate. I decided to forego licking her over until I got the halters and leads. She was too hot at the moment. I decided to walk on the road instead of the pasture again. The pasture wasn't even, unlit, and full of springs. Sometime though, during this, clouds had taken over the sky, so there was no moonlight to be seen. The spot on the road though, where I was at, was paved and pretty well lit, though my neighbor was paranoid. I had almost gotten to the white barn when I got this sudden urge to stop and look at a very specific spot in the pasture. I would like to say it was instinct that told me to look, but usually I'd scan the woods first to see what was watching me. That's usually where the watchers are. Instead, I just flicked on my flashlight right on a certain spot. It was extremely close to where the mare was flipping out. I saw red eye shine. My first thought was, why in the world would a deer be there with all that chaos? I was feeling a sense of extreme dread and didn't know why. Besides, it being where my horse was going nuts told me something else just wasn't right. I then realized where the eyes were relative to the walnut trees and my racing barrels. See, the road is above the pasture and the walnut trees were right at the same elevation as the road. The pasture itself is sloped to deal with the runoff from the road. The barrel it was next to was on the low end of the incline. The barrels were white, so I could see a dim lighting from my flashlight on one of it was next to. This thing was too freaking big to be a deer. I was frozen standing there, watching it. I just had this feeling it was evil, and then I had to keep track of those eyes. It was watching me. It slowly blinked a few times. It also looked over into the woods, above the pasture. I know you ask your guests if they ever feel there are other ones out there. Well, let me tell you, it crossed my mind. With a sinking stomach, I flashed my flashlight over the woods to see if I would catch eyeshine. I didn't see any though, so I went right back to the eyes. They were still there. I flicked back and forth, making sure nothing was sneaking up on me. I don't know how long I stood there, watching frozen. Someone could have come around the bend and hit me with their car. I was so focused. Finally, it started to move off. It glanced at me sideways a few times. I think it went into the copse of trees around the creek. I heard nothing. That wasn't surprising though. The horses were still restless and making noise. I stood there a long time after looking for the eyeshine. I was wondering if it could have been a bear. I don't think so though. The eyes were consistent in height until it disappeared. Bears are clumsy on their back legs. On this uneven inclined ground, I have no doubt a bear would have dropped to the ground to go on all fours. Even the rear up and down behavior bears do when they're trying to see something wouldn't work. We had one cross our pasture before and he made a lot of noise going through the woods. The horses settled down quicker with the bear. I was almost to my neighbors at this point, and I considered leaving the couple $100 of tack at his house. I had no doubt if I left them there, they'd be gone in the morning, and my mom would be pissed. So I darted over, grabbed them, and ran like a bat out of hell. I should have left the tack. I know, you're not supposed to run, but I couldn't even conceive what I had just seen. I got into the barn, threw the tack down, and hung with the horses. I wasn't going to go back up that pitch black driveway on foot. I figured with the horses I'd have a warning, and the barn had plenty of sharp things. I didn't go back up until dawn. I was frozen stiff by that time. I've had years to think this over. It unnerves me that whatever it was watching me for however long. How long was that thing there? Was that what was keeping Appy Mare from coming down? Was it right there in the shadows while I was trying to catch her? Or was it in the unlit barn I walked through to get to the road? Was it the reason Appy swerved and nearly fell? How did my horses get out? I never did find out how they got out. Did they panic and jump? I did check the fence line away from the woods, and I did look for other tracks around the barrel. Sadly, the ground was hard from frost in the morning, but I will say the Appy Mare was running for a good while, and the ground was severely torn up and turned into a muddy mess. I'll bet it was her that woke the neighbor up. To this day, I'm not quite sure what it was that I felt and experienced. I just hope that it never comes back around my horses ever again. Date unknown. My stepdad lived in Virginia when he was around the age of 8, right at the edge of the Great Dismal Swamp. According to him, he was in bed one night when the sky was cloudless or just very bright. He never thought until recently whether the moon was shining or not, and saw a beast looking right at him through his window. He said he could see spittle running down its face, and its eyes were looking straight at him. It was supposedly standing on its hind legs and had cream, red, and brown colored matted fur and a face almost like a wolf. Other than its snout, its facial features were very human. Its jawbones were high, and the structure around its eyes and its eyes themselves were human-esque. The coloring of its eyes, he believes, were yellow. The reason why I think this is interesting and possibly valid is because the Great Dismal Swamp covers a huge amount of territory and is hardly touched by humans. Only in recent years have people started to study its inhabitants. The grounds are wet, mossy, and absorb sound quite well. People have been known to wander into it and never return. Who knows what could be lurking in the unknown? Just chills my bones to think about. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that he crawled out of his bed and went straight to his mother's room. In the morning, when they looked around the house, all the windows had ground that was stirred up under them and the grass was yanked out. There were actual scratches in the wood under his window, and paint was missing too. However, as far as they could see, there were no discernible footprints. Story 3. Date unknown. Just thought I would report this as a potential Dogman hearing, not a sighting. Multiple coworkers of mine in Shelby County, Tennessee, medical facility have heard a strange creature screaming and making crystal clear sounds behind the facility. It is well lit, fenced, but there are woods behind and also a river bottom near. 3 separate people have heard the noise, 2 together, one at an earlier time last summer. This most recent event happened within the last month. When discussing it, the third person confidently says that they had also heard the noise in the pre-dawn house while getting something from their vehicle and couldn't believe it, so they had never mentioned it to anyone. After hearing the details of what the other 2 heard, the third person confided. All 3 are medical professionals, have outdoor experience and cannot identify the creature making the sounds. They described it as being loud, crystal clear, and even though it was from an obvious distance, the call was loud enough to be heard clearly from within a running car with defroster blowing. This occurred at twilight, roughly 6 to 7 a.m. Also, since this occurred near shift change, there were several ladies coming into work who obviously heard the noise too and rushed inside the building, as observed by the 2 who were leaving. Story 4. Date unknown. Laugh at me. I really don't care. I don't know what I saw, but it looked like a cross between a guy and a wolf. I shit you not. I was on my way home from work. I was maybe 10 minutes away from the house, coming up a big hill. I suddenly got the strangest feeling. So I slowed down, thinking a deer was going to come out of the woods or something. I just felt like I was being watched or followed. There were no cars in front of me or behind me. I got to the top of the hill and slammed on my brakes because as soon as I got to the top of the hill, this huge, black, hairy thing came bounding across the road. It was so big that when it ran, its back arched up, kind of like a cheetah, but only a lot more than that. I know that if it would have stood up, it would have been well over 6 feet tall, maybe even taller. I also know another car saw it too, because when I hit the brakes, another car turned onto that road and slammed onto their brakes too. We both just sat there for a few minutes, which was not really safe considering it, I know, but we were in shock. I truly have no idea what it was that I saw. It was not a dog or a horse. Dogs do not get that big or arch their backs like this thing did when it was running. The arms and legs, whatever it had, were so long, it was having to throw them out to the side. Think kind of like a crab walk just to run. And the appendages it had were just as big as it was. It ran from one side of the woods to the other, non-stop, like it was either going after something or running away from something. I honestly have no idea what the holy freaking hell it was that I saw, and I don't care if you laugh at me. I know what I saw. Story 5. 2012. I'd like to tell you about the encounter my son had, maybe 4 years ago. He had told me about it then, but I had no clue. Now we have Dogman encounters, and now I know. Here's what happened. My son's friend was driving him home about 11 p.m. through a rural residential area. The houses are spaced some distance apart. They were on a 2-lane highway with no streetlights and very little traffic. The area is not overly wooded, but has patches of trees and fields. This area would probably be included in the foothills of the Smoky Mountains. Anyway, they were driving along when suddenly, from the right side of the road, this thing sprang out and was across the road and into the bushes on the other side in just 2 leaps or bounds, or steps, or however you want to say it. It was in full view because of their headlights. My son said the first thing he thought was dog. He went on to say that it was running on all fours like a deer. He said it was the cooler version of a deer with a huge dog head, massive shoulders, and a really small waist. He kept repeating just how big it was, so I asked for a comparison. I asked if he meant huge like maybe big deer, or was it maybe as tall as a cow? He answered and can quote his answer. "Mom, this thing was massive. If we had hit it, the car would have gone underneath it and its body would have hit the windshield." I don't remember what kind of car it was, but it was about the size and shape of one of those older Sentras. He said that neither he or his friend said anything for about 10 seconds, and then his friend yelled, "Did you see that?" My son said yes, and they didn't say another word the rest of the way. And that's it. It's really creepy to me, and I thought other listeners might like to hear about it. Story 6. July 1990. I was around 9 years old or so and was at my mom's friend's house because they were having a little get-together. My mom's best friend at the time decided to go get something, which was at a house nearby down a dirt road in the woods. My mom's friend decided to take me and friend with her. I wish I had never gone with her. We rode out with her over there, and when she got out, my friend and I stayed in her car and waited for her to come back. After sitting in her car for 10 minutes, we decided to get out to see what was taking her so long. When we did that, she told us to get back in the car, so we did. As it turned out, she was buying weed, so we weren't welcome in the house. So my buddy and I got back in her car and waited for her to come out. They had a lot of bulldogs on that property. The dogs had all been barking like crazy and then just stopped all at once and went into their dog houses. That's when my friend and I saw this thing that looked like some kind of werewolf coming from behind the car. We froze and just stared at it as it walked by. Wow, it looked so evil and demonic. When we saw it, we ducked down and laid on the floorboards, and we lay there for what seemed like forever until we heard my mom's friend hitting on the driver's window, trying to get us to let her in. I guess it left when it heard her come out of the house or something. Who knows, maybe it was lurking around the area, just waiting for the right time. Story 7. On the night I had my brief encounter, it was unusually slow. During slow parts of my night, I park outside the facility I work out of and watch the wildlife. It's abundant, with a mixture of fox, coyotes, raccoons, and every once in a while, I'll spy a red wolf breaking the woodline, trotting across an open field in search of small game. Our facility is located on a dead-end street, which backs up to a major creek, and to the left, we have a smaller creek that breaks off to the larger one. Both creeks are fed by a large river about a mile away. I should also mention that we have large patches of woodland that lead to our facility, that the area does not have a lot of light until you turn into the parking lot. About a week prior to my encounter, I would sit at the end of the road to complete my paperwork and wait for the next call to come. As I parked there, I would get a sense of being watched. I would look up, almost expecting someone to be standing in front of my truck. Let me say that darkness or the woods does not spook me in the slightest, or even make me jumpy. I was raised in the swamp, close to a river, and rather enjoy the solitude. Not only did I have a sense of being watched and sharing my space with someone, I noted that there were no normal night sounds, such as crickets and frogs and what have you. I also found it baffling that all the wildlife seemed to be gone from the area. This really bothered me, and I couldn't figure it out. On the night I had my encounter, I decided to leave some wet dog food at the edge of the woodline, hoping to entice a family of raccoons out, so I could at least see that they were okay. This family of raccoons I had watched grow up from kits, and not seeing them bothered me. Also, I didn't see a gray fox that would hang around that area. This fox would come within 4 to 5 feet from you, but would be guarded all the while. He would hang out with certain people and then retreat back into the woods. Anyway, I popped the top off some smelly dog food, and as I was pulling the top of the can, I heard a deep growl come from out of the edge of the woodline. I had never heard an animal growl with such force and so deeply. At first, I thought it could have been a jailbreak from the interstate. That can be heard from our facility, but that's not what it was. I could hear it from the woodline, hitting my face, and felt the growl inside of my chest, pretty much like a vibration. I knew this wasn't a bear, the same as someone knows their left hand from their right. You just know. And yes, we do have bear here, but I can tell you quite bluntly and very firmly this was not a bear or any other wildlife that was normal to the area. I dropped my head down and refused to look up. I dumped the can of food on the ground with one hard thump, hoping whatever it was in the woodline would rather have the can of food instead of me. I backed away from the food with my head down until I reached my truck. My instinct told me to drive away, and so I did. About a half an hour later, I returned, and due to my curiosity overruling my common sense. Being a natural skeptic, I was prepared to figure out the earlier event. I parked in the same place, and this time had walked to the back of my truck to smoke. While standing there, I observed a dark mass come across the road and disappear into an open field that is mostly overgrown with wild blackberry bushes and grass. I have a trained eye. I take in a lot of detail, and still, I had to admit suffering from short-term memory loss due to a TBI that ended my law enforcement career. What I saw at that moment, though, will be in my memory forever. I can only describe this creature as what I took at the time to be some kind of hybrid. Although it was on all fours, to me, it did not appear natural by any means. It moved with very quick, fluent motions. Looking back, I was most surprised by the creature having the intelligence to attempt to appear natural. Something was off with its gait, though. It was kind of like the front legs were pulling its body forward. The back was hunched at the shoulders, and it had a long back. The creature itself was black, which I can only describe as a dark mass, with really no reflection. I also noted it had a small animal in its mouth. The strange part was that I could see the definition of most of the small animal compared to the darkness of the creature that I now believe to be a Dogman. The snout was long, but fit its body. What struck me most were its ears. They were folded back like you might see on a Dutch Shepherd or even a German Shepherd. I guess with my background, working with dogs, the ears were clearly defined to me. I can't say what kind of tail it had or what color its eyes were. I just know it was there 1 minute and gone the next. When daylight came, I looked for tracks but listened to my gut and did not enter that field looking for it. The ground leading out of the smaller creek was covered in grass, and what dirt was there was hard. I was left baffled, but more amazed than anything. I sat on my experience for several months. I didn't tell anyone about it. I then started searching the internet for what I had seen. I guess, in my mind, I wondered if it was some type of hybrid creature created by man and had somehow escaped. I found several sites on the internet, but none seemed to come close to what I had seen. Nothing until I came across a picture of a supposed Dogman. If you take what I saw and stand it upright, instead of being on all fours, that's what I saw. Without a doubt, I'm pretty sure this Dogman was a young adult, but it wasn't overly massive. What I ponder the most is the fact that the Dogman had to catch my scent before clearing out the woodline. I know scent. I know how it works. The Dogman knew I was there before coming out of the woods. I suppose that will be the answer I will never have. After a few months of just keeping my experience to myself, I spoke with a few of my coworkers. Of course, they told me it was a bear or a large wolf, but they did acknowledge that the wildlife had disappeared for a while. I was told to share my story, but I think it was only so my coworkers could get a good laugh at me behind my back. I stand by what I saw, although I don't speak about it much because of people like him. As I write this, I'm once again on the night shift, parked at the same spot where I had my encounter. I'm pretty sure that Dogman has left the area. Wildlife is back and the night sounds are all around. I guess I will always wonder if it will come back again. But I can't say I will ever walk in the woods at night again by myself looking for animal tracks. Thanks for watching this video. If you like my content, subscribe and be sure to leave a comment. Stay tuned since we're going to start having a lot of really cool stories come down the pipeline. Not only just Werewolf and Dogman, but stories no one has ever heard of or has ever been released, period. I got the dirt that people want. Stay tuned. With this video, we approach the last 9 encounters in the Western United States Dogman Encounter series. We look at encounters from Colorado, Oregon, California, and even Arizona. Enjoy this 3rd installment and get ready to be spooked. Story 1. Well, I'm 24 years old, male, and live in the middle of nowhere. Literally. I will be short and simple about my encounter. I was getting home late one day after dropping my sister off at the airport in Lamar, Colorado. I live just under 7 miles north of the Oklahoma border on a roughly 250 acres of land. I have a trap line running around my property for coyotes. The first 2 traps I checked were empty, so I headed south. That's when I saw this thing. Now, at first, I thought it was a coyote, just a really big coyote. It was almost 5 feet tall and on all 4s. It was caught in my trap and was running around, making a dust cloud. And then it stopped and looked right at me. Now, I use a Duke No. 3 leg hold trap, so I can catch a variety of things in it. Anyway, I slammed on the brakes and my truck stalled. Because it's a manual, I was fumbling for the keys to start it. It's an old farm truck with a carburetor on it, and it had quite an afterfire. Once it heard that, it lunged at me and roared. I saw that it had its hand, not paw, but an actual hand, caught in my trap. Well, the right hand to be exact. It had been probably looking for the dead rabbit I had in the bait hole next to the trap. It then stood up and ripped the 2 earth anchors I had 24 inches in the ground right out. It took me a long time to put them in with a 10-pound hammer, but it pulled them straight out like it was nothing in just 15 seconds. After it did that, it just stood there, looking at me. It felt like an eternity, and I knew my .357 Magnum would do nothing to stop this thing if it came at me. I prayed to God Almighty that it wouldn't come for me in my truck. I was looking at it in shock and awe and noticed that it had orange amber eyes. They weren't glowing. Instead, they had a tint, like a cat's eyes in the dark. They may have been reflecting my headlights. I can't be too sure. It then took a step towards me, curled its upper lip, showing me its teeth. They were humongous. The longest 2 had to have been 4 to 5 inches long easily. It then growled at me, and then it was gone in the blink of an eye. I was scared shitless then. I jammed the truck into gear and spun the tires, getting out of Dodge. Like I said earlier, it seemed like an eternity, but it must have lasted no more than 30 seconds at max. I later returned with an Indian friend of mine. I grew up with him and trusted him. He told me some stories that were passed down through his grandparents' tribe and mentioned something about a loup-garou, or the French werewolf. He also told me how fur trappers in the late 1700s to 1800s were chased off the land in the Rockies from this creature. Story 2. On August 27, 2016, my 10-year-old grandson was sitting in a car at a restaurant parking lot waiting for his paternal grandmother. Across the street from him, on a sidewalk, he noticed a large creature, which I determined to be 7 to 8 feet tall from talking with him. It was walking on 2 legs towards a wooded area at the end of a sidewalk and disappeared into some brush. The creature did not appear concerned about my grandson, as it was in no hurry. When I asked him about what he had seen, he described a classic canine-type dogman with red eyes. His distance from the creature was approximately 30 feet. Daly City is a semi-rural with many pockets of woodlands and some tracts of forest. The area where he saw the creature has paved roads and sidewalks, ringed with areas of trees. Story 3. 1953. The encounter I'd like to share is not my own, but that of my mother. She used to tell me stories when I was young about strange things she had experienced in her lifetime. I remembered this Dogman type of encounter while listening to many Dogman shows on YouTube. There's not particularly a lot of detail to this encounter, but what you might find interesting is the location. The sighting took place in Sacramento, California around 1953, not too far from our state's capital. Using Google Maps to get an approximate location and lay of the land, I could see the sighting area was about 1,000 feet to the west and of perpendicular to the American River. Across the river from the east bank, it's only about another 2,000 east to the state capital. So, this took place fairly close to a heavy populated area. My mother states that when she was about 12 years old, she was lying on the couch watching television. That's when she noticed a scary dog face looking at her through a low-pane window. The window was either on or by the door. I'm unclear on this fact. In any event, the head, she said, must have been about 2 to 2.5 feet above the ground. She covered her face in fright with her pillow. After a minute or so, she snuck a peek, figuring she must be imagining things. She saw it was gone and felt a little better. Then she noticed it was now looking through another higher window. Its head was now about 4 to 4.5 feet above the ground, according to her recollection. There was nothing outside that window for a dog to stand on, and at that point, she just ran to another room in terror. She doesn't really recall what happened after that. She describes the animal as being dark gray with glowing red eyes, seemingly panting or baring its teeth. She didn't see the body, but had the impression that it was thin. Unfortunately, she doesn't recall the time of day, month, or season. My parents tell me there's likely some American Indian burial grounds in the area, as there had been excavations near the river, which yielded Native American arrowheads and other artifacts. I even asked my mother if there were cornfields around the area, since that has to have been mentioned in past encounters. She said only the small patch of corn stalks in their own backyard. I don't think that qualifies. The area around my grandparents' house was not really wooded. The neighborhood was mostly just large fields with a few horses and some cattle. The areas around the river is wooded now, though, and was probably a lot more so in 1953 than it is today. Another paranormal story about this area is that on Monster Quest episode detailing the Mothman, someone supposedly was taking dusk or night shot picture of the Tower Bridge in 2009 and happened to see a flying humanoid shape or something off of the bridge. Story 4. I was walking out on the Jedediah Smith Redwood State Park in the Stout Memorial Grove. It is approximately 1 mile in circumference. I was going to go to the left and circle around, but there were 2 young guys that started to walk off trail to a big tree, so I went to the right. 50 foot down the trail, I heard a loud roar mixed with 2 screams. Then, dead silence. I thought it was the 2 guys messing around, but I didn't hear any laughter after it. The hair on my arm stood up, wondering what it was. I turned around immediately to leave because it was getting late, around 8:40 or so, and the sun was starting to set. About 20 feet back down the trail, I noticed a black figure standing about 120 feet from where the two young guys were standing earlier. At first, I thought it was a bear standing up because it was roughly about 7 feet tall and backlit by the sun. The face was partially obscured by a branch, and it was too far away to smell. I took 2 quick pictures of it and left. I didn't realize what I had photographed until later on when I looked at them myself. Story 5. In October of 1972, my husband, our 2 babies, my brother, and I had left Leavenworth, Kansas, in our 1968 Volkswagen van on a camping trip to a recreational area in Arkansas called Beaver Lake. When we finally got there, we found a fairly remote campsite at the far end of the park. We wanted to be alone as the babies woke often during the night and needed to feed. We didn't want to disturb any other campers. Shortly after pulling into our campsite, my brother pitched his tent next to the van. The rest of us were going to sleep in the van. The campsite was in an area with a horseshoe-shaped rocky terraced ledge that rose from 50 feet to around 100 feet as it curved around behind the 4 campsites. Because of mature trees and thick brush, daylight had trouble poking into our spot. Fast forward to that night. Sometime around 3:30 a.m., I heard some animal sounds on the ridge that I thought were being made by coyotes. The babies were asleep and all was quiet otherwise. I peered out the window but couldn't see what it was that was making sounds because it was so dark. Still hearing odd yips and howls, I had laid back down and on the back seat. Moments later, there was a huge crashing bang on the van wall right next to my head. My husband leapt up out of a full sleep. My brother bolted out of his tent and jumped into the van with us. We were all in panic to say the least, looking in every direction trying to see what had hit the van like that. My brother finally yelled that he saw something moving behind the van. We all turned just in time to see a large shadow moving about 20 feet behind the van, from left to right. After about 20 minutes had passed, without any of us seeing movement out there, my husband and brother went out to inspect the van for damage, but found none. We then started hearing pounding steps coming from the brush, about 50 feet behind us. The guys eased back into the front seat of the van, and that's when my husband turned on the headlights and stepped on the brake pedal for the rear light. Instantly, there was a huge commotion. He started the engine, and that's when, in the glow from the headlights, we could see a hairy thing 10 feet away and coming toward the van. As it got closer, its silver-tipped hairs glistened in the light. It had a grayish streak from its shoulders down to its back to its buttocks. The creature was walking on 2 legs and was around 7 to 8 feet tall, and it had a barrel chest and skinny legs. It never gave us a good view of its eyes, so I can't tell you what they look like. I could see that the face was not ape-like at all. It was very dog-like. Its ears had tufts of fur on top of them, and it was very human-like in its movements and general body structure. It moved smoothly and quickly around to the back of the van where it followed the base of the ridge away from us, and that's when it leapt out a menacing huff and a low rumbling growl like a dog. Insanely, my husband and brother bolted from the van, trying to get a better look. That's when a shower of gravel came at us. My husband and brother tore back into the van and burned up the road, just getting us out of there. I kept looking in the back window and they looked in the rearview mirrors, but none of us ever saw it again. It just didn't seem like a Sasquatch was what we had seen. It seemed too dog-like in its face and was too slim in its body. I still have PTSD-like feelings to this day, just from the encounter alone. Story 6. August was 17 years old at the time. My dad and mom had taken my little brother and sister to Tucson to do something for the day. We lived in a trailer in a rural area outside of Sierra Vista. We had 2 horses, 2 dogs, a cow, and chickens on the small amount of land we had. As the oldest son, it was my job to feed and take care of them. On the night in question, it was a stormy monsoon rain with thunder and lightning going on. But, like monsoons can be, they rage and then settle into a lull, and rage again. I was getting ready to settle down and watch a good movie when, all of a sudden, my 2 dogs started barking and wouldn't shut up when I told them to calm down. In the previous week or so before that, my dogs had been acting up and barking a lot at night. I attributed this to coyotes that I heard howling in the night. So, I got my dad's rifle and just 1 bullet, in case I had to shoot to scare off the coyote, or kill it if rabid. I rested the loaded rifle near the wall by the back door and turned on the floodlights outside the trailer. The rain had just stopped, so I looked out by the window near the front door and saw our 2 horses and cows staring, as if through the front door to the back door of the trailer where the dogs were barking. I thought, maybe they're scared of the coyotes. So I grabbed the rifle and opened up the back door. As I was getting near the back door, I heard my dogs whimpering and crying. Now I was thinking, is it be a pack of coyotes? So I put a few bullets in my pocket, figuring I could load them if I didn't like what I saw. I opened the door and the darndest thing happened. My 2 dogs beeline rushed past me to the center of the trailer and hunkered down in the kitchen. Mud is everywhere on the floor from their paws, and I'm pissed because now I have to clean this up. So I closed the door and go to try to get my dogs out, but they wouldn't budge and squirmed out of my arms when I tried to grab them. They were terrified. Now, I was mad at the coyotes and grabbed the rifle to go run them off or kill them if I had to. The trailer sits on a foundation of blocks. The front and back doors are accessible by a set of small stairs. I'm 5'6", by the way. I opened the back door and was looking out the darkness at that point. I was about to step out when I saw a set of eyes looking back at me out of the darkness. From the top of my head in the trailer to the ground is around 7+ feet or so, and here is a set of eyes looking at me level and square on. I'm like, darn, coyote must be on the small gravel hill we used to pave the road, or it's a bird on a mesquite bush. But I was thinking to myself, that moonshine was awfully bad and rained hard. What kind of bird would hunker down on a mesquite bush, and why would a coyote be out in a downpour? So I'm raising my rifle and drawing a bead on the eyes, when lightning lights up the night. All of a sudden, the lightning illuminates the small gravel hill, and that's like 6 feet high, and the surrounding mesquite bushes. The light winks out as fast as it appeared from the lightning. There was nothing on the gravel hill, and no bird on any of the bushes. Then it dawned on me. Whatever it was very tall and was still staring at me. A sense of dread crept over me, and all of a sudden, as I realized that the rifle only had 1 measly bullet, and if I missed, there was no way I'd be able to reload before it was on me, I kept the gun pointed at it as I quickly closed the door. I locked the door, realizing this trailer would never withstand whatever it was out there if it attacked. I locked the front door and turned on all the lights in the house. I grabbed all the bullets, the 30-06 and the 22 rifle, and then got in the kitchen with the dogs, and I loaded each rifle fully on. I hugged my dogs, and I prayed that whatever it was went away and didn't attack. I stayed awake that whole night until my parents got back. My dad was furious that all the lights were on. My dad checked outside for supposed coyotes, but whatever it was gone, and I could only hope it was gone for good. Story 7. July 2nd, 2015. While scanning the valley floor for sheep a mile from my house, I noticed 2 loping figures. Initially, I thought the figures were coyotes, or maybe stray dogs, but as the 2 figures neared an old sunken vehicle, I realized that the things were about the size of the vehicle, nearly 8 feet in length. Now, no animal could be that big on the reservation. I watched the 2 figures until they disappeared into the woods across the valley. It was starting to get dark, but the moon was bright enough, so I walked without a light. As I walked down the mountain, I heard something yelling. It was like a howl or a yell. I started to hurry. Then, when I got to my house, I locked the door and spent the night listening to the strangest sounds I've ever heard. I'm sure it was a skinwalker or a werewolf or something. Story 8. Back in the early 80s, 4 of us decided to make a trip down to the Snake River, which was about 5 miles from the town we lived in. This was in eastern Oregon. Lots of sagebrush and hills. It was at the beginning of winter, so there was only a slight amount of snow on the ground. It was going to be a full moon that night, and we knew it would be a spectacular view of the river. Me, my husband, my sister, and her boyfriend were in our '68 Mustang, and we were so cool. We got some beer and had some weed, and we were just going to relax and enjoy the night. It was about 11 o'clock when we headed out. The place we were going to was a recreational area where people could camp, launch their boats, etc. To get into the place, though, you have to leave the main road, dirt and gravel, dip down toward the boat docks that made a loop onto the upper portion of the parking lot. Everything was going well. The moon lit things up enough that you could make out shapes around you. We had just parked the car and were talking. My husband lit up a joint and then passed it to me. We were in the front seats, my sister and her boyfriend in the back. Just as I was getting ready to take my hit, I saw something move out in front of the car, maybe 20 yards out. My first thought was that maybe it was a deer. I was turning to pass the joint back and saw it moving to the right of the car. My sister knew something was up right away. She was about to ask what was wrong when she saw this thing moving toward the back of the car. Note that I had barely taken a hit. My sister didn't smoke or drink, and no one else had time to do so. All of us were sober. We both said, "What is that?" The guys asked what, and we said something is out there. They just started to laugh, but then they saw it moving around the left of the car. At that point, I got the goosebumps all over my body, and I had a very bad feeling about the whole situation. This thing moved around to the front of the car again, but I noticed it was closer than before. At that point, I wanted to get out there and fast, and of course I was totally spooked, and the guys wanted to know what it was. This thing had circled the car once more, and when it got in front of it, again, my husband hit the headlights. Nothing. What the hell? It had been just right there a second before. When he hit the headlamp, it was on the right side of the car again, much closer than before. We just couldn't tell what it was. By this time, my sister, who was only 13, was freaking out, and so was I. We kept yelling for my husband to get us the fuck out of there. He must have been creeped out too, because he started the car, slammed it into reverse, and spun out there backwards, heading for the loop so we can get back to the main road. We skidded around the loop, dropped down toward the boat docks, and began the slight climb up to the main road. We thought we were in the clear, but just then the scariest thing I had ever experienced up until that time in my life happened. As we began the climb out of the edge of the headlights, but in plain view, a creature appeared. It stood upright like a person, but was extremely skinny and covered in long, kind of silvery brown hair. It turned when the headlight hit it, and we were so close we could see some pretty good detail. This thing looked directly into my eyes, and I swear it was giving me a good once-over, as if to memorize my face or something. Its eyes had dark pupils, and the look of them was like looking at a madman. Pure evil and insanity seemed to be the only thing in them. As soon as this happened, which couldn't have been more than just a few seconds, my husband hit the gas as was aiming right for it. He said later he was trying to hit it. It then moved so fast it was almost a blur and was gone. Why it even got caught in the headlights, I don't know. All I know is that we beat feet out of there as fast as we could. It was freezing outside and in the middle of nowhere. There was no homes, businesses, nothing. We couldn't figure out what we saw, but the only thing that came to mind was werewolf. Many creepy things happened in that area, and I refused to go there anymore. Story 9. Hi, my name is Kale, and this is a story of the first time that I saw a werewolf. It happened when I was a little boy, about 8 to 11 years old. I lived in Estonia, and I still do. Me with my stepfather, mother, older sister, and younger brother, and our dog, had went in the summer to our summer home. It was a beautiful old house that my parents had bought. We bought new windows to it because they didn't have any. So one night, me with my sister wanted to sleep in a tent. So our stepfather set the tent up and we spent the night in there. I was a little nervous because I had heard that the forest near our house has bears, But my mother said that bears don't come close to humans. And well, she was right. What I saw wasn't a bear. At around midnight, when my sister was sleeping, I had to go to the bathroom, and so I got out and walked pretty far from the house to do my business. When I finished, I heard like a howl and screeching mixture. I looked around but didn't see anything. I thought it was in my head because I really like werewolves and wolves, but there were no wolves in our forest. Not that I would know, but I had asked my mother. I just felt like something or someone was staring at me, watching me. I started to walk back to the tent when I heard a scream that still haunts me. It was the scream of a deer, but it sounded like it was drowning. A few minutes I heard a rustle in the bushes. I looked toward the big bush near me, which was roughly 50 feet towards me, and saw an animal with red-yellow glowing eyes that were looking directly at me. I thought it was a neighbor's dog, but they lived a few miles away, and the dog isn't so big that it was. So I was startled because my second thought was a bear, and I didn't move because I knew when you meet a wild animal, you can't turn your back to it, so you had to walk away slowly backwards. But when I tried, I wounded my foot, and that thing growled at me so loudly. I couldn't walk away. I was afraid by knowing that it wasn't a bear. Bears don't growl like that. I stood there, this thing staring at me, and I started to smell a rotten stink mixture with blood. It growled again, with even more intensity. A few minutes had gone by, of which of course felt like hours. But then something happened, which I can only dream of. The thing stood on its back legs, and I saw what it looked like. Like I said, I was a big fan of werewolves, but I didn't think I would meet one. It was about 8 to 8.5 feet tall, with red yellowish eyes, covered in fur. Upper body had longer fur than the lower part, and it looked like a man, but it was bigger, and had a tail, and had a wolf or German shepherd's head. That thing stared at me for more minutes and came closer. It had black claws and brown fur, and it sniffed me really close, like 5 feet away, and then stopped. It showed me its teeth by opening its mouth, and then I saw how its teeth were covered in blood. I think it saw how scared I was because I was crying. Then it turned around and walked toward the forest. But before it went in, it turned around and looked at me, like seeing if I was still watching. It howled and ran into the forest. When it was gone, I finally got my body to move and I walked to my tent. With my heart pounding in my chest, I finally got in and I could just feel the tears go down my face. I kept thinking about it and couldn't believe what I saw, so I tried to fall asleep. When I woke up in the morning, I wasn't sure if it was real or if I just had an intense dream. It felt so real, and at night there was a full moon. When I checked my foot, I saw a wound that I got last night, and I believed it was real. I haven't told anyone the story yet, because I don't like it when people say that I make stuff up, like with my other stories, but I saw it for real. I'm now older, and seeing the videos of true werewolf encounters, I believe I really did see a werewolf. I haven't seen any more of them, of course, but who knows? Hey everyone, I hope you enjoyed this video and the last video of the Western United States Dogman encounters. Be on the lookout for the East Coast Dogman encounter series coming soon. Also, have you gotten a cool What Lurks Beneath coffee mug yet? Well, you should. Visit our Teespring store in the description below to snag yourself one. Oh, and if you like my channel, be sure to like, subscribe, and comment. Thank you. Tonight, we're going to continue our Dogman encounters of the Western United States. I know many of you are looking for it, and there's quite some eerie, hair-raising encounters. So get yourself ready. This is 10 Dogman encounters of the Western United States, Part 2. Story 1. Lyn County, Oregon. March 2017. It was 2:30 a.m. and another night of not being able to sleep due to back pain. I was lying on my side reading when my very close by neighbor's motion detector lights turned on. This happened from time to time, and when it turns on, it lights up the entire side of my house. We have lived here for 9 years, and I have never once seen anything walk past my bedroom window at night. Since I was facing my large bedroom window, the very bright motion detector light going off caught my attention. I looked up and saw the side of a silhouette of a dogman. I said, "Holy crap!" It was walking past my bedroom window. I saw it from mid-shoulder up. The shoulders were huge and its head was humongous. It had pointed ears just like a German Shepherd dog and a very long snout. Its mouth was slightly open as I saw a large tongue that seemed to be lolling to the side of its mouth. When I saw this creature and spoke those words, I swear that thing slowed down, smirked, and then kept going. That's all I saw that night. Last week though, while in my bedroom again, I heard something huge land on the ground behind my bedroom wall. That wall has no windows. I heard a really, really deep kind of raspy breathing. I just started praying, pleading the blood of Jesus over my house, grounds around it and all. I do this most nights, but sometimes I forget. I'm awake most nights until 3 a.m. or later, due to having severe spinal issues, as well as fibromyalgia. We live in a lovely manufactured home community. There are lots of trees around here, and it's very close to canals, large open fields, and a lot of woods. I know this is what I saw, but the fact that I saw it has left me amazed. Why is it that when so many are also seeing them? I guess I just thought since I am in the house most of the time, due to my health, I would never see them. The space between my neighbor's house and ours is about 10 feet. My husband went outside weeks later, once I got the courage to tell him this had happened, and measured the area by the window. That dogman had to be at least 8 feet tall. What concerns me greatly is that no one in the police department or government will alert people to their existence. People are walking around feeling a false sense of security. I know I did. I won't even try to walk outside anymore, and yes, I have cautioned my neighbors, the ones with the security light. I can't think of any other details right now, but it's important for you to know that several years ago, a homeless woman was camping out down by the river here in Albany. She was found dead and her tent was really torn up. I believe the police report in the newspaper said she was torn up as well, but I honestly can't remember any of the details to be specific. To the best of my knowledge, no one was ever caught for that crime. This is a sleepy town, just well over 50,000 people. We no longer get the newspaper, so I have no idea if this happened again. I do know that a couple was down by that same area and saw a dogman. It really frightened them badly. I heard about that on another YouTube channel. I just want people to be aware so they don't go out at night anymore, especially near the river. But then, we're not near a river and I saw one in the middle of the night. Thank you for reading this report and doing all that you do. Story 2. I saw it in Oklahoma. Back in the early 90s, when I was 19 or so, I worked nights unloading trucks at a chain retail department store, back before they turned all into superstores. Anyway, several people started to notice that a coworker looked like she wasn't getting any sleep. One night, she told us a few on our break that she was having to leave early and take the long way to work and back home because of something she had seen. She previously always took a road called Moccasin Trail, but one night, the week before, while turning onto that road on her way to work, she said she saw a huge werewolf sitting in the grass, just watching cars go by. She said she had seen it on 4 or 5 occasions and just couldn't take it anymore. She said she was scared this thing was going to follow her, so she just completely avoided that road altogether. The way she described the sighting was when she would turn onto this road. Her headlights would light up the embankment across the road just enough so that she could see this big werewolf sitting about 30 feet up on the embankment. She said it would sit in the grass with its legs stretched out in front of itself. She said it would most often be leaning back, supporting itself on one or both of its elbows, in a kind of leisurely pose, just watching the cars pass by. She really seemed to be sincerely disturbed by her encounter. Over the years, I have heard several stories about strange happenings in that area. The Native Americans talked about other shapeshifters in that area. I don't know if that has anything to do with that girl's sighting or not. I just thought it was worth mentioning. Story 3. Predator in Oklahoma. February 2016. I heard my dog barking and growling at around 3 a.m. one night. I got up and went to the back door to see what she was barking at. When I did, I saw her running up and down the backyard fence line, barking, growling, and urinating all over the fence with her tail tucked in. My first thought was there was a predator nearby. I knew something was wrong. I focused my eyes to see if I could see what she was barking at and whispered, "Holy shit." I saw something bent over, in a circle that was black and looked like it had a mane, like a lion. I looked at it for about 15 seconds and decided to run to the bedroom and get my head wrapped light. I put it on my head and ran to the back den and saw that it was still there. I carefully turned on the light and shined it right on it. When I did that, it turned around and looked right in my direction. Then it ran down the fence line with a smaller one in front of it. The best way I can describe it would be to say that it was the size of a lion. It had yellow eyes, pointed ears, huge shoulders, and a humongous chest. It ran on all fours. Also, this thing was so fast that it only took about 2 seconds to run down the entirety of the fence line. This wolf was way faster than my dog. I woke up my wife and told her what had just happened. I then went to the computer and Googled huge wolves in America. Under images, I found a cartoon of a drawing someone had did, and its head and mane looked just like what I saw. It was called the Dogman. Story 4. It happened in Cleveland. June 2000. I had been up all night at a friend's house in the town of Tribby playing video games. I didn't want to sleep there, so I said goodbye and headed home. I knew my car was making a funny noise, but I thought surely I could get home. Well, I was driving down a long, dark stretch of highway with nothing but forest and a few sparse country houses. I was coming up to the top of a long hill when suddenly my car stops pulling forward. The engine revved, but no gears would engage. My CV joint just went out. I was hoping that wouldn't happen. Well, I had no way of getting it home, so I backed up down the road in neutral and off onto a side road. I thought about staying and sleeping in the car, but something told me not to do that. I had an eerie feeling of being watched, so I grabbed my video game case and my machete that I had made from a lawnmower blade and started walking. I kept noticing the feeling of being watched, and it felt like I was being followed. I kept looking behind me and saw nothing, but when a car passed by, heading in the direction behind me, it illuminated the area with its headlights, and I saw something behind me, in the ditch, hunched down low. It was huge, and I could tell it looked animal, but had definite humanoid features. It seemed to have arms, but its head was mostly canine. Its head was very large, and its eyes glowed red when the lights hit them. Well, I've seen enough werewolf movies to know that this wasn't a good situation, so I started running. That probably wasn't the best choice, because I know that predators like to chase things that run from them. When the car had passed, the creature had darted into the trees. I thought that was the best time to run, so I did. I ran for about a quarter mile and looked back but didn't see a thing, so I kept walking. Well, I kept checking behind me and off to the side where the tree line was. I knew it was still out there and probably following me, and yeah, I was afraid, but I was also prepared to defend myself with my machete if need be. I came up onto another hill and saw a farmhouse off in the distance to my left, down a long dirt driveway. The moon was almost full and the area around the house was clear, so I could see a guy out there messing with his trucks as I walked by. Then he turned on a spotlight on his truck and spotted me with it. I kept walking because his property said no trespassing, and many out there wouldn't hesitate to unload on a strange trespasser. I knew it was close again, probably closer now, and I was about to turn around and face it when another car came over the top of the hill and passed me, going behind me again. I followed with my eyes and noticed this time it was a cop, so thinking quickly, I dropped my machete on the edge of the grass and waved. As he passed, his lights hit the ditch as well, and I saw the Dogman was very close, but it darted into the trees yet again. Thankfully, a moment later the cop stopped and turned around. He came back and asked me what I was doing out there, so I told him what happened with my car. I didn't mention the Dogman though. He may have thought I was crazy, but I asked him for a ride home. He agreed after wanting to go check and make sure my car wasn't blocking the road. After we checked it, he agreed to take me home. I don't know what might have happened that night if he hadn't shown up, and it was the only time I was genuinely happy to see a police officer. Story 5. Dogman in Kansas. Early 2000s. If you know anything about Kansas, you'll know it's dry, flat, and void of much forestry. As a kid, I lived on a farm in the middle of nowhere. I remember that we had our own playset outside, complete with swings and monkey bars. Nearby was a large patch of overgrown weeds, almost as tall as 6 feet in some places. I hated playing at the playset, because sometimes, around sunset, I'd see red eyes from within the weed patch. I told my grandparents, but they dismissed it as coyotes. However, one day, I wanted answers and I approached the weeds. Upon closer inspection, I saw a creature that looked similar to a dog with shaggy white fur. I remembered that I thought its front paws looked like that of a gorilla's. The creature moved away from me and I never saw it in that weed patch again. A year later, I saw the same figure lurking in the dark outside of the house. I was so paranoid my mother could not get me to leave the house for a long time, except for only going to school. I haven't seen this humanoid since, nor am I completely sure if it's the fabled Dogman. Story 6. It appeared in the night. Summer of 2016. I was driving home doing some shopping in a nearby town and was all alone just driving and listening to the radio. It was just before sunset on a beautiful summer day. I was admiring the sky because it was such a bright orange. While driving through some S-curves in the road, I made the first turn and saw some deer dart across the road. Immediately, I hit the brakes to slow down, not knowing if there were more to come out of the woods. On the opposite side of the road, it drops down a steep embankment to a farm field. I had slowed the car down and scanned the tree line for more deer, and that's when this thing jumped out of the woods running after the deer. He landed in the middle of the road and cleared the rest of the road in his next stride alone. It's so hard to comprehend what I saw, but it sounds like the descriptions that people have claimed. It was a gray figure with a short, sleek coat. I did not see a tail on this creature. It was on all fours and was the same height as a deer. His head, though, was very odd. It looked like a dog head with cropped pointed ears but had a very short muzzle. He briefly turned his head towards me when he crossed, and his eyes, I wouldn't say they glowed, but they weren't normal animal eyes. They were like a dull yellow, and they definitely stood out. His body was what really confused me because the way it moved was like a human would when trying to run on all fours. Its gait looked lazy, like he was just kind of loping across the road. It was very muscular on the front end but had a very thin, almost sickly looking abdominal area and hind legs. Once he was across the road, I lost sight of him over the embankment. I was so confused as to what I saw that I didn't tell anyone right away for fear that they would think I was crazy. I had been searching for answers since then but came up with nothing. I eventually told my husband and one close friend, but neither of them had heard anything that matched my description. I'm still not 100% sure that I saw a Dogman, but it's the only thing I have come across that sounds reasonably close to what I had seen. Story 7. The Beast of Jackson County. September 13th, 2013. Before I say anything about my encounter, I'd been studying wolves and their behavior for about 3 years before I had this encounter, and I know that considering Jackson County is about 656 square miles with a population of roughly 675,000, and it being practically infested with wildlife such as deer, livestock, and predators such as coyotes and foxes, it wouldn't be likely for a large predator such as a wolf to be lurking in the sparse woodlands. The average wolf territory is 13 to 2,400 square miles, and it'd be easy for such a huge creature to just live in the Jackson County alone. This may even be the very same dog Wolfman thing that other people had seen. Anyway, on to the encounter. I was just chilling on the laptop in the living room, watching people blow stuff up, when I felt like I had to go to the bathroom. I set the laptop down and put my headphones on the keyboard and got out of the chair. Let me clarify, I'm not a bloody psychic or a medium or anything, but I have a sort of sixth sense where I can tell if something is watching me, and I knew something was. We have a huge window on the wall just above the couch, and it was a particularly cold night, so the windows caught things like breath fairly well. I turned to the window, thinking that whatever it was watching me from there, and I knew I'd see it if it was, and it'd have to be either standing on something or tall as the devil himself in order to see into the window of our trailer, since it was around 8 feet off the ground, with the top of it being about 11 feet. I looked over to see the window, and the only thing I could see was the floodlights were on, and something seemed to duck under the window, like a kid playing hide and seek. I didn't think anything of it, considering our neighbors were sort of druggies and alcoholics and often came to look in our windows, and every opening to the house was also locked, so I had nothing to worry about. I went to the bathroom, and when I finished I washed my hands and went back to the laptop. I noticed that the floodlights went out, so whatever it was gone. Not thinking anything else of it, I went back to watching people blow stuff up on YouTube. I should mention also that my eyes are sharp enough to spot a bird at about 50 feet away in a tree, so it's no surprise that when the floodlights came back on, I noticed immediately. I glanced up from the screen, expecting a drunken or high idiot to be looking in with a stupid expression on his face, but I was frozen by what I saw. It was a huge wolf that was looking at me with dirty, ambery yellow eyes. Its ears looked like they were torn or cropped or something, and the face looked sort of human-like. Not really a full human face, but more like the jawline looked very masculine and human compared to the rest of its face. Its lips were curled back, and it seemed as if it were snarling, though I couldn't hear if it was, and its breath caught on the cold glass. It was so tall that the top of its head was halfway up the window, and if I had to guess how wide it was, I'd probably say maybe the width of my shoulders. I knew that whatever it was most likely had to have wolfish instincts, so I did the only thing I knew to do, which was avoid eye contact and make yourself look as small as you could whilst having your throat and underside showing. This is a very common submissive position, and although I was scared out of my mind, I knew that holding eye contact would make me seem like a challenger, and running would make me seem like prey. When I did the submissive position, it must have worked for it to leave me alone because it just hit the window, which made the entire trailer shake, and it went away. I hadn't heard or seen anything else since, though I do hear the odd howl coming from the back roads. God help the poor idiot that decides to try and hunt this thing down. I can tell you now that whatever it was not friendly, because if it were, it wouldn't have slammed my window as hard as it had, and it would not have been growling like I'd taken its food. Although it practically did assault my window, I could understand why it was upset. I was on its territory, after all, an intruder and possibly a threat to its existence and its prey. It's really just best to stay out of its way and respect it. After all, it is one of God's many strange creatures in this world. Story 8. Stay out of the woods. June 6th, 2015. Since it was summer break for my school, I was lazily lounging at home watching TV. I got bored, so I went outside to see if I could do anything with my chickens, like feed them worms and snails. Before I go into more detail, I should explain the area I live in. My home is on the outskirts of the city I live in. I had about 5 or 7 chickens at the time, and we hadn't expanded the coop, so it was a small pen connecting to 2 sides of the chicken coop, which is wooden and sturdy. The only ways to get into the coop is either through the trap door attached to the big door and the 3 windows. One window is on one side of the door, and the second window is on the other side. The third window is a large window. Keep in mind that they all have traps connected to them so they can be closed. We have 7 acres of woodland that we call the back pasture, and if you've ever been back there, you could see that it's a popular habitat for the local deer. There was also a wild boar that was roaming around at the time, and I don't know how it got there. We had been having trouble with poachers for quite a while, considering the population of deer in the woods. One poacher had set up a trail cam, one that was motion activated. There was an old rusty deer stand that had been put on a tree a long time ago, and the tree had begun to grow around it. Beyond our acres of woods, there's a large cornfield owned by our neighbors, and beyond that is a forest. I don't know what the forest is like beyond the field since we've never been there. I went outside to do something with my chickens, and I had brought along a bucket of corn for feeding the deer after. When I walked out of my home, I saw a doe was sitting in the tall grass. I thought it was sleeping since its head had been down and wasn't moving. I, being the curious little nut I was, decided that I would sneak up on the deer and get a picture of it to show my mother when she got home from work. I crept as silently as I could across the yard that separated me from the deer. I should also mention that we have a clearing with a burn pit in it that was filled with cedar branches. I was creeping across my yard towards the deer, and when I had cleared the burn pit and was about 10 yards from it, I realized that the deer wasn't asleep, but it was dead. It was the most disgusting sight I'd ever seen. Its intestines were completely gone, the flesh on the body of the doe shredded to pieces, and blood absolutely everywhere. It looked as if it had been sitting there for a while, and it smelt like it too. Most of the blood was dried, and the air reeked with the stench of rotting flesh, urine, and what seemed to be like a hint of wet dog. Something that creeped me out about the scene was, although it was a rotting carcass, there were no insects at all around it. It was as if the usual lively forest was deader than the deer. Not even the neighbor's cattle made a sound. It looked as if the poor deer had simply been left after being brutally attacked and half-eaten, which it most likely was. I left the bucket at the beginning of the trail, thinking that I would come out later with my mother and grain the deer when she got home. Then, I started to walk back to the house. I had barely taken a few steps when I heard a low, snarling growl that sounded like a wolf. Although it seemed distorted as if it were being played on an old radio, against my better judgment, I turned my head around and I saw what looked like the biggest freaking werewolf you'd ever seen. It was on all fours. Its fur was black and matted in places. Its face was what you'd expect a wolf to look like, although it was broad and the muzzle seemed a little short. Although the way it was curling its lips made it look as if its snout was plenty long and its eyes were yellow. Not a bright yellow like the yellow of a flower or the sun, but a dim, amber, dark red yellow, if that makes sense. Its ears looked like that of a Doberman pincer, with a cropped effect. Its front legs were long, and it looked as if it were a bodybuilder. Its paws, if you can even call them paws, looked like huge hands with long claws at the end of them. It stood up, and I heard the most sickening popping sound you could ever imagine. It sounded like the sound of popping joints, but it seemed amplified as if it were being played through a microphone, and the sound was coming out of a loudspeaker. Its body looked like a bodybuilder's pumped up on steroids. It was so big. It had no tail that I could tell, and it seemed to tower over me. Although I was a good 10 meters from it, I was about 5 foot 4 inches at the time, and I came nowhere close to its height. It was so tall that the tip of its ears could almost touch the top of a young cedar. It let out a loud howl, which sounded more like a roar, and it charged me. Doing the only thing I knew to do while hyped up on fear and adrenaline, I began to run away from it. I remember clearing my yard in what seemed like hours, but was most likely only a few seconds, and running inside, slamming and locking all the doors and windows. As I calmed down a small bit, I had realized that if it had really wanted to kill me, that it would have. That what I had experienced was not an attack charge, but a bluff. I was lucky to get away with my life. Although this happened almost 2 years ago, it still terrifies me to think about it. The deer was gone the next day, and ever since that evening, I have been weary around the woods, only going in them in broad daylight, only when I absolutely had to, and never without a weapon. Sadly, I cannot say that I am one of those people that have stopped experiencing things after the encounter, although I only had nightmares for a month after that day in June. Nothing really started to happen again until about 2 months ago when I was staying up at night playing on the laptop. I had started to hear things moving around on the porch and turned on the light to see the shape of something huge disappearing behind the corner of my house. There was also one of the rare times I went to the woods after the first encounter when I was helping my mother clear brush from the hunting clearing. I was going to get the mower and was walking the trail to do so when I heard bipedal footsteps following me off to my side. They stopped whenever I stopped, and I eventually ran out of the woods, and I haven't been back since. I asked my late grandmother about the creature I had seen in the woods, and she informed me that there was something called the Wolf-head man that stalked the Kansa tribe, preying on small children that strayed too far from their teepees. Later, I was informed by my history teacher that my house had actually been built on a tribal burial ground, and I have since been wondering that if that had anything to do with it. I hadn't heard about the Wolf-head man before she had told me about it. When I saw that there were several eyewitness reports that were proved to be truthful, it made me feel a lot better about coming out with this information. I had an attempt to tell people previous to this submission, but everyone either said I was stupid, crazy, or just a plain lying. One thing's for certain, I am not stupid, I am not crazy, and I am most definitely not a liar. I know what I saw, and what I saw was a Dogman. Story 9. Dogman, not Bigfoot. 2013. I wasn't there, but my son-in-law, and their friends saw a Dogman. My son called me all freaked out that they had seen a Bigfoot because he knows I believe in Bigfoots. Now, my son always made fun of me for believing in Bigfoots. He asked me, "Dad, can Bigfoots run on all fours?" I said, "Yes, why do you ask?" And he said, "Dad, we just saw one out spotlighting rabbits." I asked him to describe what it looked like, and he said they were hunting rabbits with a spotlight, and he saw something hunched over. He said he then yelled to the others and let them know that he had seen something, and then started to shine his light on it. At first, he thought it was a large bird because it was down like it was eating something. Then, it stood up on its hind legs and spread its arms out wide, and then when the other two came to look at it, it dropped down and took off faster than anything they had ever seen before. He said it had a dog's snout and was covered in fur, but you could see it was very muscular. Now, my son is 6'2", and he felt it stood as tall or taller than him. When it took off, they ran after it and watched it jump and clear a huge rock pile in one leap, like nothing. That scared them, and they all ran back to their car to get out of there. I spoke to all three, and they had the same story and described it the same way. I told my son that that's not a Bigfoot, because Bigfoots don't have dog snouts. I told him, "You saw a Dogman." It's funny that this happened around a lot of cornfields. The area also had caves and was covered in sagebrush.
When I was just a boy, my father was the night watchman at a manufacturing plant located in a rural area between Big Rapids and Chippewa Lake, Michigan. Our house, which, if I remember right, was a perk of the night watchman job. It was across the street from the factory. The plant building was right next to a large wilderness area of state land. At the time, it was simply known as the Hay Marsh, but now it is officially called the Hay Marsh State Game Area. We didn't understand it at the time, but Dad was always very skittish about letting us play outside after dark. He would sometimes talk about hearing coyotes or bears roaming around in the hay marsh when he was walking the perimeter of the building at night. One night, in the summer of 1961, Dad walked back to the house to sit on the porch and have a cup of coffee and a sweet roll. He had a good view of the entire plant property. He saw some movement near a chain link fence behind the building. This was approximately 3 a.m., so he felt quite sure this person wasn't there by accident. He drew his gun and watched for a few minutes.
That's when he noticed this was not a person at all, but something much taller. He said it appeared to be covered in brown/gray hair. It had very broad shoulders and a powerful chest. It alternated between walking on 4 legs, then standing up on 2. He said it seemed to be looking for something along the driveway. He later said he couldn't quite believe what he was seeing. He quietly moved into the house and grabbed his Kodak Signet 35mm camera, which was his pride and joy. At this point, I should mention that Dad was quite a photography buff. His father had owned one of the first camera stores in all of Ohio, and Dad got the shutter bug from Grandpa. As he stepped back onto the front porch, the creature moved slowly along the driveway, directly underneath the lights. He adjusted the camera shutter for a long exposure, held it as still as he could. He said he was shaking pretty bad by then, and snapped a picture. I have enclosed a print of it in this letter. Dad said a few seconds later, the thing dropped back down to all 4s and slowly moved off into the woods. He sent a print to the local newspaper and sent copies to several magazines. One that I think was called Mysterion published the photo in their spring issue of '62. Dad had a copy of the magazine for years, but it was misplaced after he passed away. I still have the negative strip that contains this image, if you'd like to have someone examine it. I also still have my dad's Kodak Signet. I haven't shot any pictures with it for several years, but I'm pretty sure it still works. Sparta, 1987. One weekend, back around fall in 1987, my 2 best friends and I were staying at my family's cabin, which is not too far from the small town of Sparta, about 20 minutes north of Grand Rapids. My 2 friends later left to have dinner while I stayed behind in the cabin. Following the dinner, the men headed back towards Sparta and the cabin. What happened next would shock and disturb them for years. It was dark, and they were on a rural road. Suddenly, both of them saw something standing by the side of the road. In the headlights of the car, it appeared to be a human-like figure covered in gray fur. As they got closer and past the figure, both of them got a very good look at it. It was the size of a man, standing on 2 legs. It was covered head to toe in gray fur, and had a wolf-like face. It even raised its hands and seemed to snarl at them as they drove by. They said it looked like a werewolf right out of a Hollywood movie. My 2 friends didn't dare stop by. They continued driving. And of course, they were peppering each other up with questions. As they are having this animated conversation, they passed by the sign that says, "Welcome to Sparta," and drove through the small main street and continued out on the town in the direction of my cabin. Their conversation about what had just happened continued when both of them looked up to see the same "Welcome to Sparta" sign again, followed by the same main street that they had just driven through only moments ago. They hadn't stopped or turned around. They had been traveling in the same direction on the same road, but somehow, without any noticeable interruption in their journey, they had somehow been sent backwards several miles. Until this point, it would be easy to dismiss this event as someone merely playing a joke. However, the time displacement characteristic is what sets this encounter apart. While such things are well documented in UFO and alien abduction stories, it's something we've not seen before in Dogman's sighting reports. Andy continues, "I remember when they finally showed up in my cabin. They arrived no later than what I expected them to, around 9 p.m. or so, and I remember how animated they were about their strange encounter, but I just assumed that they had seen a large dog and were telling me an embellished story in order to get a laugh. But 20 years later, both of them still insist that this was no joke. I have no idea what to make of this story. Maybe it was just some teenagers in a werewolf costume playing pranks. And did my friends really experience lost time afterwards? Or did they just make some wrong turns on their drive and didn't notice because they were talking and distracted? I have no idea, but I would love to know if anyone else has seen similar things in the Sparta area. Reed City, 1993. The area around Reed City, Michigan has been a hotbed of Dogman activity. This report details an event that occurred nearly 20 years ago, but the witness remembers it like it was yesterday and is unshakable in her story. Her name is Courtney, and her encounter took place during the winter of 93 into 94. Courtney was a teenager at the time and was sneaking cigarettes behind her parents' home near Todd Lake northeast of Reed City. The sun was setting on a clear, cold winter day. Courtney was facing a large abandoned barn on the property next door. The barn had always kind of spooked me. It was filled with old, rusty equipment. The outer planks were all rotten, and it sagged and leaned in every direction. My dad said to stay away, as the whole thing was weak and could collapse. On that evening, I was standing about 50 feet from the barn and saw sunlight coming through the gaps in the sliding. Courtney took her eyes off the barn for a few minutes. Then, something caught her attention again. There was movement. The light flickered, but I couldn't really tell what it was. Then it turned its head back and looked straight at me. It was at least 6 feet tall, if not more. It was dark colored. It had a dog-like appearance, pointy nose and really big, pointy ears. Courtney dashed into her house to grab a flashlight. When she returned outside, she shined it toward the barn door, but the animal was no longer there. She walked closer to the barn to look for tracks in the heavy snow. When she didn't see any, she realized the creature might still be inside and ran back to the safety of the house. She never saw the creature again. She later talked to a neighbor who had seen something the size of a buffalo but the shape of a dog in the same barn just a few months before Courtney's encounter. The neighbor said she had been so frightened she was near hysterics for days. Her father had taken his gun and searched the barn, but found nothing. At the time of these events, neither of the girls had heard of the legend song and did not know about the Michigan Dogman until years later. Watersmeet, 1994. This report comes to us from an anonymous contributor who grew up in a nearby county, but spent many years of summer camping on family property in Michigan's Upper Peninsula. This encounter took place in the area of Watersmeet, home of the famous Paulding Lights phenomenon. Oddly enough, the Paulding Lights are also known as the Dog Meadow Lights. I was 13, had just gotten new rollerblades for Christmas, and since the main road where our property sits is paved, I couldn't wait to ride around. I went blading by myself and stopped to rest for a second. On this road, the woods are so thick, there's not much space between the road and the woods in most parts. And I remember seeing trees pushed down on the road that my dad said was done by bears, since my dad was an avid bear hunter. I remember not hearing any of your normal sounds of nature, not even birds. The air was still, and the sky would be pure dark in not too long. I was deciding to turn back when I heard a rustling behind me, and something emerged from the left side of the road. I assumed it was a deer and paused and made myself as quiet as I could so I could watch, and slumped down on my stomach in the middle of the road. It was about 600 feet ahead of me. When I got myself settled in the road to watch it and look up, I realized what I was looking at wasn't a deer. It was on all fours, with brown, grayish fur. At first, I feared the worst, thinking a bear had caught my scent, until I saw its outline and color. I thought I was looking at a dog until I realized the face was too primitive looking, like a fox or a coyote's. At this point in my life, I had never seen a wolf in real life, and it was far too far for me to make it out of the face exactly. The Michigan Department of Natural Resources has always recognized that wild wolves still roamed in Upper Peninsula, although they were thought to be in very limited numbers, and only in extremely remote areas. It is conceivable this witness was seeing one of those wolves, but then something strange happened. It extended its front legs, and in the slowest, longest seconds of my life, stood up on its hind legs, sniffed the air, walked for about 5 steps, then got back down on all fours and walked to the other side of the woods, then disappeared. I don't remember how long I laid in the middle of the road, staring in the empty space. I saw this thing stand, like a human. I remember my jaw hanging down as low as it could, and a pool of drool on the cement underneath it. It finally clicked in my mind that perhaps I should rollerblade my butt back to camp as quick as I could. The witness reports that while the creature never stalked or pursued her, she slept very little during the rest of the family camping trip. She never told anyone about what she had seen, fearing she would be ridiculed. At the time of her sighting, she had never heard of the legend song, and would not until 2004. She moved to Southern California in 2008 and has no interest in camping ever again. Pina, 2001. My dad and I have a story to tell about our encounters with the Dogman. My dad's story took place in the mid-70s. There is a cemetery behind the Alpena High School and a wooded area beyond that. There are many trails that run through here. And this area is a place called the Sandies, where all the young kids would go and party. My dad and 2 of his buddies were in a canoe in broad daylight, paddling from the Sandies around the back of the cemetery. The banks of the river are 10 to 12 feet high in places, and some trails run right to the edge. The 3 of them saw what looked to be a big dog running behind them on the trail. They didn't pay much attention to it until they heard a splash. When they looked, it was swimming after them. Then it went from a dog paddle to the chest and front legs coming out of the water and wading after them. They decided right then not to wait around to see what it was. Honestly, I thought it was BS at the time, and I'm not sure even to this day if it was something they had been smoking or drinking. Then around 2001 to 2002, I was leading some friends through the Sandies trails. I used to like taking people out, even without a flashlight, tell them my dad's story just to freak them out. The girls were freaked out before we even got into the woods, so I decided not to scare them that night. In the river are small several islands connected by a small sliver of land. At that time, there were 3 such islands chained together, and I took them through to the last one, which was planted with pines in nice, even rows. I was the first one back there, about 30 seconds ahead, when one of the girls got her foot hung up on something. As I was going back to help her, there was a spot where the trees make a sort of roof effect, which is really cool looking at night with the moon shining through. At that point, I saw something. I'm not sure what it was, but it sent me running out double time. When my buddy saw my face, he didn't say a word, he just followed, both of us dragging the girls behind. When he asked me later why I came out in such a hurry, I told him it was because I thought I had seen something at the other end of the island walking through the trees that was very tall and not likely human. He may not have believed me, but he never questioned it either. I'm still not sure what I saw. It could have easily been that I scared myself with my dad's story and was seeing things, but I know this: I still don't like the dark, and even though I love hunting, I hate going out before the sun comes up during deer season. Bendon, 2007. This sighting report is told secondhand by the brother-in-law of the witness. The witness is a prominent person in local government and wishes to remain anonymous. The situation started last Saturday night around midnight when he was coming home from a friend's house in Benzonia and taking the back way home to Traverse City. He stated that while down Cinder Road, several miles outside of the town of Bendon, he observed a pair of eyes reflecting off his headlights directly ahead of him. Thinking that it was probably a deer alongside of the road, he began to slow down. As he got closer, however, he stated that the object was much larger and much darker than a deer. He said that by this time, he had slowed to around 30 miles per hour and was at that point several hundred feet from the creature, which still had not moved. As he approached further, he stated that the only way he could describe the creature was being similar to a very large, dark wolf. However, he observed that this thing wasn't on 4 legs, but was upright, back 2 legs standing near a road-killed deer. He estimated that the creature stood a little over 6 feet tall and had very dark fur. He stated that by now, he was going slow enough to bring his truck to a stop in the road and observe the creature, which had not yet moved and was still staring at him. He told me that for a brief second, he believed that the object was a giant stuffed animal, put there as some kind of a joke, due to the fact that he had never seen anything like this in his life, and that he was able to drive up on it as close as he was, without it having moved an inch. He told me, however, that before he could finish that thought, the creature dropped to all 4 legs and sprinted across the road and disappeared into the woods on the other side of the roadway. He told me that he stayed frozen in his seat for a minute, wondering in the middle of the road at what the heck had just happened. I jokingly asked him if he had been drinking that night, and with a deadly serious face, he sternly stated, "No. Whatever that was, it was real." As perplexed as he was that night over what he had seen, he was deathly afraid to go wandering into the woods to investigate further. He said that in using a flashlight, he observed an animal's tracks leading into the woods on the opposite side of the road, and was fortunate enough that night to have his digital camera with him. He showed me a photograph of the paw print, which he said appeared to be about 7 or 8 inches long. He had another picture of the same paw print where he had placed a shotgun shell in the middle of it for scale. He told me that he was lucky that the side of the road was so soft, because he wasn't willing to go any farther then 2 or 3 steps away from the door to his truck, just to get a picture. I inquired if the animal had made any sounds before it disappeared, and he said that he did not hear it make any noise, and were it not for the picture, I inquired if the animal had made any sounds before it disappeared, and he said that he did not hear it make any noise, and were it not for the picture, he would have thought that he had imagined the whole thing. I asked him if it could have been a bear, and he stated, absolutely not. He bear hunts every year in the Upper Peninsula, so he obviously knows what bears look like up close. That's his story. Believe it if you'd like. If I didn't know him as well as I do and hadn't seen pictures, I would have said that he was out of his mind. I've heard the song and know some of the stories, but always believed it was just for entertainment value. After this happened though, I am looking at all of this under a whole new light. I am an avid hunter. My name is Bo, and I have hunted and fished all my life. I joined the Army straight out of high school, and now I work 6 days a week. But enough about me. Y'all want to know what true nightmares are made out of. I have found out last October, hunting in New River. I had gotten up early that morning and cooked breakfast for my fiancé. My fiancé loves fried eggs in the morning, and I do them exactly like she likes. So we eat, and I get my camo out of the bag, as well as my rifle out of the cabinet. We headed out that morning, and I took my fiancé to work. Her work was on the way to New River. When we pull in, I give her a kiss, and she tells me to bring her home something good. I told her I would, and I got back in my jacked up Chevy 2500. The trip to the mountain was as gorgeous as always, and the Tennessee back roads are amazing and beautiful. So I got to my stand, but it was so eerily quiet that morning. Around noon, I decided to go to the truck and grab a sandwich and another bottle of water. So I eat a peanut butter and syrup sandwich my fiancé made me while I was getting ready. She even had time to write me a note and basically said she loved me and was happy that we were together, since it was only 1 month out from having our little girl, and she was just an amazing old lady. After I got done, I decided to walk to the tree stand again. On my walk back, in the woods, I start to have this feeling of dread, that something is wrong, that something just isn't right. But I brush it off thinking maybe it's just nerves, since this is hog country after all, and I have been chased on the road before that I'm walking on. But this just kept getting worse and worse. I started getting deeper down the ridge, closer to my stand, and I hear a twig break, and I stop. Now, me being an experienced hunter, I notice movement in this thicket just about 50 or so yards away. I notice this brown shape moving out towards me, so I crouch down, ready my rifle, and I train my rifle on the color, when I get to noticing that this thing is grunting. So I'm thinking, yes, a big buck. God, was I wrong. The thing slowly walked out closer and closer, and I realized that, wow, this creature's so massive, it's way bigger than a deer on all fours. So I'm thinking, okay, an elk is walking out. Cool. But I noticed its head and the shape is all wrong. It slowly starts walking out. All of a sudden, it stops and stands up. I mean, on 2 legs, it's easily 8 feet tall, but because I'm 6'6", the thicket is just above my head, and this thing's almost a foot to 2 feet above it. It starts sniffing the air, and its head snaps right to my direction. I freeze up at that moment, feeling like I'm concreted to the ground. The wolf thing that I was looking at was beginning to let out this real, deep, almost demonic-like growl. It starts snarling, showing its teeth towards me. I, being army trained, realize if it charges, I'm only getting one shot at this thing, so I'd have to make it count. All of a sudden, it begins to tear through the bushes on all fours again. I realize the movie Van Halen's Werewolf is charging at me at full speed. I realized I'm in big trouble, and I hear this branch break behind me. I look over my shoulder and see that there is a second, larger wolf behind me on 2 legs. It is easily 9 feet tall, built like a bodybuilder with jet black fur. It drops to all 4 and starts running full speed towards me, but this one was a lot closer. I spin around and see that this thing is too fast for me to unsafely shoot at with my rifle. I jump out of the way of this monstrous beast charging me. I end up hitting the hard rocks and slid into the red clay mud, just to realize it already crossed the roadbed I'd been walking on, and the 2 wolves are set on a collision course. When the bigger black wolf hits the lighter brown wolf, he tackles the brown wolf to the ground. As they are rolling down the hill and clawing and biting and slamming each other into the hard ground, the smaller brown wolf kicks and paws from the bottom when its back claws rip the big black wolf's stomach wide open and throws him off onto the ground. The brown wolf then turns to me. It snarls and starts charging again at full speed. I am awestruck by the power of the wolf and the sheer size of it as it's on its way towards me. But the big black wolf slams the brown one from behind, running its arm through the brown one's side, picking it up and clamps its massive jaws on its shoulder as it throws the brown one down away from me. It lands and rolls about 10 yards and jumps up running away, back through the brush. I let out the breath I didn't even realize I was holding in at that moment. I look at the now bloody and beaten, ripped open black wolf, which is standing with blood dripping off its back claws and glistening white teeth, dripping with the blood of the brown wolf. And for some reason, it registers to me that I have to show that I am no threat to the king of the mountain. I lower the rifle down away from me, and as I do this thing smirks at me, lets out an ear-shattering roar that turns into a howl. As it looks into my soul, I see the eyes of a beast, and I can understand that it was there to show it was the alpha, and as long as I showed him respect, he will not be a threat. It turned to drop on all 4s and ran away after the other. I instantly take off running. Luckily for me and the army, it allowed for me to stay in great shape. I take off up the ridge and make it to the truck. Soon as I get to the door, I realize there's blood all over the side of my truck. I hesitate to look, but I had to know. I flip the rifle safety off, ready to blast anything that'd jump up from the bed of the truck. I realize there is a big, dead doe laying in the bed of my truck that has had its neck broken. I jump in, start the truck, spin it around, throwing gravel and 2 roster tails. I'm tearing ass out of the woods, and I fly all the way down the mountain, through the back roads, and don't stop till I reach Dinmer. My fiancée can tell I'm shaken up, so she ends up taking me home. I tell her everything, but we decide to tell everyone that I hit the doe with my truck, and I got spooked by it, because who would believe me, right? That is, till I got to hearing other people who have seen this massive animal as well. So I thought that this would be the best way for me to get the story off my chest and not get told I'm crazy or lying or making it up. I just wanted to warn every hunter and hiker around that we ain't the top of the food chain or the king of the mountain, because the king of the mountain is a truly massive beast who has no predators. Thanks again for helping me get this off my chest. Now, let me tell you about my second encounter. I have the Bigfoot encounter where me and my fiancé had seen that same Wolfman. We have been going hunting in New River again. We have seen a family of Bigfoot for 3 or 4 years now. They have never been aggressive or anything like that. They show respect and are generally curious creatures. There is 4 Bigfoot in the area. The big male is jet black and about 9 to 10 foot tall. He looks like a jacked hair man. The second largest is a female, about 8 foot tall, a light brown color with black stripes down her shoulders and back. The 2 smaller ones are between 6 and 8 foot tall, both lighter brown. There is 1 male and 1 female juvenile. The young male is a dark brown with a light brown patch on his chest. The young female is a light golden brown and absolutely gorgeous in color. We usually see them all together as a family unit, or the 2 males going out together. Looks as if hunting, possibly because they have both been on the deer trails, or the gravel and dirt roads to cross the area. They are all very curious. They have been known to walk up close, within 50 yards or so, whooping and chirping to me and my fiancé. We have had a blast seeing them and getting them used to us being in the area. We have built a cabin down in the holler of the ridge. This cabin in the woods is set next to a gorgeous place set between creek branches, but in a way that we can get a vehicle to the door. We started first seeing the male, and I was nervous because it isn't too far where I'd seen the 2 Dogmen fighting originally. Shortly after we got to seeing the full family, they'd check out the truck or look in the windows at night to see if we were cooking. There for a while, my fiancée was scared of them, and then she realized that they were just curious. It has been amazing to see the young ones playing around in the creek on hot summer days. The big male lying in the cool mud, with the big female laid up in the shade while the 2 youngsters playing, splashing and rolling in mud, and even throwing mud. Once, the young male ran up behind me while I was fixing a tree stand that was sitting in the bed of my Chevy 2500. He scared me with the loud steps, running up behind me. Then he let out a rather strange whoop, almost as if he said boo. As he said woo, I jumped around, startled, and the young one was standing there, laughing like a little fat feller who would be holding his stomach. Kinda like a backwoods Satan-style laugh. I laughed at him and said, "You little shit." The big male walked up and grunted towards him. He waved and ran away. My fiancée had stepped out on the porch when she had heard the sound and waited to see them some more, since it's been the second time that morning that they'd been around. She's seen me and the big male standing only 10 yards away from each other. He dwarfed me. I seen her face, and it showed she was nervous, if not scared. It was a bit shocking to see him so up close, to have been close enough to smell his musky aroma. Last weekend, I noticed he got a new open wound on his chest. It was 4 big claws down his burly, leathery chest. We left some fruit that was going bad out for him, so he could get to it a bit easier, so he'd heal up, because it showed me that he would protect the area. This weekend, we went up again, but didn't hear them or see them anywhere. I was honestly kind of worried that something happened to him, and that the family would be in trouble. So I kept looking for them that Friday night, not seeing them all night long. The next morning, my fiancé and I got up and had breakfast. We went hunting up the ridge just a ways and had a wonderful day together. We always have been side by side. Her love of hunting just made her so much more attractive to me. I honestly am the luckiest man in the world to have her as my partner. Saturday evening, we got back down to the camp, and we noticed something had been through the leaves all around the camp. It gave us a bit of hope that they're all okay. We had then gotten ready for supper, started cooking as the sun was setting. In New River, it gets pitch black dark in just a few moments. My fiancé had stepped out to the porch to go grab me a bottle of Jack out of the truck, and I heard the door open on the truck. I heard it slam as she came running through the door, and I dropped everything, and I hurried to make sure that she's okay. And she was standing there saying that she thought our big male neighbor was coming up the creek bed towards us. So we decided to turn the camp stove down so we could step outside to watch him approach. So as we are standing there, I light a cigarette and hand it to my fiance. As I light my own, I realized he is walking kind of weird and not sounding good. His normal strong, crisp sounding grunts are sounding more deep and raspier. I take the bag of fruit out the back truck, and we walk down closer to the creek bed. We creep back up the creek bank towards camp. As we are, the critter is coming closer to me, not knowing I stepped into a hole where one of the young ones had grabbed a clump of mud and thrown it. I hit the ground hard as I was stepping backwards, and I stood back up, quickly trying not to spook the Bigfoot with my pain groan. My fiance turned and helped me back to my feet, but as she turned her back from the animal, my heart sank as I seen the deep pitch black wolfman that had won the fight before with the brown wolf. He starts picking up pace towards us, and in that moment, I jumped to my feet. I told my fiance to run, that I'd hold it off as long as I could. Its massive body jumps through the creek, still at an incredible speed, and so I put myself between the beast and I and my old lady, the love of my life. I couldn't let anything happen to her, so I am putting myself in front, charging him, yelling this primal roar I never knew I had from the deepest place of my soul. The wolfman breaking out of the water on a full sprint towards me, as I have gotten his attention now. I draw a Bowie knife out of this sheath my grandfather had left over from the Vietnam War. At this moment, knowing I'm going to die as he would destroy me, all of a sudden, there is a roar from the top of the hill. Standing proud, the young female was roaring and beating her chest as the wolf stops. So do I, to see the new creature trying to enter the fray. My fiancé stops on a dime, and she was staring at me with tears in her eyes as I realized that she has the hunting rifle from the bed of the truck. The wolf starts to snarl and growl. He realizes he's in trouble, and he bats me away onto my back. My fiancé takes a shot and shoots him. The shot goes into the chest, but it barely grazes him, as my fiancé comes running up to me and having another gun with her, handing it to me. We realized that the young female and young male standing across the creek had started throwing rocks at the wolfman. I start backing up slowly towards my fiancé as the big male bursts from the thicket and clears the creek in one jump, and the massive male standing between us and the wolfman. He is roaring and beating his chest. The wolf then starts running again. The big male Bigfoot and the alpha wolfman hit into this devastating brawl. The wolf clawing and slashing the big male, proudly standing there. He grabbed the wolf by the throat and held him back as the two youngsters are pelting the wolfman with rocks. The male swinging its massive large arms down on the wolf and dropping it to its knees. But as that's going on, the wolf slashes the Bigfoot's legs, dropping him to his knees. The Bigfoot and wolfman both being dropped to their knees, and as the Bigfoot hits its knees, it lets out a pained bellow. The wolfman jumps on top of him. Then, one of the other Bigfoot swings a down tree and smashes the wolfman right in the head. As it flips backwards, she swings, breaking the log across its stomach. He jumps and runs away, the female making a delicate chirping and clicking as she kneels down to the male, the young ones across the creek to reunite with the two larger family members. My fiancé is running to my side, wrapping me in a hug and holding me, saying thank God. The big male getting his bearings standing up from the ground and about 10 yards away from me. He looks at me and does this light chirping and clicking toward me, cocking his head like a dog would, seeing if I was okay. The whole family standing there in front of us, while me, my fiancé, and the entire family of Bigfoot all let out this huge ringing roar together. It was kind of like a victory roar. Then they slowly make their way back up the hill to the top of the ridge where I believe their cave is located. Me and my fiance head back to the cabin and get back inside. She checks me out, wraps up my ribs as we load the truck in record time. We leave out of there in the jacked 2500 Chevy. Fiance holding my hand, saying that she's so proud of me and is just thankful that I'm okay. And we got to tearing down the mountain every bump, reminding me of my bruised ribs. I thanked her for coming back for me, and we get to the main road. She leans over, gives me a kiss, and we get the hell out of Dodge. Hey guys, What Lurks Beneath here. I hope you enjoyed this really cool Dogman versus Bigfoot story. I know it might have been a little difficult to listen through just because of how the story was sent in kind of shambles, so I had to slightly reformat it. But hopefully it's written in a way you can generally get the message across. Again guys, if you like my content, be sure to leave a like, subscribe, leave a comment, and I'll see you all in the next video. I have been hesitant on posting any story, mainly due to the fact I don't want anyone ever thinking that I, or the person that the story is about, is crazy. Although saying this actually happened sounds very cliche, but I can assure you the following stories are true. Now, before I begin the first story, just a bit of background on me. I am an intern for a church that does work on Navajo reservation site, helping the community on people's homes. You know, like roofing repair, repainting, and interior fixing. 8 to 5, with good pay and nice people. So overall, I'm happy with this. And as a bit of a disclaimer, I'm not trying to offend any Navajo tradition in any way. This is just a first-hand story on what is currently happening on my trip. Over the past 2 months of my internship, I have begun to grow fairly close with some of the residents on the res. One lady in particular that I got to know pretty well was the superstitious type. Like I said, never be outside at night or other random seeming things to me. But the biggest taboo I knew to never mention, mainly because I was told by my superiors, like said never be outside at night, or other random seeming things to me like that. But the biggest taboo I knew was to never mention, mainly because I was told by my superiors, was Navajo folklore like skinwalkers. However, one day it was very different in the sense that the question was just burning within me. I was on my lunch break after wrapping up painting parts of her house, and she sits next to me on her porch, and we talk for a while, but I finally feel comfortable enough to ask her about any folklore, about werewolves, or anything of that sorts. I didn't really expect a response. I thought maybe she'd quickly say no, and then change the topic, but if anything, I was more scared I may offend her. But, to my surprise, she turns her head, looking toward the outside scenery, hesitates, but then says, "Yes, I know some, and I've experienced it too." She proceeds to tell me a description on the apparent equivalent to a werewolf. To paraphrase, she said, "Werewolves look like normal people, but masked in white paint, covering their face, arms, and chest. Their whole body as white as a corpse, covered with black symbols, quite possibly related to devil worshipping. More specifically, they are gravediggers and necromancers as well. They dig bodies up only to steal jewelry, although they may perform other acts to corpses," as she quickly strayed away from going into too much detail about that. Werewolves also get their power from the devil. That is how they are able to possess such supernatural strength and endurance. I was surprised to hear this, although I figured werewolves wouldn't look anything like that in Twilight or Scooby-Doo maybe. Although deep down, even though I thought she sounded a bit crazy, before I could ask more questions about these werewolves, she began to tell me her own interaction with these supernatural beasts, and her story gives me chills. She explained that one day, her and her husband were driving on the curvy roads alongside the mountains, only to find a woman with her face covered by her hands and was kneeling in the middle of the road, appearing as though she was crying. The woman looks up towards the car's headlights to reveal the very same white paint and sacrificial symbols mentioned previously. Her husband honked his horn and quickly slams on the brakes, only to be too late, and hears the loud cracking sound of the woman's bones and the splash of blood all over the windshield. Once her and her husband stop the car safely and processed what the hell just happened, they quickly run over to the spot where they hit the woman. However, once they reached the spot, there was no body. But not only that, there was no trace of blood either. Just as a side note, this part of the res had some cliffs, but it was relatively flat land, so it would be obvious to tell where someone is, especially if they just got hit by a car. Puzzled by what the possible explanation could be for this odd occurrence, her and her husband drove back home, trying to neglect the thought that they had just witnessed a werewolf. However, being the non-paranormal believers they were at the time, they tried to just close this occurrence off as them just losing their minds. As interesting as her story was, this got me thinking, is it possible for this werewolf story to be true? Or is this her own way of describing a skinwalker or other supernatural phenomenon because she didn't think I knew what a skinwalker was? This question just kept circulating through my head. So as you could expect, the following nights made it harder for me to sleep comfortably. Because of that, during the workdays I would feel more and more mentally drained, almost paranoid. At the end of the week, around 6, I was sitting in the car driving back to the church site and was in the mental state of mind where I was half awake and half asleep. My buddy was driving and claimed that he wanted to pull over to the gas station that was near the church just to grab a couple of snacks to munch on during our debrief time in our cabin. Since I was too tired to argue, I said fine and laid my face against the window and tried to doze off while waiting for my friend. However, I had the weirdest feeling that I was being watched. So naturally, I opened my eyes and looked out the window. I saw nothing. However, when I turned my head, out of the corner of my eye, I thought I saw a white figure, just as the woman described previously. I looked back and nothing was there, but I swear I saw something. Since it was beginning to get darker outside, I quickly sat up in my seat to readjust my vision. But when I looked back out the window, it was almost as though the figure had vanished. Perplexed, I stepped outside the car and looked around, but there was no trace of a creature even existing. My buddy comes back to the car and questions what the hell I was doing, debating on whether or not I should tell him. I decided to just say, "Oh, I'm just getting some fresh air. Let's head out." The following days have been even worse for me. My mood is getting worse. I'm feeling way more paranoid that something is out there. And at night, I can almost swear that I hear a scream in the distance. Everything outside just looks 100 times scarier too, because there's barely any outside lights besides the moon. So everything has more of an exaggerated appearance. But believe me, I know I sound crazy. But the worst part is that if I tell anyone, they'll think I'm crazy too. So I've been debating whether or not I actually saw the werewolf that the lady described, or if it was just my tired eyes maybe playing tricks on me. I hope someone can find some sort of answer to this werewolf mystery. Also, if you have any similar paranormal stories like this, please share. I'm trying my best to be more aware about this, and if I find anything in the future, I will update you on my encounters or any other odd discovery. Hi. I just wanted to write into you about an experience I've had recently with these so-called dogmen. It's really changed my way I view the world, and nonetheless terrifying. I feel like once you run into these things, it draws them to you. This happened to me just back in spring, back when it was still pretty wet outside and hadn't really gotten hot just yet. I live out in a much more rural area of the world. We have roughly 94 acres surrounding us, full of timber, thick brush, and a big creek that runs throughout. I was on my way back one night from a friend's party to my house when I began to feel a strange feeling pulling up into my house. Now, quick note before I go into any further details. When I was a little kid, we had a poltergeist at the house I grew up at. A very aggressive poltergeist that caused a lot of harm to my parents and I. I remember I would always know when it was in the room with me because I could feel the evil presence of this thing. This is the same evil presence I felt around my house. I sat there in the car looking around. Things felt different. I wasn't quite sure what was going on, but whatever this was felt different. I slowly got out of my car and began walking towards the door, carefully. It was fairly dark outside considering it had been long after sundown. I don't remember the exact time. Before my hand could reach the handle to put the key in, I heard a deep, low guttural growl. I froze in place, slowly looking over my shoulder in the direction that it came from. It was nothing like anything I had ever heard before, but it did sound canine-like. It reminded me of a huge wolf, especially after growing up in the woods and hearing various animal noises. The growl continued on for a few seconds. I was so scared I was fumbling with the keys. It really felt like I was dropped into an 80s horror film. I really did think I was going to die right there on the spot. I was sure any second the thing making this sound was going to pounce upon me and devour me whole, right where I stood. The growl sounded as though the creature was standing only feet away from behind my car. I refused to look out of fear of what I would see. It sounded so close. Whatever it was had to have been humongous. The bass alone in its growl, I could feel it throughout my entire body. I have never been so afraid. Until a few moments later, when I began to hear heavy, slow steps coming towards me. It was moving in quickly. I know because its strides had to have been enormous with how close it had gotten to me so quickly. By the time I plunged my keys in and had turned them and opened my door, this thing had to have been directly behind me. Once I was inside, I have no idea what was behind me because I simply never looked, and I refused to. I never heard any sounds the rest of the night. I've lived in this house for a few years now and haven't felt any weird feelings or seen anything out of the ordinary. I've tried to look online for anything, and everything seems to point me in the direction of what's called a dogman, just based off the growling and the horrible feelings of fear. I wasn't doing anything out of the ordinary that night either. When I had left my home in the evening, all was fine and quiet, as it usually is. With 94 or so acres surrounding you, you often hear a lot of wildlife and the occasional deer, but I've never felt anything like what I did that night. I've never seen anything weird out in the wilderness, nor have I heard anyone encountering anything strange. Like I said before, I've lived at this property a few years and we do get a lot of critters out here, but not what that thing was. There ain't nothing big enough out here to growl as loud as that thing sounded. I swear it could have been the size of a moose. Its presence alone terrified me, but what really scares me is how helpless I felt. It's like it was letting me know that it could have easily gotten me, and there is nothing I could have done. I felt like it left a mark on me. I don't know how to explain it. So, I was throwing some rotten tomatoes close to the tree line because I'm too lazy to walk down there and dump them. I threw one that came close to hitting the trees, and that's when I saw movement about 5 feet above the ground. Not really leaves or branches moving, more like a shadow moving, if that makes any sense. I stood completely still and just listened to what I thought was breathing. I thought maybe it was possibly wind doing something weird going through the leaves, but to me it sounded like breathing. I continued to stand there, focusing on the spot where the shadow had moved, and saw what looked like a pointy ear, not ears. I couldn't see the other half. First thought was that it looked like a big dog, but from what I could see, which wasn't much, I threw the final bad tomato in that direction and saw the shadow move quickly back, followed by 2 to 3 heavy steps, and that's it. I just stood there thinking, nah, I'm just tired from work, go to bed. This happened about 4 weeks ago, shortly before my vacation. While on my vacation, I kept thinking about what the hell that was, and tried to do some quick research while relaxing poolside, and kept coming across Dogman sightings. Upon my return, nothing more has happened. No shadows, no moving, no growling, or any other stuff people report when encountering this thing. I don't really know what to think. I'm hoping if it was something, it moved on. I work full-time and do a lot of side projects, and have kids in sports, so I'm pretty much a walking zombie. I still just can't shake that feeling that what I saw was just not my imagination. If anything, I will set up some game cams and I guess have some deer hunting and possibly an audio recorder. I know it's kind of lengthy, but I just needed to get this off my chest and maybe get some advice from anyone out there who has experienced something similar. If it was just me living here, I wouldn't really care about just one measly encounter, but my boys, they play outside, and I really wouldn't want anything to happen to them, knowing that something this size is potentially roaming around. I had stayed at my friend's place by Lansing for a couple of weeks and decided to take off and head towards the shore of Lake Michigan, up through Petoskey and over the Upper Peninsula. It was dark by the time I got to Pentwater, a small resort town on the shore of Lake Michigan in the western part of the state. I was kind of confused at a stop sign and lurched to a stop, started and stopped. I looked up and there was a police officer, stopped over to my right. I decided to make a right turn and then turn into a neighborhood. I made my way back to the main road and took a right. As I turned back on the main road, I saw a small hill going up into a wooded area on the left. I saw some sort of animal in the grassy area between the road and the trees. I thought to myself, oh cool, I'm going to see some wildlife, like a possum or a badger or something. But as I got near it, it seemed to move in a very unnatural way for an animal like that. Sort of too fast and too jerky as it ran to the side, and then down the hill. It appeared to be brown and reddish tobacco colored, and furry. It looked much larger, too. More like a human size. After I passed it, I looked up in my rearview mirror. The animal had stood up on its hind legs and ran across the street, leaning over with its front arms hanging down. Classic werewolf type horror movie pose. I had been planning on camping out in that area, but now, no way. I drove over 2 hours before I stopped after that. I am an outdoorsman. I'm very experienced in hunting, camping, hiking, and general survival. I'm very familiar and used to all kinds of wildlife, and I was charged by what I believe was a cryptid called the Dogman. It charged me and my cousin. It was not a bear. A bear cannot move how it did. And it was not a normal wolf, as they can't comfortably run on two legs. Whereas what charged us seemed natural at doing that. I can elaborate further if you wish. This happened back around June or July of 2007, I believe. I was around 17 years old and more cocky then, but still somewhat knowledgeable of the outdoors around me. My family used to own a cabin in northwestern Wisconsin. I basically grew up there in the summer. I knew the woods well, but at night it was wise to stay in the cabin, or at least by the bonfire by the beach, just because of bears, wolves, and cougars. One of the creepiest things was, if you were having a bonfire, the tree line was visible from the fire pit and beach, and at night, you always felt like you were being watched from that tree line. But during the day, the woods always seemed normal, not so creepy at all. That is, until this incident. So this happened somewhere between midnight and 3 in the morning. Me and my cousin were having an airsoft battle. I was in full woodland camo. He was not. I retreated onto the ATV trail into the woods for a tactical advantage, and our battle took us about 200 meters in, to about a third of the way up the trail. We had enough at this point and were standing at the edge of a clearing on the trail, talking, and he was maybe 10 feet from me, when I decided to mess with him. I shushed him and said, "We're being watched." He froze. Then I realized the woods were dead quiet, and I got spooked and started scanning the tree line and the other edge of the clearing from left to right when I saw it. Its teeth gave it away. It was panting and staring at my cousin. I don't expect you to believe me, but what I saw was a wolf as big as a black bear, at least 300 pounds. But it wasn't normal. This wolf was on 2 legs, crouching next to a tree, with its arm grasping the tree, grasping with a clawed hand. It had reddish-brown fur. I told my cousin that, "We have to go." And the next thing I know, he is sprinting, and I look back at Wolfie, who had locked on and sprinted a few steps on 2 feet. And then I turned and I ran, when it looked like Wolfie was dropping to all 4s. This thing charged us and sounded right on our asses, barreling through the brush. But for whatever reason, let us go when we broke out of the tree line and headed for the cabin. What stuck with me the most was the sheer size. Wolfie appeared to be nearly 7 feet tall when upright, and that where it should have had the front paws, it appeared to have large clawed hands. Now I'm not sure how to explain it away rationally. I have heard wolves will occasionally kind of walk upright, but as far as I know, they can't sprint on 2 legs. Nor do wolves even get that big. And black bears more waddle on 2 legs. The closest description is silly. A werewolf or dogman. Thank you for reading. I believe my town has something like 247 people in it. Everybody knows everybody. Weird things have happened before, like animals being slaughtered or going missing, that sort of thing. Naturally, we chalked it up to coyotes or other critters. See, I'm an avid hunter, so I was heading out to the woods with my bow, a fully decked out Matthews Creed. I got out a little earlier than usual, so it was still pretty dark. I've never minded the woods before, so all I planned on doing was relaxing in my stand for a while, as I didn't feel like stalking today. It's not too far away from daylight, so the birds and other wildlife are starting to make their morning calls. Usually pretty peaceful, right? I swear to God, in the span of a second, everything in that patch of woods shut up at the exact same time. Dead silence. It didn't even try to be subtle. That alone scared the piss out of me. So naturally, my scared self froze and just listened for anything. My first thought was, oh shit, something's out here with me. Which freaked me out even more. Then I started to think maybe it was just a bear or a bobcat, which was still terrified to meet up with, but at least gave me a logical answer. I figured I could hear a bear coming, but I knew big cats were renowned for stalking people without their knowing, which scared the daylight out of me. I decided to keep moving towards my stand, post up, and just point my bow down the tree. After what seemed like forever, I freaking made it. I shuffled up the stand, pulled out my knife, just in case, and just listened. Dawn was definitely breaking now, which made me feel much better. Still though, no sounds of wildlife, which was getting more and more eerie by the second. Now, my stand is perched on the side of a creek. The creek wasn't very deep, like maybe to the top of your ankle. About the only sound I could hear was the slight noise of running water. Then I hear something to my right, and it is running fast. I instantly raise my bow and wait, shitting my pants in the moment. It's getting louder and louder and closer. I almost screamed when I saw this bastard. It literally looked like something out of the movie Dog Soldiers, only a little bit more muscular. This thing busted through the brush, ran down the slope and through the creek, then disappeared on the other side. I've seen some stuff, let me tell you, but I was shaking like a newborn baby. I didn't ease off my drawstring for like 10 minutes, which, for those of you who don't know, is an incredibly long time to hold the bow, FYI. I mean, this thing was huge, like 6'5" to 7'5", 250 pounds of just no. And I've seen bears and the like before. They do not run like that. Anyway, after that, the sun really started to show and the birds began chirping again. I had calmed myself down after a while, so I noped out of there in a hurry. While I was terrified at the time, it's definitely going to be one of my coolest memories to look back on. I'm just going to move my stand and hopefully hunt elsewhere. My name is Ronald. I'm 20 years old and I live near a small town in Lyn County, West Virginia. My family and I originally lived in Jacksonville, Florida during my childhood, but we eventually moved up north because we couldn't handle the humidity and oncoming hurricanes. Now, what I'm about to tell you guys is 100% true, and I swear upon my life that what I've experienced is something I will never forget. It was last autumn, on August 27th, 2017, when my experiences first began. It was a Saturday evening, between 6:30 and 7:30 p.m., I think it was. I was driving home from taking an incredibly long drive. I drove from my home to the town of Wayne, then past Tulsa and Louisa, and finally as far as Chapmansville. I guess I drove way too far for my liking. Anyway, it was getting dark and eventually found my way home in the form of a road called 8th Street that led me to Mount Union Road. It was the road that took me straight to the house of one of my dad's friends, Ezra, where there was this road called Walnut Gap Road, and that was where it takes me home. Now, on this road, there's a blind curve next to an old, abandoned white church, in which I always slow down on before driving around the curve, just to make sure nobody was going to come flying around the corner that night. Now, right as soon as I do that, there's a 6-foot ledge on the left side of the road where some small trees have fallen over, whereas on the other side, there's a steep hillside that has a path cleared through the thick underbrush where deer like to hide in. And right at that same spot is where my first encounter happened. Just as I slowly drove around the corner, I saw this thing step onto the road on all fours. When I first saw it, I thought it was a 500-pound male black bear because it was roughly the same size as one, and we do tend to have a few roaming around where I currently live. But then I noticed that it was actually more like a wolf because it had a long, bushy tail and pointed ears and a canine-like snout, and the same body shape as a wolf with jet black hair and glowing amber-colored eyes. By the time it stepped out onto the road, the wolf had turned its head towards my direction and stared right at me. I was ecstatic at first to actually see a wolf in the wild, but at the same time I realized that there was something rather off about this thing, about my encounter. There shouldn't be a wolf out there this big. In fact, the more I think about it, there shouldn't even be any wolves out here in West Virginia anymore, since the timber wolves that once lived in these woods were killed off. Was the state government secretly using conservation efforts to repopulate wolves here in the state? Did a pack of wolves escape from a wildlife sanctuary and somehow found their way here? If so, then how did this get so freaking huge? Not only did the wolf's abnormal size catch my attention, so did the look in its eyes. They looked different from what I've seen in the eyes of any canine I know of. They looked much more intelligent than anything of any animal I've seen. Whatever theory I've had to support any rational explanation for this unusual sighting were immediately shot away when this creature did something that I'll never forget for the rest of my life. Something that still haunts my very soul to this day. When we both stared at one another, even while I'm inside of my car, I heard what sounds like bones popping loudly, and to my absolute shock, I watched this wolf place its hand on top of my car hood, raise itself off the ground, and stand up on two legs. Yeah, you heard me right. It wasn't a paw it placed on my car hood. It was a hand. When the wolf stood up and my headlights hit it square on, that's when I got a really good look at this thing. It was easily 8 feet tall, easily, and weighed roughly around 600 to 650 pounds or more. As I said, it was covered in jet black hair that seemed quite feral in my opinion, as if it hasn't been cleaning himself that much. And it also had a long bushy tail and 2 glowing amber yellow eyes. To my shock, it was more than a wolf standing on its hind legs. It had a human-like torso from the waist up that appeared pretty muscular, with broad shoulders and long forearms, longer than those of normal human beings. I could see the muscles of this Wolfman pulsating with each breath it took, especially with the headlights lighting it up. It also had these dexterous hands that looked almost like raccoon hands, but with more elongated fingers and long jet black claws at each fingertip. They looked like they could be used to easily manipulate any kind of prey in its clutches, and they looked like they could easily rip me to shreds. Or maybe they can do more than just that. The hind legs resembled more of those of a dog or a wolf. They were haunched. This I can easily tell you because they bent backwards and had these massive paws for feet, from the looks of which it was standing on its toes more than its feet. It had a massive head similar to that of a wolf or a large German shepherd, but much bigger in proportion, with pointed ears and tufts of fur at the tip of each ear, as well as a long muzzle with these great, big fangs gouging out at the front of its snout. To be honest with you, the fangs had a very eerie resemblance to those of a saber-toothed cat, but the rest of it just looked like a werewolf. But the eyes were the one thing, the only thing about my encounter that night that I'll never forget. And even writing about it to you all right now sends a bone-chilling fear down my spine. As I've said to you prior, the eyes looked extremely intelligent, far smarter than any animal I've come to know in my neck of the woods. But they also held a feeling that told me I was looking into the eyes of something that just spelled evil out of them. Finally, I gained this overwhelming sense of dread after seeing it walk to my side of the car on two legs, slowly bent down to level its eyes with mine, and I froze in pure, unadulterated terror when it used its hand to jiggle the door handle to try and open my car door. Fortunately, all the doors to my car were locked and every window was closed. But this still horrified me to a point where I couldn't even breathe. This Wolfman, as I previously referred to it as, gave out a grunt and actually frowned at me for a few seconds before standing back and walking to the other side of my car, and it jiggled the other door handle adjacent to the passenger side. Whatever this thing was, it was intelligent enough to know what a doorknob, or in this case, a door handle, is for. At this point, I was absolutely shaking in my seat with the same fear still latched onto my soul. Have you ever been through an experience in your life where, even though you've known all your life that you're an apex predator, you find yourself going out into the wilderness alone, and you suddenly feel so weak, so vulnerable, so helpless in the eyes of such a beast like this? That's exactly how I felt in the time of my encounter. I felt like this thing, a creature that shouldn't even exist, yet was standing right there in front of my car, was the true ruler of the forest, and we humans were nothing compared to what it can really do. It could have easily ripped the doors off my car and pulled me out. It could have caught up to me if I tried to escape, and even if I tried to scream for help, it wasn't going to help me because I knew how powerful this predator was, even if I didn't know it yet. Just by looking at the Wolfman, I knew a human being wouldn't have stood a chance, and I knew that it knew that I knew. I honestly thought I was going to die, that my family and my friends would never see me again, that they would never know what was happened to me, or how I was killed or eaten alive by something that nobody else believes exists, and that there was nothing I could do about it. However, none of that ever happened. It was as if God himself was watching over me that night, protecting me from the malevolent beast that was circling me. Instead of attacking me head on, the Wolfman bared its teeth at me and let out an extremely deafening snarl before walking around the front side of my car, crossing the road on its hind legs in just 2 steps. The encounter didn't end there, though. By the time it crossed the road, it paused for a couple of seconds before it slowly turned around to look at me one last time. As soon as it did that, I could have sworn right then and there that it wasn't alone. I looked over its shoulders and I could see multiple pairs of eyes staring directly at me. I knew they were of the same creature as the first one because they held the same eye shine and gave off the same growls. I estimate that I saw at least 5 other pairs of eyes staring at me. 3 of them were low on the ground on all fours. The other 2 were standing upright. But they didn't reveal themselves out of the darkness like the first one did. In my opinion, I think he might have been the alpha male of his pack. If you all think encountering one werewolf-like creature was terrifying enough, imagine how I felt when I saw there was more than one. With that scary thought, I snapped out of my trance and decided to get the hell out. I slammed hard on my accelerator, and I bolted away and drove out of there like a bat out of hell. I'm not pulling your leg here, but the distance from right where I was when I saw those things to my home, I literally arrived home and pulled into the garage in just 1 minute. By the time I arrived, I was in tears. I've never felt that scared before in my entire life, and not only that, that was the first time I've cried that much in a long time. My parents were concerned about the state I was in and asked me what had happened. I basically told them everything that transpired just before I pulled in. Now, I may have made up different stories and stuff before, but that was only when I was little, and whatever I've experienced wasn't a joke. I told them the whole truth with honesty, but terror in my voice. But, of course, they didn't believe me. They just assumed what I saw could have been a black bear, and driving after dark like that makes your mind play tricks on you. But this wasn't a trick I saw. I was 19 at the time, but I respected the DUI, so I wasn't drunk while driving home that night. I wasn't dreaming off this incident, nor was I hallucinating it. It wasn't even a simple misidentification. I know what I saw, and there's no doubt in my mind that it was real. After this encounter, it's affected me so much that I was forced to isolate myself from everybody I know, including my family and friends, for a little over a month or two, but I eventually broke out of my shell and got back into my social life again. However, I took this time to do some intense research on what I saw, and that's when I came upon the Dogman phenomenon for the first time. According to several eyewitness testimonies, people have reported seeing the exact same creature all over the U.S. and even in some remote parts of the world. This in turn filled me with relief, knowing that I wasn't alone, that there are people out there who swear on their lives, and even to this day, and what they saw out there were real. They're not a haunting part of humanity's imagination, like we all believe them to be. Monsters do exist in this world, and this fact alone makes us realize how small our world really is. To me, it makes me wonder that if a pack of werewolf-like creatures can exist, then what else could be out there lurking in the shadows, watching us with intelligent eyes, waiting for us to prove their existence in man's world? So, this is the first time I'm actually sharing this experience with anyone, and it's taken me quite a while to be able to tell it, because ever since it happened, I haven't been the same. I don't sleep as well, I have constant nightmares, and have been generally getting more ill, and just being traumatized. My brother as well, with whom it occurred. Last summer in July, I was visiting my brother, who happens to live in northern Michigan, in a town called Rapid City. The place itself is pretty close to the Traverse State Forest area, in which a long road runs through it, called Supply Road. This road has thick forests and brush on both sides with occasional farms. We had went down south, to a lake which is only about a 30-minute drive from where he lived at the time. He wanted to show me around the area and the lake itself, and have some fun with photography. It was about 9 p.m. when we finally decided to call it a day, and it was pretty dark at this point anyway. On the way back, we're both like, fuck it. Let's drive through the Traverse State Forest area for a more scenic route, even though it is out of the way. We both loved the woods and going through scenic routes, and I loved getting to see new parts of Michigan. As we pulled onto Supply Road, it didn't seem more than 7 or so minutes before we had our experience with whatever the hell it was we saw. Going north on this road, on the left side of the road is about 10 or so feet of clearing with just dirt and grass before it hits thick brush and trees. It was a little after 9 p.m. at this point, and as we're driving, since I'm in the passenger seat, I noticed this large black-like dog on the side of the road, but something wasn't right. It looked like it was crouched down, just as a human being would, waiting to jump out or something. It wasn't looking over in our direction, but you could tell its head was absolutely canine-like. As we got closer and the lights actually started to shine on it, it immediately turned its head towards and stood up, as it made this horrible hissing sound. I don't know how else to describe it. Both my brother and I turned sheet white at this point and had slammed on our brakes. About 30 feet away from us on the side of the road standing was this, I don't even know what to call it. I want to say werewolf because that's the only thing that really describes what it looked like. Maybe it was a skinwalker. I don't know. This beast had piercing, sharp yellow eyes that for some reason didn't reflect at all when the lights hit them, but they just almost seemed to glow on their own, which was creepy in and of itself. This thing had a longer snout and very pointed ears and was massive. When it hissed at us, you could see how sharp and massive its teeth were and how fast it stood up and scared us both, as we had startled this thing. It honestly looked like something out of a horror movie, and if CGI actually looked real. We had our windows rolled down the way home, and we smelled what I can only describe as if you mixed garbage, decaying flesh, and wet dog together. We didn't really smell it until after it had stood up, and we had slammed on our brakes. This thing was about 8 or 9 feet, I would say, with a humongous build. This thing wasn't bulky per se, but it was big, and was extremely lean. It looked like an extremely masculine and lean human male body. I didn't see any genitalia. This thing was very shaggy and hairy, with finger-like claws, like pretty much you'd see in a typical werewolf movie. I didn't get a chance to stare at the feet or anything, as I was motionless, staring. We only got to stare at it for what seemed like a few seconds before it let out this horrible scream that shook me and my brother to the core. It immediately started to pace towards our truck aggressively, with its claws outstretched and baring its teeth, as if ready to kill. Me and my brother screamed at the top of our lungs, and he floored it as hard as he could. He literally sped all the way home, and we didn't say a word the rest of the way. We didn't sleep at all that night, and I haven't been the same person ever since. What I saw that night terrified me so bad, and I'm sharing this with people because I hope they can educate themselves and know what's out there. If you do encounter this, get help, and don't fear or worry about people ridiculing. This is something that happened to my husband and I a good 9 or so years ago. We had gone to watch a friend's band play and were headed home from downtown Dallas. I don't live in the metropolitan any longer, so not personal info. It was around 1 a.m, but we still had plans before I was expected home. So we headed to his apartment in one of the South Dallas suburbs. This is a pretty well-populated suburb, but by the time we got close to his apartment, the roads were pretty much empty. We exited the highway and turned onto the street that led to his apartment. But as soon as we passed the traffic light under the highway, we both saw it, plain as day. Stone cold sober and wide awake, we both saw a mother effing werewolf type creature exit a neighborhood street and calmly run in about 4 steps across a 4-lane road. It was about 75 yards in front of us, but it wasn't exactly the way I'd imagine a werewolf. It was entirely canine. No human features at all, except for the fact that it was on 2 legs. The legs were massive, and the thing was about 7 feet tall, but the arms reminded me of a T-Rex. They were small and clung to the dog, or creature. They seemed very useless if the thing were trying to attack something. The head was also odd. Besides being a typical dog color, so grayish black, the eyes were bright glowing yellow, even when there weren't headlights shining directly in them. It didn't look like the glow an animal gets from lights in their eyes anyway. But the thing that stood out to me the most was that the eyes were binocular like a fish. I saw the eyes clearly even though he was completely profiled to us. The road we were driving on had heavy trees to the right-hand side of us. When it came out, it was running but crossed this road in just a few steps. It was big enough and effortlessly fast enough to know that a human couldn't have dressed up and done this. There was an open field that it ran into. When my husband and I got to where the trees broke, we both turned our heads to look, but it was long gone by then. I think the only thing that was said was a quiet, "What the hell?" by me. More about what this thing looked like, though. It was more menacing than you could ever imagine. But to be honest, much less scary than what I would imagine a werewolf to look like. When it was running across the road, I didn't get the sense that it cared that we saw it, or that it was even trying that hard to cross before we got closer. I didn't feel fear as if we were threatened. Only a disbelief, really. And again, it's not like we were in a rural area by any stretch of the imagination. When we passed the tree line, his apartment complex was literally another 150 yards or so up the road. We hurried in and didn't exactly get to our plans. We basically just sat there in silence, trying to rationalize, I guess. Still to this day, I often think to myself, I mean, really, did this really happen? But as soon as I close my eyes and I think about it, those bright yellow eyes are still there, and they will never go away. I lived in a cottage in the woods in central Sweden for a few years, and late one night in the spring, I went outside to get firewood and heard something terrible. Growling, snarling, barking, gnashing of teeth. Something tearing through underbrush, snapping trees. I hadn't seen the movie at the time, but it was like the troll from the Norwegian film Troll Hunter. I grabbed my hatchet and ran downhill to the middle of my front yard to activate the motion-sensing floodlights that cast light across the whole yard and across the field to the woods on the far side, maybe 50 to 75 meters away. The sounds quieted, then resumed and increased in intensity, with roars and growls and more destruction. I saw saplings shake along the edge of the woods as whatever it was approached. I slid my hand up the hatchet head so I would be ready to strike in a panic, rather than using a more powerful and effective grip at the base of the handle. I also prepared to run back to the house. All of a sudden, a gray thing streaked out of the woods, loudly snarling. It was headed in a wide arc for the barn/woodshed, where the light was mounted. I started backpedaling, still gripping the hatchet tightly. It moved so fast I could hardly react. Within 2 of my steps, it had crossed the field, jumped a ditch, and passed between me and the barn, raced alongside it. It then crashed into the double-layered chicken wire fence of the chicken fen and disappeared behind the barn. I could hear more snarling and growling and underbrush noises as it continued on its rampage further and further away. Then I noticed another similar source of noise in the woods, where this one came from, moving through the woods on an interception course to the first monster thing. It, too, faded into the distance. How big was this thing? About as big as a medium to small dog. Its diminutive size compared to the volume and pitch of the sounds it was making was a huge surprise. And the poor lighting situation I had, it was very difficult to tell anything about the color, but I think it was mainly gray, with maybe a little bit of brownish tint. Hello. This is a 100% real encounter that I had one night. The encounter to this day still freaks me out a little bit, albeit the experience was short. This took place in Mira Loma, California. It happened about 13 years ago, when I was 17. I lived near a forested area near a highway above a hill. I was never the type to be scared easily. I'm not religious or superstitious, or anything like that to start things off. I generally keep to myself, and I always described myself as a strong, silent type. I tend to notice environmental changes in my surroundings more than most people, and keep on my own toes. Anyway, the experience was short and occurred roughly at 2 a.m. at night. It happened in front of my house, while most people were sleeping. I, being the nocturnal person I am, decided to go in front of my house and run laps back and forth from my house back to the chain link fence that went up the hill. It was about 100 feet back and forth, and I normally ran about 50 of these laps before I'd go back in. It wasn't a full moon that night. In fact, from what I remember, it was pitch dark, and there was an eerie feeling in the air. There was livestock in the area, and coyotes would come around once in a while, and I was familiar with all the sounds of the night, or so I thought. During my quick exercise routine, I was suddenly stopped by a sound that still sends chills down my spine to this day. I heard what sounded like a low pitch, but the source indicated that the animal making the sound was big and wolf-like. It struck me with fear and dread as I stopped running completely, cowering behind the car on the driveway. I thought perhaps it might have been a horse that resides around the property, making a weird noise, but then I heard it again, below the hill in the darkness. No, this was not a horse or wild pig, nor a coyote, at least to my knowledge. The sound of this low, bloodlusted growl was unlike anything I had ever heard, and I felt like it was targeting me. I normally do not feel scared, but in that moment, I couldn't muster any courage to take a peek down the hill. An instinct within me said do not do it, or you would regret it. I heard it again, and I knew it was aware of my presence. I was so curious to know where the sound was coming from, but the other part of me said to run towards the house and hide in your room. I felt the instinct to save myself was greater than curiosity, so I backed towards my door and hid in my room until daylight. I told the story to people, and they didn't believe me, or that I let my imagination run wild. But I know that whatever it was, it made me feel real fear, and that feeling doesn't happen to me often. A year or two later, I watched a movie that I felt really recreates the sound well, An American Werewolf in London. I still get nightmares just thinking about the sound it made. I know that it wasn't a farm animal or a coyote. Otherwise, I'm sure I'd have overcame my fear to get closer and examine the sound, but I know I'll never know for sure. So, when I was younger, 16 or 17 I think, I had an encounter with something strange in the forests near Danbury, Wisconsin. Background on me is that I'm 6'4" and athletic. I'm a hunter, camper, and martial artist. Generally, a survivalist. I was naive and didn't give nature the proper level of respect, and basically was a cocky teenager who felt invincible. Our cabin had been on Long Lake in Wisconsin. The whole area is forested for the most part. I was there on vacation with my cousin and grandparents. It was a nice and hot summer day, and we had decided to play airsoft. At the time, I took airsoft very seriously. I wore a full BDU Woodland with a camouflage mask even. My cousin just wore jeans and a shirt. We had a battle which I took into the woods where I felt comfortable. We were about 150 meters into the forest when we stopped. Then I decided to tease my cousin. I shushed him and said, "We're being watched." Jokingly, of course. Unfortunately, it turned out to not be much of a joke, because I immediately then noticed that the woods were dead quiet, which only happens when a large predator is around. I was on edge very quickly. Next, the feeling of being watched hit me so hard, I started scanning the surrounding area. Then, I saw it. The whitish teeth gave it away. What I saw was at the edge of a clearing about 40 meters from us, crouched and holding onto the tree with its left hand. It was panting and watching us with its ears up. It had reddish-brown hair and looked canine-like. In my head, it clicked as a werewolf. I said to my cousin, "We have to go," and he bolted. I still had my eyes on it when my cousin started sprinting. The creature then charged, but it ran on two legs for maybe 10 feet, then dropping to all fours. I turned and sprinted. I could hear it crashing through the woods behind us. Once back at the cabin, we discussed it, but it's still unclear if my cousin saw it. I told him I thought it was a bear, not to freak him out, but I know bears and it wasn't a bear. I started doing research on these things after my encounter, which brought me to many Dogman-related websites and forums. What I saw coincides with other people's sightings. I am now far better about respecting nature, and I am extremely cautious with forests. If I go into nature alone, I'm always armed, but I prefer to not be alone. Remember, those that are listening, always trust your senses. I met my best friend Ben when I was only 19. We started a degree in music together and had absolutely nothing in common, which we loved about each other. What shocked us was how in sync our childhoods had been. From being born 2 weeks apart to the age of 12, we shared a lot of experiences, even though we never met. I remember him telling me about a VHS he used to have with Huxley Pig and Quack Quack cartoons on it, saying how obscure it was and how I'd love it. I replied that I knew exactly which VHS he was referring to, and also still had a copy of it. This sort of thing happened a lot between us, so we liked to quiz each other from time to time. One night, when I was staying over at his house, we got on the topic of kids' ghost stories. I love creepy stories, but Ben hates them, so the conversation was slow. We started the usual stories, and the neighborhood spread. It was funny how many of our own town stories were actually the same for being opposite sides of the city and river, 10 miles from each other. The dilapidated places were always haunted. We had both heard about a one-eyed black cat nobody owns that watches kids play outside. The list of stories went on, as did the similarities. Ben got surprisingly into the discussion. So have you ever heard of this one story? Etc. To which I confirmed or told my town's slightly different version of the story. That's how the night progressed. After we exhausted the conversation, he ended with, "Even to this day, I'm still scared of Dogman. So please tell me you've heard about that." I profoundly remember being dumbfounded, saying I had no idea what Dogmen were. As far as I'm aware, the Dogman story is just in Ben's town. We tried looking on the internet, but Ben was too easily freaked out by pictures and scary stories that popped up as we searched. The Dogman phenomenon really grabbed my attention. Usually kids' ghost stories go into so much detail, like the color of the ghost's dress, or the exact way the hair hangs over the ghost's eyes. But there wasn't much information about Dogman. Details were vague. His words at the time were something like, "The older kids who were allowed out in the street told us about Dogman watching them, who stood around in the alleys at night, and the older kids were shamelessly scared to go when it got dark." Obviously it was thugs or druggies, I explained. But he was adamant. No, because they ran away when they noticed the kids watching them. They'd climb up the high walls of the back alley into people's backyards, really fast, without ever making a noise. The older kids wouldn't talk about it unless pushed. He said their feelings seemed too real to make it a joke. His childhood friend Wes claimed to have saw one too. The story goes that Dogmen would be found standing in small groups, or more often solitary, in the middle of an alley, looking for scraps of food, or better yet, for young children to eat. Ben seriously thinks he saw one with his mom one day walking back from stores. Apparently it was in a fenced-off area where a block of flats had been demolished only a few years before. At the opposite side of this land, he saw a skinny, hunched-back man cupping his hands full of water from a stream, which ran through the plot, washing his long, greasy hair. Almost ritualistically. Even though he didn't seem homeless, his face was quite far away to make out any details, but he swears something about the man wasn't human. I blame the child's imagination and exaggerated memories, but he swears it. He showed me the area that next morning. If he and his mother remember correctly, I have no idea why a homeless man would ever be around that area. I first met Wes a few weeks after the night I learned about Dogman, and didn't hesitate to ask for his first-hand account of it. It was the main reason I decided to meet him after all. His description was similar to Ben's, but his encounter was far more close up. Wes lived further from the local corner shop than Ben, and used to take a shortcut through an alley where he walked. The wheelie bins were out that day. He said he could hear a cat or dog or feeding on something discarded behind the bins. It happens a lot, and everybody knows to keep a distance so the dog won't get aggravated and attacked. But Wes said the dog didn't look right. He only got a quick glance before it ran behind a wall with a rotten roast chicken hanging out of its mouth. According to his memory, it was running more like a hyena than a normal dog, with its shoulders held much higher than its hips. The snout was too short, and the ears were more elven than a dog's. He can't remember if the creature had fur or not, but it definitely was more naked looking. Not long after, he overheard the older kids talking about Dogman, and realized what he saw. I like Wes. He has a doubting attitude akin to mine, and admitted his memory may have been influenced by the other kids' stories. It could have just been a normal dog struggling to carry a whole chicken away after being startled. The story lay dormant and not mentioned for months after I spoke to Wes. In that time I had moved away and had only managed to visit Ben 3 times since. The last time I met with him, we decided to go to the local takeaway in the early hours of the morning, and I got my very own encounter of what could have been a Dogman. Right on the same abandoned plot where Ben saw the homeless man bathing, there was a decent-sized fire burning. I can make out possibly 3 silhouettes huddled around the flames. Ben's area is pretty rough, so this isn't an unusual sight, but I don't know how to describe it. Those figures weren't moving naturally. My view wasn't great because Ben wouldn't move closer than we were, but I swear those silhouettes never stood completely upright. We watched them for about 5 minutes. They were hunched over with their backs to us, warming their gloved hands by the fire with their hoods up. I remember one of them moving closer to the fire while keeping its hands on the ground. It would have been easier to just stand and walk closer, but it shuffled awkwardly using its arms. Everything about their movements were indescribably awkward. I was so excited. It had to have been the Dogman. I didn't want them to spot us, so we left pretty soon after, but I forced Ben to visit the bonfire with me the next day. There was just a milk crate sat next to a charred circle on the ground. Nothing to prove these beings were inhuman. Strangely, there were bones amongst the smoldering papers and branches that had been burning the night before. We could make out sooty handprints where at least one of the persons had presumably crawled directly over the charred ground. The trail of handprints led away from the bonfire and faded after a couple of meters. That was all that was found. We walked away feeling slightly silly, laughing at how we had probably been stalking a trio of drunk tramps. However, Ben's realization unnerved us terribly. As the hand trail faded, he pointed out a large paw print becoming more and more prominent in the middle, fading handprints. Then it struck me why I found their gait so weird the night before. As the man had walked closer to the fire, he placed his feet in exactly the same spot where his hands had been. We stared in shock, not sure what to make of the trail. Then the yelps and growls of dogs fighting came from a bush uncomfortably close to us. I'm not ashamed to say we ran away. Maybe it was just a pack of dogs, I don't know. We didn't care to look, and I'm never going back there to find out. I know these sets of encounters and stories don't match the typical Dogman encounter, but I still thought these events would be interesting to share, as they might shed some light on the whole Dogman phenomenon. Thank you. Have a wonderful day. I was 9 years old when this happened. At this point, I still shared a room with my sister, and so my bed was on one wall with a big window on the opposite side. My sister's bed was right underneath that window. We were on the first floor of the house, but we live on a hill, so it's slanted and it's still pretty high. Anyway, I woke up one Saturday night feeling really thirsty. It was about 2 or so in the morning, and everyone else in my family was asleep. I was about to crawl out of my bed to go to the bathroom just down the hall when I looked at the window and froze. At the very bottom of the window, there was a really dark shape. It looked kind of like the top part of a Siberian husky's head. It was a big thing with 2 points that looked like ears on the top. I couldn't make out any other features, so while I was still scared, I just thought it was a reflection of the pillows at the end of my sister's bed. Then it moved. You know how dogs kind of twitch their ears and perk them up when they're trying to hear better? That's what this shape did. The 2 points that I took for ears twitched and then came back into place. And it wasn't subtle movement at all, so I knew it just wasn't a reflection. The whole Dogman story is really big here, and we live right in the woods, so I immediately thought of that. I got really scared, so I did the typical kid thing and pulled the covers over my head and went back to sleep without ever getting my water. In the morning, there was nothing outside the window. No marks on the side of the house, nothing. No evidence that there had ever been something there at all. The thing that really stumps me is wondering how anything would manage to stay up by a window that's 9 feet off the ground in the first place. Since I was 9, I do accept that it was possible, I just imagined it. I already knew the Dogman story, so maybe I was just scared to begin with, and that fear kind of manifested itself. At the same time, I really do believe that there was something outside my window. Dogman or not. This happened to me on July 2nd, 2015. While scanning the valley floor for sheep a mile from my house, I noticed 2 loping figures. Initially, I thought the figures were coyotes or stray dogs, but as the 2 figures neared an old, sunken vehicle, I realized that the things were about the size of the vehicle itself, nearly 8 feet long. No animal could be that big on the reservation. I watched the 2 figures until they disappeared into the woods, across the valley. It was starting to get dark, but the moon was bright enough, so I walked without a light. As I walked down the mountain, I heard something yelling. It was like a howl or a yell. I started to hurry, and then, when I got to my house, I locked the door and spent the night listening to the strangest sounds. I'm sure it was a Dogman. This happened to me last winter, and I haven't seen this creature since. I'm not quite sure if this thing moves around or possibly even migrates from area to area. I can say it's a predator I didn't know existed, and I keep a very close eye on my surroundings now, no matter where I go. Where I live is about 10 miles out of town. I have several old fields around my house from where the last people who lived here had horses and other livestock. Beyond the fields are woods, and these woods go on for miles. And if you go back far enough, the land goes down into a creek that runs along the area. There's a lot of deer out here too. Mostly does, but you do see the occasional buck or 2 from time to time. Like I said, mostly all doe. In fact, I pretty commonly see the same 20 or so doe that lives in the area about all the time. They bed down under a tree not far from my house out in the field. To give a little more detail about my house, it's a little older and larger, so it takes a lot to heat up, especially in the winter. In fact, because of where our wood stove is, it's not uncommon for us to go through 5 or so cords of wood every winter, and that's counting November to March. So we always try and prepare our wood well. Normally, since we have so much wood, I have a wood splitter set up in my woodshed, so I can do all my splitting and stacking right there. Once I get enough wood split and stacked, I try and keep the wood holder that's right in front of my house stocked full, so I don't have to make long trips out to the woodshed every time I need to put a log on the fire. I think this is a pretty common thing for most people who have wood stoves and rely primarily on wood stove heating. In the morning before I leave for work, I usually try and have my wood holder outside my front door, full of wood for my wife, so she doesn't have to go into our shed. But this particular morning I was running late, and I can't remember why. My wife had to make do with the small wood that was there, which was left over from the day before, and so it wasn't until I got home that evening that I got an earful, and I had to go out and make sure that she had plenty of wood for the following day, which was my bad. I usually like to keep it filled up just for her. It was dark out since I get home closer to 6, and I was going to grab some split wood and fill up our wood holder. I remember stepping outside my house and noticing the air feeling different. Do you know the feeling that when a thunderstorm approaches and the air feels heavier? That's how it felt, except it was January and it was frigid outside. I thought it was weird but quickly brushed it off and walked my way to the shed. As I'm in the shed, I'm grabbing some pieces of wood to put into the holder. I began to get a bad feeling, like someone or something was hiding out beside my shed and was waiting for me to walk out so they could attack me. I keep a knife in my pocket, but with my arms full of a bundle of wood, I wasn't going to offer much of a fight. I felt nervous. I wasn't sure why I was feeling this. We've lived here for years, went through the same thing every winter, been out to the shed and back 1,000,001 times, never had a problem. In fact, the only predators we've ever seen around these parts are coyotes, and maybe a bobcat here or there. Our neighbors are so far away that we never even see them, and I don't ever have anybody just wandering up my driveway knocking on my door. I've never felt uncomfortable any time where I live. At the time, the feeling was so intense, I honestly imagined somebody walking up my driveway planning to hurt me and my family. I tried to brush those thoughts aside and tried to forget about the feeling I had. I walked at a brisk pace back to my front porch to begin loading up the wood holder. As I'm crouched down stacking the wood, the feeling of dread intensifies. What's worse is at this point, my back is completely against the woods and woodshed. I'm defenseless right now, a thought that would not escape me. It only took a moment or two for me to stack the wood in the holder before I turned around and stepped off my porch, only to stop right in my tracks. In my direct line of sight were these glowing yellow eyes staring at me from one of the trees close by the woodshed. I could just barely make out the silhouette of something very large behind the tree, with what looked to be a hand holding onto the tree for support. It was pretty dark outside, but my porch light shone enough where I could make out very minimal details. I remember as soon as I saw those eyes, I noticed the shape of tall ears. I stood there in place, frozen, and this thing, not even a couple seconds later, hides back behind the tree. It was watching me. I felt like I was in danger, so I ran inside my house and grabbed my pistol. My wife was wondering why I was pale and had run inside so quickly, grabbing my gun. I explained to her there's a large animal or something outside, and we need to stay inside and be quiet. I was terrified at that moment, but looking back, I think it was more because of the unknown at the time. Anyway, I waited inside for a few hours for this thing to be gone and courageously had made my way back outside to grab some more wood, since we were just about out of all the wood inside that we had. As soon as I stepped outside, the feeling was lifted. It was closer to 9 or 10 p.m. at this point. The woods were quiet, and the air felt normal again. Things were calm. I wasn't taking chances though, and I remember I had never stacked wood so fast in my life after that. I quickly filled up our outside wood storage. The rest of the night was uneventful. The following morning, I was curious to see if there'd be any tracks in the dirt. And keep in mind it hadn't snowed yet. So I walked out to where I saw this thing standing behind the tree. There was nothing. No signs of nothing. The dirt below didn't even look disturbed. I was confused and began to think I was going crazy. Things did calm down after that, and for the next week, everything was normal as I recall. I want to say it was the following weekend where I took my wife out to dinner and a movie. As we're pulling back up in the driveway, our headlights shine on the largest black wolf I have ever seen in my life. We're about 3/4 the way up our driveway, just as we're pulling into our house, and this large wolf walks right past our house into the field. It looked right over at us and even looked disfigured. I've never seen a wolf like that. It looked like it came from a toxic waste dump or something, or deformed even. My wife was screaming. This thing, I kid you not, was easily the size of a buffalo. It was utterly massive. My wife was panicking and quickly ran into the house. I didn't know what to think, to be honest, so I just kept my pistol at my nightstand, ready in case this thing tried to break into the house. This is where things changed. The following nights, we began to hear howling off in the distance. We've heard packs of coyotes hollering and whooping off in the distance before, but this was different. This was powerful howling. So powerful you can feel the vibrations. It was so loud. And we'd hear bizarre animal noises outside of our house sometimes at night. Everything from tapping, clicking, shuffling, rustling, you name it. It felt like our house was being watched over by something. One morning, my wife came running in the house in hysterics because she was walking down to the mailbox to check the mail, since our mailbox is all the way at the end of our driveway, and she said that huge black wolf that we saw nights ago was standing on 2 legs in the driveway, growling at her, walking towards her. She began screaming and crying and ran back into the house. She was frantic and was begging me to grab my gun, worried that this thing was headed right to our house at this very moment. I went to grab my pistol, but as I picked it up from my nightstand, the realization that this thing would only tickle this animal. And in that very moment, I felt like some wounded prey that was about to be eaten. I glanced outside to see if maybe I could see it somewhere, but I didn't see it anywhere outside. My wife basically went and hid for the rest of the day, too scared to even be out. And I never heard or saw that thing outside. I didn't go outside looking though. It's possible it could have been an ambush, waiting to happen, but I'm not sure. Things continued and continued to get worse. I would find mutilated deer carcasses in my front yard. In fact, one time while coming home from work and driving up my driveway, there was a deer carcass right in the middle of the driveway. It looked like it had a few limbs ripped off, and it was disemboweled gruesomely from the view I had in my driver's seat with my headlights right on it. I had a bad feeling, like this animal had been purposefully killed and left here, knowing I would have to get out and move it so I could drive through, making me vulnerable just long enough to get me. This thing thought intelligently, and it really scared me. I just drove around the carcass over the side slopes of the driveway. I truly felt trapped. This animal, whatever it was that I had never seen before, had been tormenting us for reasons I will never know. Those were the major events that happened. Things continued like this for a while. Finally, around March-April time, things finally started quieting down. We hadn't noticed, but the deer had actually disappeared from that area entirely the past few months over the winter, which really never happens. We realized that when we saw much of the deer come back to the area around springtime, we hadn't had any weird feelings and things got back to normal for the most part. I apologize for this being so long, but I just can't quite put my finger on what kind of animal would do such a thing. My wife and I are still baffled alone at the fact that this creature even exists. If any one of you out there has any information on what we might have been dealing with, please let us know. I mentioned earlier we hadn't seen this thing since February or March, and are glad that it seems like it left the area. We've lived here for years now and have never encountered something as unusual as this. However, with winter approaching again, we're not sure if this animal will show back up. That is something that truly worries me. Spring of 2012. My wife and I are driving back from visiting family. The drive to get them is quite long, like 8 or so hours, and so it's pretty early on in the AM. I'd say maybe 2 in the morning. We were only an hour or so away from home at the time. We're coming up to a bend in the road when our headlights illuminate this wolf-like creature, crouched down on the side of the road, just staring off. I noticed a wolf-like face with pointed ears. My wife was asleep, and I remember gasping and swerving the car as far away from this thing as I could. It was rather large. I would estimate it to be around 8 feet tall, if not even taller. The sudden swerving of the vehicle woke my wife up and had her asking me what the hell I was doing. I told her that there was some huge animal on the side of the road and I didn't want to hit it. Thankfully, my wife never had to see it. Then. Fast forward almost 9 months later, and now we're in winter. And my wife and I are coming home again from going out from running errands or something. I can't quite remember, but I remember we were out all day because it was roughly 8 p.m. at night. I remember it was maybe around 8 p.m. or so, but since it was winter and it gets dark early, my perception of time might be a little off. Anyway, at this point, we're in an entirely different area of town where I saw the last wolf thing. The way we were coming back to the house, you have to go through about a 2-mile stretch of this more lone straight road, with lots of wood and brush on one side, with the other side being more open, undeveloped land. We're driving this road, hadn't been on it for maybe a minute, and this large black shape runs out of the brush on our left behind us and chases our car. My wife and I both panic and I floor the car. As I'm gaining speed rapidly, this thing catches up to our vehicle and then darts off back into the brush. My wife is freaking out. I'm freaking out. This was some werewolf-looking creature chasing our car. I should note that there were streetlights on this road, so my wife and I got a decent look at this being, even though it only chased our vehicle for probably 30 seconds at most. I'll describe it for you. It was black and looked really shaggy. It had a wolf-like face and snout, and larger teeth. I didn't see anything with the eyes or really much else. It also looked different from the wolf creature I saw 9 months prior to driving home. Similar, but different looking. The wife and I try to forget about it as best we can. We have to take that long stretch of road anytime we want to go a specific way into town. Fortunately for us, we haven't encountered it since that event. I was about 15 when this happened to me and my friend. I'm 32 now, so this was quite a while back. We were out on his father's property, shooting off pellet guns thinking we were badass. Practicing our aim, actually, if I remember right. We had quite a few old Folgers cans we had sitting at the top of old fence posts, and we'd try to see who could shoot them from the farthest point away. This was all dandy and fun, and we were having a great time. This was in July, so it was hot as balls outside. I remember because I had a couple of cigs on me at the time, and had the thought that I didn't want to light one out there because all of the tall, dead grass could ignite. See, out where he was, he had a lot of fields around him with a lot of grass that was unkempt, and fire season usually got pretty bad. Anyway, after about an hour of us doing this, I told my friend that nature was calling, and so I walked into the nearby forest that's surrounding the entire property where we were shooting off of our pellet guns. I walked in, maybe no more than 100 feet, to the base of a tree and started pissing. I'm almost done going to the bathroom and I sense that somebody is looking at me. I glance over to my right, and to my horror, not even 20 feet away from me is a monster straight out of a Hollywood movie. A werewolf. Except it was scarier than I ever could have imagined. This thing was hulking. It looked like someone took the head of a wolf and stuck it on a hairy bodybuilder. This werewolf's head was massive, like the size of a lion's. It stared at me right in the eyes, and I saw just how smart this thing was. It's like it realized that I realized it existed, and it was what it was. It did something next that's even hard for me to talk about, because it scares me so bad. This thing gave me the evilest grin. Yes, it smiled at me. Think of how when you watch the movie How the Grinch Stole Christmas, and all the evil faces that he would make that would scare you. It was like that. This creature was so intelligent that it grinned at me, like it had me all alone to itself, and was going to rip my guts out and eat me, and I knew there was nothing I could do about it. I got an overwhelming feeling this thing wanted to hurt me. I had never felt pure evil like that in my life. This thing was jet black and had piercing amber-colored eyes, and the biggest teeth I've ever seen on any animal. It began to extend its arms towards me, and took a couple of steps, and I ran so fast out there, back into the field where my friend is shooting off the pellet gun. I didn't even stop. I just yell at him to get back into the house now. My friend, confused, accepted my motion and ran back to the house with me. When we got back to the house, he was freaking out, wondering what was going on and what happened. He could tell I was out of breath, pale, and shaken up. I tried to explain to him what had happened and what I had seen. He would quickly glance behind me and around, and he kept checking back, and said he never saw anything following him or us the entire time. I honestly don't know what it is I saw, but I never want to be around it again. Funny enough, only months later, me and him would go back to that same property to do some hunting, hiking, and all the above, and we never encountered anything beyond the ordinary. It was only that one event, which is strange. Oddly enough, as the years would go by, I kept in contact with this friend. In fact, not even that long ago, him and I had a discussion about reminiscing on old times, and he told me other weird things would happen on that property. He said one that really freaked him out in particular was that he would hear these really loud metal scraping noises off in the distance. Now, his father owns about 200 acres of forest game land all around their property, and beyond that is state-owned game land. So there is nothing but miles and miles of middle-of-nowhere woods and forest surrounding him. There is no reason loud metal scraping should be coming anywhere near the forest or near his house. He told me it really spooked him. I saw something years back when I was visiting the Buck Shoals State Park. It's a tradition of my friends and me that every year we like to go hiking around the park. Summer and fall is the time of the year that we try and go, just because that's kind of our best availability. In fact, one of our favorite spots to hit in the park is the Chattahoochee River. With all the surrounding timber, it's beautiful, and the fresh air is just fantastic on the lungs. We decide after a while of hanging out at the river to hike in further like we usually do. I like to lead the way, and this time was no exception. I led the way with my friends, about 50 yards behind me. Generally, I like to scout out the area ahead, just to look for cool things to check out. Before, there's been trails, markings, animal tracks, bones, anything that's interesting that I deem worth stopping for. This time, though, I would run into something that I've had a hard time dealing with. I've actually had to seek a therapist for what I saw, just to try and convince myself that I'm not crazy, that I did indeed see an animal that isn't supposed to exist. For some of us, When you see something like that, it shatters your realm of reality. Anyway, I was walking further ahead of my friends, and I noticed a small clearing that dipped down. I figured we would cross the clearing and continue on venturing on. But as I approached the clearing, I saw at the bottom of the hill looked to be a large animal eating a dead deer. I stopped in my tracks at first, thinking it was a large bear eating on the carcass. Right off the bat, though, something about the animal just seemed off. It didn't look right. Where I was standing, I could only really see it from behind, and it had a weird shape to it. I know we have sizable black bear down here, and that's what popped in my head at first. After not even 10 seconds, this thing must have noticed me being around, because it stopped eating and lifted its head in the air and began sniffing, just like how a dog would. To my horror, that's when I saw more details. The longer snout, the pointier ears. It shifted its body as it lifted its head up, so I was able to see more details of the body. This thing looked like a giant dark gray wolf that looked, well, mutated. I don't know how else to describe it other than that. It really freaked me out. My friends came up behind me, wondering why I was standing still and silent. Without breaking eye contact with this thing sniffing, I quickly motioned for them to look out into the clearing. Both of my friends gasping, and my one buddy saying, "What the hell is that thing?" After what seemed like minutes of this thing sniffing the air, even though it was probably only 10 seconds, I said, "Guys, we need to turn around and leave." We all left the area, and I wasn't going to chance sticking around and having this thing notice us. I'm blown away that this thing probably caught our scent, but either A, never saw us, or B, knew we were there and realized we weren't a threat. I'm really not sure. I was roughly about 100 to 200 yards away if I had to guess. What I saw looked like a giant black mass that looked more canine than anything. I've seen black bear many times, and this thing didn't quite look like a black bear. It was lighter in color and bigger. Plus, the shape was just different, especially as it started moving its body. This occurred just last week when my mother was driving home from working late one night. She lives out in a woodier area with a lot of farmland around her. I'm talking acres and acres of farmland. I think a lot of it is actually mainly used for cattle. Anyway, she was coming around a bend in the road when red eyeshine was caught in her headlights. Some sort of creature, she says, stepped out onto the road in front of her on 2 feet. This thing then quickly walked across the road and cleared it in only a few steps. It passed by in only mere seconds, but it was enough time for my mother to get somewhat of a good look at it. She said it was really tall, and estimated it to be between 7 to 10 feet tall. She said it was lankier, and it had a dark, smoky gray fur color. This thing never glanced over at her approaching on the road, but the side profile reminded her of a large German Shepherd head. The body reminded her of a man, a very skinny, lanky man, covered in dark gray fur. She also noticed this being to have long black claws on the tips of its hands, with the hands being what she can only say would resemble raccoon-like hands from what she saw. Even though she only saw it for a couple of seconds, that's all that time would allow her to see, and she didn't get any extra details in the muzzle, ears, if it had a tail, etc. She was doing about 50-55 miles an hour when it walked across the road in front of her for a few seconds. Then, she slowed down to about 30 or so, accordingly. Once it crossed, she continued to still slow down, a result of being partially in shock at what she had seen, and worried that there might be more crossing the road right behind it. She kept on driving though, after a few moments of realizing there was no more coming. She had a hard time sleeping that night, believing that what she saw was some sort of unknown animal. She told me that she's never seen an animal like that in her life, and has never heard of such things. I'm one of the only people that's been told about it besides some of her close friends. My mother isn't into the paranormal, but there's no explaining what she saw that night. This occurred not too far away from Knox County, Ohio. I saw something that I can't explain. I don't know what else it could be. I saw a tiny glimpse of it out my window, and it was walking away from my house. It looked very canine-like and had thick dark hair covering its entire body. I don't know if it was a Bigfoot or what. It was nighttime, so I didn't get to have a great look at it. It was walking around my house, possibly trying to get in. I saw it walk away quickly, so I didn't get the best look. My wife has talked about seeing a tall canine-looking animal around our house before, but I never believed her until I saw it for myself. I always thought she was just seeing a big dog or possibly a large black bear. This wouldn't have been the first time either. She's home much more than I am, and will hear noises outside our walls and door. She worries that this animal might be trying to break into our house and do who knows what. I'm unsure of its intentions, but it makes me uncomfortable that it hangs around long enough that it wants to get in. This happened a few years ago when I went camping with some of my family that I don't see a whole lot anymore. We went to a campsite that we all usually frequent as a family. After getting into our spot and setting up camp in our tent, we thought we were crazy when we heard animal sounds nearby. Not just any animal sounds though. These were weird, high-pitched shrieks and guttural growls. They were strange, but all of us have heard it because we all verified with each other that we were hearing the same thing. The only thing that I'm aware of that we could possibly have heard around here is coyotes and maybe possibly mountain lions. I know that neither of those animals make anything remotely close to what we heard, which made the evening a little bit more on edge. We arrived at our campsite at around 3 or 4 p.m., and it was still bright outside, and would be for a few more hours. It was shortly after we got set up that we heard the noises, but then the sound had stopped, and we didn't hear it anymore. Even though we were all concerned at what it might be. Once we started socializing and having fun, we all seemed to forget about it. As it started to get later in the evening and it was much past sundown, we began to get the feeling that someone or something was circling our campsite. Since it was dark, we couldn't really see out into the trees, but we could certainly hear something walking around. Whatever it was had to have been heavy, because the branches it was stepping on were as loud as they broke. This seemed to be intensifying more and more as several of us had shuffled off to bed. A few of us claimed to have seen a large shadow moving off just beyond the light of the fire, and more of us began in panic. I assumed at that time there was just a really big bear, which that in itself is scary, but my uncle, who was with us at the time, said it looked bigger on the shadow alone. Even though a few of us were already asleep, the rest of us were contemplating packing up and leaving because we were scared at what this thing could have been. Finally, at midnight, we had enough and decided we were just going to throw everything in the 2 vans that we came in to leave. We woke up several of the family that was asleep and told them there was something stalking our campsite and were leaving. Things seemed to quiet down after we made our decision, and quickly, within an hour, had gotten everything taken down and loaded up. As we're piling into the 2 vans, we turn our headlights on, and we all gasp as we see this hairy dog creature. The eyes were the first thing that stood out to me, but we had a good shot of the face. It looked like an ape and a dog had a baby. More baboon-like, if that makes sense. It was ugly. But it did have tall, long ears, and it quickly stood up on 2 legs and moved out of the headlights. All of us were screaming at what we saw. Its movements were also very human-like in nature, and even had a body like a man, just covered in hair. It made no sound stepping out of the headlights into the forest. But God knows how long that thing had been sitting there, watching us load the van. We floored it out of there. We left so fast, we probably left huge dust trails. We were all terrified, since I think most of us would have never imagined something like that happening. I don't know what we saw, and I'm not too familiar with animals that match a similar description. I don't know if it was possibly a Bigfoot, because it looked very dog-like, but still looked ape-like as well. It's frightening to me how this thing moved. Like I said, it was very human-like, and its standing up on two legs, that whole thing, really took the cake for all of us. It seemed to have back legs like a dog, so when it stood up and walked off, none of us knew what animal even does that. A bear's legs doesn't look like a canine's does. Hopefully, somebody who reads this might possibly be able to give insight to what we saw. I just had a big family gathering last weekend, and I got to see my brother, whom I'm very close with. He recently just moved to northern Idaho and scored a beautiful house with a well, a shed, and a shop, and a wonderful large yard with practically zero neighbors around. I'm jealous to say the least, but very happy for him. He's had it pretty rough for the past few years just because of some life situations, so I'm glad he was able to find something to suit his needs. He said his house and yard have kept him busy, but he kept conversation normal throughout the evening. But after a while, he leaned in and asked if he could tell me about something that's really been bothering him. Being his brother, I told him of course he could. He got really quiet. This bothered me since my brother is a really chipper kind of guy. He proceeded to tell me about this large animal that watches him when he's out splitting wood and doing work in his yard. When I asked him to elaborate, he just tells me that he gets a really bad feeling sometimes when he's out doing work. He tells me he'll see this thing watching him from behind his shed or from the woods. This large gray canine-like animal. He says he's never seen a dog as big as that. He says he doesn't notice it until one day he was out there splitting wood, when he began to feel like he was being watched. He had looked up and saw this thing about 100 feet away staring in his direction. He thought it was a bear at first, but was able to notice that the features didn't look right for a bear. It was more slender and had sharper features, ears, and a longer snout. He said this looked more canine like it ever did a bear. He wasn't too bothered by seeing this thing at first, even though he couldn't really explain what it was. It began to really worry him as it got more comfortable and began getting closer and closer, moving from the woodline to behind his shed and even closer to his house. As he's telling me this, I'm kind of in shock because even I'm at a loss for what it could be, but I'm just guessing that maybe it was a bear. He kept stressing that it was not a bear and said it did not look right. He tells me that it never acted aggressive or even appeared hostile in any way, only curious. He never got close enough to this thing, or hasn't yet, to be able to clearly make out a face. Sometimes at night he would hear noises out by his shed, like this thing was banging around and making noise. Sometimes it will get quiet when he's outside, and he will know that this thing is standing around somewhere watching him. What really makes him unnerved is when he knows it's around, but he can't see it. Due to its size, my brother feels vulnerable, like this thing is going to continue to get closer until it can grab him and take him away. He said the last time he saw it walking around in the woods out on the opposite side of his house was just recently. Just because it hasn't tried to make any quick moves yet doesn't mean it won't. He said that it makes him nervous, and he wasn't sure if this thing had any sinister plans of any kind of attacks. He's asked some of his friends about this thing or what it could be, and they just look at him like he's crazy and they don't know what he's talking about, so he doesn't really like to bring it up. He's not sure what to do. Towards the end of our conversation, he grew more and more into a panic, telling me that he feels like it's only a matter of time before this thing does something. Why would it be getting closer and closer to the house? Why is it getting more brave and wanting to keep an eye on him? He even questioned if this thing had been living in that area long before he moved in. The house had been sitting there on the market for a couple of years vacant, from what he recalled, and the real estate agent didn't mention anything about no dog on the property. I was not really sure what to even say, nor was I prepared for him to tell me this. I feel bad that I didn't really have any good advice to give him. I just told him that he should be carrying some good high-powered rifles in case it makes a move. He told me he had left bear traps around where he lived but had not caught anything that he's aware of. He's even stuck up game cams and left it out for a couple of weeks for there to only be nothing on them. He just left it at him not knowing what to do, and we ended up moving on to a different discussion. I have no idea what kind of animal he would be dealing with, but after doing a little bit of reading myself, it's possible he might have a dogman on his property. I don't know anything about the land of northern Idaho per se, but what that holds, but it might be possible. Although I can't explain why it's not doing anything but getting closer. My hope is that it's not planning an attack once it feels it can get close enough. That's exactly what I and my brother are terrified of. My buddy and I like to go fishing by this little creek that we've been fishing at for years. You have to walk a ways to get to it because it's kind of back in the woods, but it's a great spot that we found. This creek runs off of a larger river, and right where we fish is where the river feeds into this creek. We've been coming there for years, and it's always been really quiet and peaceful to fish at. That is, up until recently. We saw some sort of weird animal that we have no explanation for. I haven't told anybody about what I saw because I'm afraid that people will laugh. I believe if you're not properly prepared for the things that could be out there, you will only leave yourself vulnerable. My friend and I were out at our spot like usual, getting our reels ready and getting the bait out. My friend asked me what that was, and we both looked at the water. This large, what we can describe as a werewolf kind of creature, stands up out of the water and walks out onto shore and up into the woods. We only saw it from the back, but this thing was dark brown, had really long hair and a massive head. I didn't see it having a tail, but it was haunched like a dog. This thing was enormous and literally only 30 feet away from us, but felt much closer. If I had to guess, I would easily say 9 feet tall, and was walking on 2 legs out onto the shore, very visibly and clearly. It probably walked only about 20 or so feet as it stepped out of the water and walked into the tree line. It never bothered to look back at us or even turn its head ever to acknowledge our presence. My buddy and I just stared at each other with our mouths wide open, and we were so scared we left our stuff there. I'm not saying that this was a werewolf, but I really don't know what kind of animal it was. Maybe it was a bear on 2 legs that walked out of the river, but I've never heard of a bear coming out of a river like that, especially on 2 legs and then casually walking in the forest. This was a large animal, and its size alone was intimidating enough for us to bail out of there and forget about our stuff. Since it's not a frequently visited area, if at all, we were able to return in it in just a couple of days and get our stuff back. I'll admit that it wasn't easy to return, and for fear of this thing was lurking in the area, but we didn't stick around long enough for it to show itself, just in case it was. My buddy and I don't really like to talk about it and didn't really have an explanation for what it could be. It scared the both of us bad, and we haven't gone back since. I'm not too sure what to make of it, to be honest. Maybe there's just animals that we don't really know about that live in the area. Anything is possible, after all. Before I go in further detail, I think it's important to state that I've talked to all my neighbors around me, and They're all experiencing the same thing I am, so I know I'm not crazy. We've all been seeing this rather large dog staring into our windows, mostly in the evening and at nighttime. It's shaggy looking and resembles a Doberman Pinscher in some way with glowing eyes. It's been scaring the pants off of people. The neighborhood children are even afraid to go out after dark and play. It just started happening only a few months ago, and much of the neighborhood dogs and cats have begun disappearing. People are scared, and the police won't even bother with the issue. They've been called out here a few times by my neighbors about the same issue, and there's not a whole lot they can do. Where our neighborhood is nestled up against a national forest here in northern Wisconsin. I can't remember the name of it exactly, but I know it starts with an N. There's a lot of people around here that throw around the word Dogman, but I never paid much attention to it. That is, until I started looking it up. Sightings like the Beast of Bray Road and other eyewitness accounts describe something really like what we've all been seeing around this neighborhood. It's frightening to say the least. The best way I can accurately describe it is it looks kind of Doberman Pinscher-like, but also German Shepherd-like, and is very shaggy looking. It's large but doesn't quite look like your typical dog. The ears are somewhat pointed and the snout is thinner and longer. Its eyes seem to have an orange, ambery glow to them. I've seen it staring into my window above the kitchen sink several times. I've heard it walking outside of my house, tapping on my walls. My neighbors tell me about seeing this thing as they pull in from work around their house or in the neighborhood. Do I believe it's a dogman stalking around our neighborhood? I don't know, but I know it's some sort of animal for sure. I don't own any animals or pets, but my next door neighbor does. And in the past 3 weeks alone, her 2 cats have disappeared. They're outside cats, and I would see them all the time. Every time I leave my house, they're running over wanting my love. She usually leaves the food out for them, but lately I haven't seen them either. The food she leaves out for them is still there, even now, days later. Virtually untouched. It's kind of eerie, don't you think? I don't want to think about this supposed dogman we're all saying is responsible for the disappearances of all the pets. But I don't know what other conclusion to come to. Is this thing eating all the pets? What's going on? Are we really seeing a dogman? We've all lived in this area for a while and have never heard or seen anything that stands out as out of place, per se. This just started happening back in June and has been occurring ever since then. My other neighbors speculated that this thing is coming in and out of the woods, and that's where it came from. I don't know, to be honest. It's disturbing to me that all the people around me talk about seeing the same thing and have all seen it in all hours of the night and day in the area. Why would this animal move into the area? I hope someone can read this and possibly shed some light on the situation. This experience happened to me about 15 or so years ago, just shortly after I married my wife. I want to say it was in the fall of 2006 or 2007. My father-in-law wanted to take me out hunting on his property since I grew up in the city and had parents that never did any outdoor-like stuff. No hunting, no camping. My parents aren't really that type. I am, however. Luckily for me, I had friends growing up who shared the same interest with me, so I did get to experience it just a little bit, even if it was only here and there. My father-in-law knew that I had never hunted before, and he wanted to take me out for a couple of days for my first time hunting. My father-in-law is a big hunter. He has many trophies, and he's going to go after everything from squirrels to bear and moose. He has many trophies, and he's gone after everything from squirrels to bear to moose. He has many trophies and is also very good at archery hunting. In fact, before we even went out hunting, he made me fire out on his original muzzleloader to make sure I could handle it. He's an interesting cat, I'll say that for sure. He had been hunting since he was just a kid, so he knew his way around nature. He also happened to own 70 acres of land out a ways where he used to live that he would exclusively hunt on out in the fall. He would even go there for turkey season in the spring too. It was his go-to spot and had a lot of bucks that would usually show up on the land. He's even gotten some elk up there too, if I remember correctly. Our plan was to leave early Friday morning and leave Saturday evening, hoping to get a kill. My father-in-law had everything all prepared, even down to the camo I would wear. I stayed the night at his house with him, and we got up really early, at about 3 in the morning, and headed out. His 70 acres that he owned was about 40 minutes from where he lived, so not too far away. He lived out in the boonies anyway, so it was just a lot of single long roads surrounded by nature everywhere you turned. I remember we pulled up into a small stretch of gravel road that went down a way and then turned, only to come to this big iron gate that said, "Private property, no trespassing." He got out, loaded up our gear, and headed in. I was excited because, like I said, this was my first time ever hunting. I was thinking about how I would get the first kill jitters and shakes. I was ready. That, however, never happened. The road went down further past the gate that we walked down, only to come to this huge clearing with trees sporadically placed off in the distance, and a huge drop-off to our left. My father-in-law told me that his tree stand is just a little ways further. We continued to hike in. It had to be about 20 minutes later when things started getting uncomfortable. When we first walked in, it was wonderful. It was a cool, overcast morning with the sun just barely starting to break through. Our light was minimal, but you could still make out general shapes. We did have flashlights with us to help get us to the tree stand, but like I said, you could just barely see at this point. Since this was in the fall, I know it couldn't have been too terribly early. Maybe around 5 or 6 in the morning if I had to guess. The forest, however, is alive at night, and there's sounds and noises all around you. I was informed that we were almost to the stand. That's when him and I heard this loud crashing noise from off to our right. It sounded like a school bus crashing into the woods. We both looked over and shined our lights. It was just dark enough that you couldn't quite see beyond the light, but could see off in the distance from the shadows of the tree brush moving around. The bang sounded like a big tree crashing down. My father stopped me and stayed perfectly still, telling me to turn off my light and turning off his as well. We stood there for a moment and noticed the forest around us had grown so quiet, you could hear a pin drop. It was eerie. I had never heard it this quiet before. I was starting to get freaked out, partially because of the unknown, and I was really sensing my father-in-law's fear at the time. He was staring intently over in the area where the crash came from, with his finger pressed tightly against his lip to signal silence. It honestly scared me, if you ask me. He's a pretty tough dude and has so much experience in the woods. I've never seen him fearful. Not like this. After a moment had passed, he leaned over to me and slowly whispered, "We need to leave now. We're being stalked." Immediately, I felt my stomach drop. I thought he meant there was a mountain lion or something in the area. I began to turn around, and as me and him began taking a few steps back, we hear this crashing in the woods parallel to the direction we walked. It was so terrifying, it sounded like somebody driving a massive truck. Whatever it was happened to be huge, because you could hear it panting and breathing. It was keeping pace with us, but far enough away that we couldn't quite make out what it was, even as it was starting to get lighter out. We moved quickly, but this thing was starting to move ahead of us and to our left. At this point, we were running. This thing was going so fast, we were thinking it was going to run in front and try to flank us. We slowed down and heard this thing in the woods keep running further and further in the distance until it eventually ceased. Then it got really quiet again. We stood there waiting in silence to see if this would come back, but it never did. My dad motioned for me to remain quiet and for us to sit there longer and wait. After what I would guess was maybe 10-15 minutes, we slowly made our way back to the truck. The sound around us never came back. It remained dead quiet for the remainder of our trip back to the truck. We got back and just threw our stuff in and got out of the area. My father and I didn't say a word for a while. I broke the silence with him and asked him what did we run into back there. He didn't respond for a moment or two, and then, without breaking eye contact with the road, he just told me the past few times he'd come by his land, he's been seeing this massive, oversized wolf. He said the past couple years it's been around the area. He thinks because there's such an abundance of wild game and deer, that is why this thing is in the area. He told me the disturbing thing about this wolf is that it doesn't quite look like a wolf. He said it looks scarier and wasn't quite sure how to elaborate on that description. He told me it would walk on 2 legs, and that really scared him. He was hoping that this year it wouldn't have been around and hopefully would have left. He apologized to me that my first time hunting had to have been spoiled by this thing, and he would take me out to a different area sometime in the future. He told me where I was standing, I couldn't see it. Back where we were standing, from where he was, he could see these glowing eyes watching him and I. That's why he was staring so intently. He said he even saw the silhouette of this thing, but I didn't see anything myself. Keep in mind at the spot we were, there's heavy amounts of foliage, so it's possible I didn't just see it because of that. I certainly heard it though, and that alone was scary. I was shocked at what he was telling me, but he was just so stern when he told me. He wouldn't lie about this kind of thing. I mean, he's such a no-bullshitter kind of guy, it's not even funny. I asked him what he planned to do about it, and he just told me to let it run its natural course. If this animal is really there for all the food, it won't be around forever. He might just have to hunt that thing down himself. He jokingly told me that there's no sort of tag for that animal, so he'd just have to bury it if he killed it. I saw what I can only describe as a huge, black and hairy thing that ran out in front of my car the other month. My in-laws live way out in the sticks, and I was on my way home. Even just getting into my car, I felt like I was being followed by somebody, and it really put me on edge. As I was getting into my car, I'm pulling out of the driveway, and I start to descend the hill that leads back down the main road in which I need to take. This thing leaps from the woodline and lands in the middle of the road immediately upon landing, looks up at my vehicle approaching. The first thing I saw was the unique build this animal had. It was on all fours and its back was arched like a cat, or like a cheetah would be. Its lower part of its body sunk down, much like a hyena even. I guess that's how you want to describe it. For some reason, I wasn't too shocked at what I was looking at. But maybe it's because my brain hadn't quite processed what I was seeing. This thing didn't spend more than a second or two looking at me before it leapt off into the thicker brush on the right side of the road. I have never in my life heard or seen an animal like what I saw. I do remember it was dark red in certain spots and had interesting streaks on its fur, but its face and part of its chest was black. I remember it had really long arms and legs. They were lanky and it seemed to have a really weird body formation. Like its legs and arms and head were too big and disproportionate. It was a strange sight to behold. Even its head was pretty disproportionate to the rest of its body, just in size. I would imagine the neck muscles needed to support a skull that large. Just in the position that it was in, much like some of the big cats you see, the ripples of the muscle underneath the fur especially with my headlights illuminating this thing head on. You can tell this thing was built for strength and speed. If you need a better depiction, think of a horse. Their muscle ripples are pretty clearly defined under their fur coat. It was like that, and then imagine shining a light on that. It was frightening. I want to stress to you just how big this animal was. I mean, it was easily the size of a horse, but it clearly was not a dog, nor a horse. Dogs don't arch their backs like that, and not even Great Danes get that large. Maybe this thing was going after some deer, or trying to get some food, but it seemed like it was on a mission to get somewhere, and I just happened to come up in it in the road where it landed. It didn't seem too bothered by me though. It never bared its teeth, or acted in any way. I think it just stared at my oncoming headlights, and then bolted. I was the only one on the road at the time, so I'm pretty sure nobody else thought that than me. To be honest with you though, I have no idea what I saw. I don't know what kind of animal looks like that. I haven't really told anyone because they would just tell me I was either hallucinating or what, but I swear I'm not making this up. This did indeed happen to me. I'm writing into you because I wanted to know if maybe you could tell me what kind of creature is stalking my trailer at night. Based on listening to your content and reading a little bit about it on Reddit and the internet, it seems like I might have a dogman in my neighborhood. Let me just say that for those who are looking for this creature, don't. If it finds you, I would deem you unlucky. I never asked for this thing to happen, and I wish I would have never had run-ins with this thing. I'm awake pretty late most nights since I suffer from chronic pain in my wrists and ankles, and I'm just an all-around night owl anyway. I live in a small single-wide trailer by myself. The area in which I live is fairly open with some woods here and there and canals not too far away. What I experience is several different things. Before I ever saw it, I just heard it banging on my trailer and making noise. Sometimes it would sound like it would charge into my trailer and bang as loud as it could. It's left noticeable dents on the siding of my house, as well as claw marks and other weird markings. The claw marks weren't deep though. It was as if this animal was trying to just leave markings or something. That's the way I at least interpreted it. I remember one night I was doing dishes and looked outside my kitchen window to see this thing climbing out of the brush and was heading right towards my house. It was like I was watching a horror movie unfold before my very eyes. My jaw and eyes opened in horror, and I remember I slammed the plate down that I was washing, promptly breaking it. I ran to all my doors and windows and locked them and turned off all my lights. I hid in the corner and listened. I remember hearing this thing pace slowly around my trailer for the next 45 minutes, give or take. It never made a noise, but sometimes you would hear a tapping along the walls, pushing up against the trailer, and then it would go silent. Then you would hear it pace around the house again, slowly. After maybe an hour, in total, it stopped, and I did not get the courage to get up and look out the window for at least another hour or two, just to see if it was gone. The whole time I remember sitting there, not even knowing what to do. Should I call the police? Would they even be able to help me? Would they even want to help me? This happened to me about 4 p.m. in the evening, so it was broad daylight at the time. This thing is much more active at night. Part of me almost wonders if it's because it can't really be seen then. I keep blinds and curtains over all my windows. I don't even want to risk seeing this thing looking in. I will often worry that this thing is looking for a weak spot to break into my home, just so it can get me. I was 12 years old when this happened to me, and I remember it very vividly. I had woken up in the middle of the night to go and get some water, and I did. Then I think I had to use the bathroom. Afterwards, I crawled back into bed but couldn't quite get comfortable and began tossing and turning a bunch. The motion light detector turned on outside my window. My bedroom is near where the front door is, so when the motion light detector goes off, I can clearly see if somebody is standing outside of our door from where I'm laying in bed. It's bright enough that even with my eyes closed, I saw there was a change in lighting. Out of my reflexes, I opened my eyes and looked, and pressing its face against the glass was the ugliest dog I've ever seen. After a second or two of staring in horror at this animal, it began dragging its face left and right, smearing saliva and mucus against the glass, while never breaking its eye contact with me. I remember it having huge pointed ears and a longer snout. It reminded me a lot of a German Shepherd, to be honest. It was much uglier than a German Shepherd, though. My aunt used to have a German Shepherd, and I loved that dog. As it was dragging its face against the glass, I was screaming and wasn't sure what to do. It's like it was smirking at me. It's like it got entertainment from my total terror and fear that this thing was staring into me. I've never been stared at so intently by anyone or anything before. It was wicked. Next thing I know, I'm running out of my bedroom, and I must have been so enveloped in fear that I don't even remember jumping up out of bed. Only ever thought that one time, and it's not like we live anywhere crazy. We're in a typical little neighborhood. I don't even think there's any forest or woods anywhere around where we live. My father is a pastor, and after telling him what I saw, pleaded the blood of Jesus and prayed over me and the house. I don't know if that did anything, but like I said, I never saw this thing after that happened. After I ran out of my bedroom and into my parents' room and telling them about what happened, they never went and checked outside my bedroom. I don't know if it's that they believe me or what, but they did not dismiss what I saw, only comforted me in my fearful state. I guess I should be thankful that I have such understanding and believing parents. I know most people would write off their child immediately and tell them to go back to bed. It probably helped out that I was 12 years old versus being a little kid and telling them about what I saw. I live out near the Arkansas River and have already had run-ins with what I would believe to be the Dogman. For those of you that don't know, this is what's described as a large black dog that will get you killed if you're not careful. At least that's what I believe. In fact, I have to keep my animals in at night for fear that they will be slaughtered. I used to have 4 dogs, but one of them was killed recently by what I believe to be this animal. He was a bloodhound and I loved him very much. We called him Brave, and I had gotten him since he was just a puppy. One evening, as I was getting home from work, I saw him lying in my back field, beaten and bloody. When I ran over to him, he was covered in blood from head to toe, and had deep 6-inch lacerations all over his body. The lacerations were in patterns of 4 and 5, like he was clawed violently by some large animal. It looks like one of the lacerations nicked his artery in his neck, because he was bleeding out and was almost gone by the time I had got to him. His eyes were already glazed over. Well, at least one, because his left eye was missing, and it looks like he was pretty swollen with a couple of bones broken. I began sobbing uncontrollably as I lost him in my arms. I had no idea what did this to him. My first thought was bear, but I haven't seen a bear around here at all, and bears don't do this that I know of. It wasn't long after that I began to find other mutilated animals around where I live. Deer were pretty common to find ripped up, but sometimes you would see raccoons, possums, and even skunks sometimes, just shredded into ribbons. I have no idea what animal goes out here and kills small animals and just leaves them. It's like these animals are just being killed for the sake of killing. Just recently, I began hearing a bunch of screaming up by the river at about 9 at night. It didn't sound like a human screaming. It sounded like an animal of some kind. I was too cautious and scared to even risk going out and seeing what it was. The way my property sits is if you exit the back screen door and you walk out a ways, I would say 200 yards, the land will start to go downhill to a creek. The screaming sounded like it was coming from the creek. Whatever was making it had to have been large because it was so loud. Instinctively, I wanted to say mountain lion because the only rational explanation that would pop in my mind, but it didn't quite sound like a mountain lion. I won't even dare step foot any further than I need to where I live without carrying a high caliber rifle, just to be safe. I've seen this critter a few times before, and I don't trust it more than I trust lawyers. This thing has been terrorizing me for long enough, and I will not hesitate to put a bullet into this thing. For those of you who have dealt with similar experiences, I'm sure you'll agree that this thing is easier to hear than it is to see. I've only ever seen it a handful of times, but I hear it way more often than I would want to. It's almost as if it wants me to know it's in the area, but doesn't want me to see it. So therefore it goes around and leaves mutilated dead animals for me to run into and find, which I've been reading up on, and I guess that's more of a common occurrence with these dogmen than you'd want to believe. Dead cats, dead dogs, skunks, possums, you name it. Mutilated, ripped up. It's like I'm living in a horror movie. Back in 2011, when I went to go hike with a friend in Colorado in the winter, I experienced a creature that was dark black, easily was about 8 feet tall, and looked like a massive wolf. We're out hiking at the base of one of the mountains around where he lives, and everything was blanketed in snow. We had been hiking for a couple of miles when my friend stops me and pointed off in the distance about 65 yards away, where him and I both saw what looked to be a huge wolf standing up, watching us from the tree line. It responded immediately to us looking at it, as if it didn't want us to see it. It began growling menacingly. The amount of force this animal had from a growl alone was immense. My friend and I could feel the vibrations through our body, and it was at least 65 yards away, like I said. This thing looked angry that we noticed it and began to show more and more aggressive behavior, but hadn't yet made a move to come to us. Neither my friend nor I had any weapons on us, which, in hindsight, was really dumb on our part. We were curious, but we were also terrified, and I think at this point we had more than enough of what we needed to, and so we turned around and we fled. We were both honestly surprised this thing didn't try and follow us to eat us. I remember I asked him, I didn't think timber wolves got that big. And he said to me, I didn't think they stood on 2 legs either. I wanted to tell you about something that I saw recently on my morning commute to work. I was taking the road to where my job is that leads me a little bit out of town where I work, and I see this weird-looking dog clear the road in one jump and landed on top of a pile of rocks across the road. It was crazy to watch, and I remember saying to myself, "What is that?" I know I didn't hallucinate it because the sun had just come up, and it was light enough outside, and you could clearly make out a large dog that jumped far enough to clear the road. After it landed on the rocks, it ran down to them to where you couldn't see where it went. I didn't really get any other details because it happened so fast. I want to keep telling myself it was just a really big dog, but I don't know any dog that gets as big as what I saw. Back about 20 years ago, when I was visiting Kentucky because that's where my dad used to live, I saw something that most people believe doesn't exist. I call it a werewolf. I've heard other names for it, but I really don't know what else to name it. Back in 2001, I was trying to find my dad's house for the first time since he moved there, and I was using a map to try and find out what road to take. I can't remember what 2-lane highway I was using, but I remember turning off into a pullout to park my car and study the map to get a better look. As I'm looking down at the map, trying to find the right road to take, I get this overwhelming sensation that somebody is looking at me. I look up and look to my left onto the road, and there's nobody. No cars, nothing. Then, I look to my right, and standing not even 10 feet away from my vehicle is a living werewolf in the flesh, or at least that's how I would describe it. This thing had to be 9 to 10 feet tall easily, and was more solid than somebody who bench presses 200 pounds. This thing was a behemoth, with the head that resembled someone of a Doberman pinscher, with sharp pointed ears and a wider, shorter snout. This thing was covered in jet black hair, but not long and shaggy-like. It was more short and coarse, and I could vividly remember seeing the muscles rippling through its fur. It was glaring at me, looking me right into the eyes menacingly. It seemed pissed off that I pulled into that pullout and saw it. I don't know if I encroached on its territory or what I did, but I got the strong feeling that it did not want me around. I'm staring at this animal in total shock. It's like I was in some sort of trance looking into its evil, glowing eyes. After what felt like 10 seconds, I was able to snap out of it. I threw my car into drive and I whipped out of there fast. I was probably doing around 65 to 70 miles per hour when that highway is only 45. Hi, I know this isn't too much of an encounter, but I live in eastern Texas, and one night I was driving. I saw the largest timber wolf I've ever seen step up to the road and clear the entire thing in one leap. This wolf was easily the size of a horse and gray in color. I don't really remember too many other details because I was coming around a bend in the road, and I just seen this large dog step up to the road. Then I realized its size, and then, well, it leaped over 6 feet in the air and cleared the road. It all happened so fast, but doggone it, it scared the living daylights out of me. I run a small taco truck outside of town. We're actually set up in an old, what used to be Kmart parking lot. Lately, I've been having to dish out a lot of my profits in repair due to the huge dents and scratches that keep appearing on my taco truck at night. Luckily, we've moved, so since then we haven't had to deal with it, but the damages, well, they take a little bit longer to take care of. We close down at about 8 p.m. and I have my small 2-man crew clean up and then head home by 8:30. For a while, I didn't have any surveillance equipment whatsoever and began noticing deep scratch marks in my truck. This would happen more often than not, but I don't want to say it was every night. Other times, we would show up in the morning and there would be huge dents on the side of my vehicle. Since we're on the outskirts of town, there's not a whole lot of other things in the area, but we're able to get a decent amount of foot traffic due to the strip mall that's close by. But behind us is just an undeveloped plot of land with wilderness beyond that. My initial impression is that we're attracting critters because my employees aren't properly disposing of daily waste and food products. Once I bought and installed the surveillance system, I quickly learned that to be false. What I saw on the surveillance scares me and baffles me still. When I would watch the tapes back, I would see this canine figure approach the truck and attack it. This thing would walk around the truck weirdly and sporadically attack like it was an animal itself, clawing and biting. There would be other moments where you could see this thing charge the truck from off camera and slam into it, moving and rocking the entire vehicle. I remember watching it for the first time thinking, what the hell? I even had some of my employees watch it with me, just to make sure I wasn't crazy and that I was not the only one seeing this thing. I don't know what the hell this is, or what kind of animal is attacking my truck, but it cost me a lot of money, and I ended up having to move my truck far, far away from there. I don't know how much I could stress to you that this animal was big, and it was walking on 2 legs. I don't know what kind of animal walks around on 2 legs, but this one did. Where our new location is, that I haven't had any issues so far, but I have a nice 12-gauge shotgun ready to use in case this thing decides to attack my truck ever again. I have cousins that live in Montana. They've just recently found out some interesting information about the land that they live on. This information has helped them understand the reasons why things are happening where they live. Let me elaborate. For years now, since moving in where they have, they've been experiencing some kind of bizarre animal on their property. They've described it as having a long dog snout, covered in fur, and lean and muscular looking. They haven't shared with me too many other details, like if it's trying to get into their house or has been wanting to hurt anybody. Nothing like that. My cousin told me that it hangs around just a little too much, and she is a very firm believer in the paranormal and cryptids. She firmly believes that it is a Dogman. She's the one that started doing heavy homework on the subject and found out that the whole area in which their house used to be built was an Indian burial ground many years ago, long before there was any residential development in the area. From what she gathered is that her neighbors aren't experiencing the same thing. It's just them on their plot of land. This is just my own curiosity, but I almost wonder if it might have anything to do with their beliefs. They are Ekankar followers. I have no idea if that adds any extra spiritual pull for the Dogmen to show up on the land, or if they're just protecting what the natives used to have there long ago. This encounter happened back in the early 1970s, as told by my father. This took place in Northern California, perpendicular to a larger river. I can't exactly remember the name in the river in which he told me about because he passed away not long ago, and I just want to get his story out there and heard. He was a pretty young man at the time of his encounter. I want to say maybe 17 at most. My father was going down to the river to skip some rocks or do something like that, when close by him, in thick brush, popped out a dog head with glowing red eyes and dark gray fur, as my father described it. It scared him, so he ran away and never went back to that river, as far as I know. That used to be a hot spot for him and his friends to go hang out, but he tells me that his other friends whom he hung out with had told him that they too had been seeing the same monster. Before my father died, he did do some looking into on the area and its history. He found out that there had been a lot of black magic and occultism practice in and around that forest area, taking place in the same area as well years back. He told me he had no idea if there was any correlation to that and what he had saw, but doesn't necessarily write it off that what he saw was a demon or something. He just wasn't convinced it was a living animal and something that had come from out of hell. So, my man and I shared an apartment for a while, and it seemed pretty normal. After a while, things became hectic in the relationship, and I moved out, and we were broken up for about 9 months or so before I moved back in and worked things out. During my time away, he told me he had 2 friends of his move in and stay temporarily. Cool. Here is where it gets weird. Once I moved back in, the comfort in the apartment wasn't the same. I felt like I was being watched. Walking past the bathroom was highly uncomfortable, and I swore I would see shadows dancing in the hall while I sat in the living room. I would shut the bedroom doors to both bedrooms, thinking that maybe it was the light from outside reflecting the shadows of the trees into the hall. But no, sir. It continued. I brushed it off for a while and thought my imagination had gotten the best of me. Until one night. We were in our bedroom, and I was sitting on the edge of the bed. I looked over his shoulder, and in the hall, I saw a pitch-black shadow of a child run from the front of the apartment into the bedroom down the hall. I shot up and went to the bedroom, and what do you know? No one there. I told him about it, and he simply said it was my imagination. He doesn't believe of things in the paranormal nature. A few days later, his daughter was dropped off. She played in the other bedroom. She got quiet and then came into the living room where we sat and proceeded to ask him, "Daddy, whose baby was that in the hallway?" At this point, I was kind of happy but confused. Happy because I wasn't the only one. Confused because I saw a child, not a baby. Yet, once again, he ignored it and said it was just us. But then, we often sat together in the living room, watching movies. One day we heard noises and I told him there was something wrong. Something was in the apartment. And to my satisfaction, he experienced it. He saw a man, also a dark shadow, just like the baby and child. The door to his daughter's room opened, and then it closed. She was not there this time. She was with her mother. The door handle jiggled until he got to the door, and then it stopped. This shadow would peek around corners, stand in the hall and watch us, and just frightened the hell out of me. He apologized for not believing, and he was a lifelong skeptic that had been proven wrong. He told his friend that he had lived there for some time before I moved back. His friend casually said, "Oh, things like that follow me around and have since childhood. I guess I left one behind." I became angry. I think some things should be shared with someone when you move into their home, you know? I snore, I sleepwalk. Casper is my first cousin and we're pretty close. Those kinds of things. We moved, but I'm still confused. Like, was it a baby, child, or a man? Did it appear to us in different forms? Was it actually 3 and not 1? But in our new place, we get the feeling we haven't moved here alone. So is it now attached to us? I still have so many questions. Hey everyone. About 2 weeks ago, I had a really scary experience and my husband doesn't believe me. But last night, he had a very similar experience and now we're both wondering what we could have possibly seen. Our puppy was barking to go outside to use the bathroom. It was about 4 or 5 in the morning. I took him out back and stood on the steps of our deck because I didn't want to get my feet wet. My dog was using the bathroom when I looked up and saw something across the yard. It was slowly walking toward me, like one step at a time, and its eyes were super reflective of my phone's flashlight. I thought it was a deer, but its eyes were so tall and staring straight at me. It wasn't running away, but walking closer. I hurried the dog up, and we ran inside. I have reoccurring night terrors, so at first, my husband thought it was just that. But I was crying and shaking and could barely talk about it. He told me it was probably a deer, but I just wasn't convinced. I refused to take the dog out after midnight, though. Early this morning, about 5 in the morning, the dog was barking and he took him outside. Once again, my husband stood on the deck stairs. He didn't have his glasses, but he said when he looked up, he saw something tall standing in the forest part of our backyard. He said he saw it walking slowly, like it was almost gliding. He said as soon as he noticed it, he got a nosebleed. My husband is typically prone to nosebleeds, but hasn't had one since the season has changed. He said he wanted to get a closer look, but felt like he needed to go inside instead, like instinctually. So he ran in. My husband also happens to be a zookeeper, and he isn't really afraid of animals. He works with giraffes and elephants, and says this creature was definitely bigger than any deer. We've been trying to search what else it could be, but are coming up with nothing. Any ideas? Oh, and for reference, we live in eastern Pennsylvania. If you need to be more specific or take a picture of my yard for reference, just let me know. This happened 3 years ago, during mid-July. I lived in Montana, outside of a rural community with a population of about 2,000. During this time, I lived in a small one-floor ranch home by myself. My nearest neighbor lived 1 mile away and was a farmer. I never had many strange encounters leading up to this one, but The woods by my house had always an ominous feel to them. Soon after moving in, I realized why the previous homeowners left pretty quickly. I'd start to hear noises in the woods. These weren't just any noises, but what sounded like blood-curdling screams and growls. After doing some research, I learned that even something like a raccoon or bobcat can make these unnatural noises, and chalked it up to being that. But still, it just never felt right, you know? It's hard to explain. But I never felt like this before, and it was just something about the woods around my house that made me uncomfortable. Like I was always being watched. The first experience, I couldn't explain what happened, but it happened about 2 weeks after I moved in. There was a thunderstorm, and the thunder was loud enough to keep me awake. The lightning was crazy and would light up the whole surrounding area for just a fraction of a second. I was lying on the couch and got up to get a glass and drink at the sink. It was about 2 a.m. if I recall correctly. Above it, there's a small window that gives a view of my yard leading up to the tree line. When the next flash of lightning hit, I saw it. Admittedly, it wasn't a long view, but it gave me enough time to see whatever this thing was. It was near the tree line, just a few steps into my yard. First thought was that it was a bear, but it wasn't. It was standing on 2 legs with its face pointed towards the house. Its legs were haunched like a dog's, and I could clearly make out the hocks. It was hard to tell the color of the fur, but it was dark. Its upper body was massive, with a wide torso, and arms that could almost reach the ground from standing. The strangest thing is how the upper body seemed to dwarf the lower body. After standing there, frozen in shock, I waited for the next lightning strike. But when it happened, it wasn't there. It happened so quickly and was gone so quickly. After that, I bought a gun and would sleep with it within arm's reach. The next encounter is what I consider the most frightening thing of my life. For several weeks, nothing worth noting happened. I don't get cable where I live, and one night I was watching something and my satellite kept acting up. I didn't like going outside at night, but this would be quick. I just had to move the antenna a little bit. Nothing had happened for a few weeks, so I decided to just go out and do it. I grabbed my gun and flashlight and went out. The first thing I noticed was the eerie quietness that surrounded me. This time of year at night, the woods are active with all types of creatures. Not tonight though. Despite the fear I was developing, I made my way over to the satellite and began to adjust it. I heard a small snap of a stick and quickly turned to my left and shined the light towards the direction of the noise. What I saw will horrify me for the rest of my life. I was immediately met with red eyes. These eyes were color of blood, and they were evil. The head of this thing looked like a mutated German Shepherd. I don't like to say it, but it looked like a werewolf. A long snout and pointed ears. The fur was black and shaggy in some places. I could see this creature's extremely developed muscles, and it dwarfed even the biggest humans on Earth. It was half in and half out of the woods, almost crouching, and it still came up to my head at 6 feet. Fully standing, this thing would have been 8 feet, I estimated. I was about 20 feet from this thing. I didn't even consider my gun, which I thought to protect me. Chances are, in hindsight, the little .223 bullets would have just pissed this thing off before it tore me to shreds. I backed away slowly, never breaking eye contact with it. I gently picked up my gun, and my fight or flight reflexes kicked in. I chose flight. Maybe not the best option, but even if I stayed there, this thing would have killed me. I ran the fastest I have ever in my life and didn't turn back once. I have no idea if it was pursuing me. I got in the house though, and I locked every door, window, and covered the blinds and sat with my back against the wall, cradling the gun the entire night. I didn't get a wink of sleep that night, and very few the following days to come. To make a long story short, I don't live there anymore. People often talk about Sasquatch being harmonious with nature and living within the ecosystem. Sure, if you see one, it might seem scary, but it's probably more awe than anything. With this thing, though, it was totally different. It felt unnatural. It was sinister. It felt evil. It was stalking me, toying with me, and I believe it would have killed me given the chance. I have never seen nor experienced this feeling again in my life. It's a memory I try to put past me, but I still get nightmares about it. I think until the day I die, I will always have the image burned deep into my memory. The best image I have seen that fits the description of the creature are the werewolves from the movie The Howling. My uncle lives in West Virginia, one of the more remote states in the eastern United States. While his main house is in town, he also has a small cabin up on Spruce Knob where he and my aunt would go during the summer. This cabin is very remote and accessed only by jeep trails and is not connected to an electrical grid. So, my aunt and uncle decided to take advantage of a 3-day weekend sometime in the late 80s and headed out to the cabin for some fly fishing and relaxation in the woods. When they arrived, my aunt went out to sketch some, while my uncle unpacked and built a fire in the fireplace, as it was already getting dark. As night began to fall, my uncle noted how unusually quiet the woods were. He has been camping, canoeing, and backpacking all over the world, and he still says that this is the quietest he has even ever heard them. He and my aunt packed everything up and went to bed late, sometime around midnight. My uncle awoke to a strange thumping and scratching noise coming from outside. He thought it was probably a bear or coyotes trying to get at a dog, and he grabbed his gun to go deal with it. As he pulled the gun out from its case, the door on the outside swung open, and a large hairy shape, vaguely humanoid shape, appeared, silhouetted in the moonlight. He said he never quite got a good look at it, but the one thing he really remembers is the overpowering smell, a stench of decay, and 2 glowing yellow eyes. He quickly emptied the gun, and while he didn't get a kill shot, he did scratch the beast's arm, which caused it to run squealing into the woods. He and my aunt immediately grabbed their things, got in their Bronco, and hightailed it out of there. Whatever my uncle saw never really bothered them again, and when he returned in the morning, with more people and firepower, he found very little evidence of any intrusion, except for a single strange clawed footprint in front of the cabin, and claw marks on the door. I don't really know whether to believe my uncle or not, as he is known for telling tall tales. However, unlike his other stories, he was completely serious when he told this one, and my aunt even backed him up. This story has always deeply disturbed me, as I too spend a lot of time in the woods. I will be making a trip up to their cabin this summer, so maybe, just maybe, I will see this same strange beast. I live in Washington, and Bigfoot stories are common. Today, my elderly coworker overheard my other coworker and I talking about Bigfoot encounters, and she began to tell us about hers, or at least she thinks it might have been a Bigfoot. Now, I am close to my coworkers, and we tell each other everything about our personal lives, and I have no reason to not believe her. She said she was camping with her husband when she saw a creature across the river from them. She said she also had her dog with her, and it was upset and growling, which was apparently uncommon for this dog. The way she described this creature was that it was about 7 feet tall with scraggly fur all the way down its body. She then went to the trailer to grab their shotgun when her husband also noticed the same creature. They then watched it as it ran through a clearing and disappeared. The thing she said that spooked me a little bit is when she said, "It could have been watching us for days. I don't know, but the dog knew." I was thinking it was a normal Bigfoot story until she described it as scraggly. Could it have been something other than a Bigfoot? Or maybe a Dogman? What do you think? So, timeline. This was around 2015. Not quite sure the month, but it was around 11 at night. I was driving from my dad's place to my mom's. I've said this a couple of times now, but my dad has 75 acres of spooky-ass land where most of any of my stories will take place. Anyway, I was driving. I had just started down the long driveway when I felt like I was being watched. Not cool, but it happens more often than you would believe. I'm nearing the highway when I see a dark shape at the edge of the woods. Oh well, probably a deer. I shake it off. We have tons of wildlife in the area, from deer to panthers to the occasional bear. And then it starts chasing me. Keep in mind, please, that this shit is practically normal in my mind. I have tons of weird stuff that happens, and it's not like it was just barreling at me. It just moved after my car, staying at the edge of the woods. So, I keep my pace. I turn onto the highway, and I speed up to about 50 or so. But I keep noticing something in my peripheral, so I slow down and start looking for what it could be. A few yards behind me, I see this huge dog. I grew up with larger dogs. My aunt had a St. Bernard mix growing up, and I've had various other large dogs. This thing was literally the size of my car. I know I mentioned bears before, but bears don't chase cars, and we only ever have black bears, which are like the most docile kind unless threatened, or they have their young around. Okay, so now I'm freaking out. I gun it, releasing a long stream of curses and telling my car to get over it. It was a poorly kept 95 Honda Accord, and I had tons of trouble with it dying on me. So any time I had to push it, I made sure to speak kindly to it, since I didn't care at this point. I was simply trying not to die. I seemingly can't shake it for too long, so in an act of bravery and real stupidity, I pull over in a church parking lot, thinking maybe it's some sort of hell beast and it won't come into the light or onto church land. Holy shit, was I wrong. I stop and get my phone out to call my boyfriend. In that span of time, it catches up and jumps onto my car. I can see and feel and hear the metal popping and creaking, and I see drool splatter onto my windshield. I scream, dropping my phone. It jumps off my car onto the hood, where I get a glimpse of it before it goes into the cemetery and disappears. It was definitely a dog, built like a Rottweiler pit mix, but darker and larger. It was solid black, with paws the size of dinner plates. It had a huge head, almost the size of my car windows. I don't know why it decided to leave me alone, but it did, and I'm thankful. I called my boyfriend, hysterically crying. He calmed me down and listened, and told me that when I got home I should take pictures. And I did, or tried to at least. By the time I got to my mom's, the only thing left was a single dent in the roof of my car, and some faint claw marks that were more like indentations in the metal. Sorry guys, I don't have the pictures anymore. So I guess, if anything, it was either a hellhound or a dogman. You decide. I used to live in Eugene, Oregon, and about 6 years ago, my friend and I saw something unexplainable. We were driving down a country road to a friend's house when I saw something in the middle of the road. It at first appeared to be a large dog. Having grown up with mastiffs, I became worried about the animal. As we got closer, I began to feel a chill down my spine and an uneasiness as it was dusk, but I did not have my car lights on, but could see the animal clearly still. It was the height of a deer with a curved spine and long, thin legs. When it moved, it appears as if the animal's bones were broken, and the movements were so unnatural, but the animal made no cries of pain or appeared to be hurt. The animal had black fur that looked like the worst mange I have ever seen. The naked patches of skin looked wrong, and the bones pushed out from under it. The animal finally turned to look at my car. It had a long nose and was drooling from its open mouth, where there appeared to be large canines. We didn't speak because as it turned to look at us, its eyes were glowing red. I know, it sounds like bullshit from a fake ghost story, but I promise you, this is what they were. This is what I saw. My headlights were not on to illuminate the animal's eyes like that. It crossed slowly in front of my car, and as it disappeared over the side, my passenger yelled to pull up and see what the hell that was. As I pulled up, the animal was gone, and there was only a small drainage pipe and an open field beyond that. We got to our friend's house, and after some prying to him and his parents what we had seen, his father simply chucked and said, "Oh, we see those out here sometimes," and continued to eat dinner. Has anyone else seen something similar to this at close range? If my passenger hadn't been there, I would have thought my imagination got the best of me. I am lucky to know that what I saw was real, and in my opinion, unexplainable. Could it have been a skinwalker? I have no idea. In a small town, rural Tennessee, kids played outside until there was no light to be seen by, and even then, they found ways to stay out until they were brought inside by threat of punishment. I was no exception. One Saturday evening, when I was 2 months into turning 12, as I was coming inside from playing, I was stopped in my tracks by a strange sound, a mix of yipping, growling, and into a barking growl. Coming from an easy 30 or so yards, I was intrigued. I stood on the front porch, looking into the tree line their house faced, trying to find the source of the sound. I expected a dog to emerge, as people were always dumping their dogs in the country, and it was rare that these animals ever found homes. Most of them just roamed the woods. Sitting down on the porch steps, I waited for what I thought would be one of these dogs, but nothing. After a solid 10 minutes, and a loss of more of the dwindling light, I stood to go inside. The sound came again, this time though, deeper and much more guttural. It chilled me. This sound. Looking out into the trees, I saw a very tall figure move in between. It was taller than the fence outlining the trees, and those are a good 4 to 5 feet. I took hold of the door. The sound came again and it felt it go right through me. It's difficult to explain. I felt as if it rooted me to the spot. I opened the door and moved to step inside. My eyes were locked on the spot where this thing had moved toward the fence. I saw a slice of what looked like a shadow coming to life, and put a hand on the fence. I didn't wait for more. I stepped inside the house and closed the door after me. I've never spoken of this to any other person before now. Although I've never doubted what I saw, I never had a name for it. I saw no real features other than a vague outline, but what prompted me to share this were the details of that outline. It had arms of impossible length, and 2 ears on the side of its head that were long and slender. Its upper torso was broad along the shoulders and tapered down. I could not see the legs for the fence, nor the feet. I never heard the term Dogman until a month or so ago, and I haven't been in 12 for several long years now, but I know that's what I saw out in the tree line. What else could it have been? My late wife Samantha had just given birth to her 3rd child, and her labor was exhausting, so she stayed home a few days to recover from the birth. After a week or so, she decided to take the baby to visit her mother, which was 20 minutes away, through a rural area. To get there and back, she had to take a rural 2-lane blacktop road called Riddle Road in Jefferson County, Illinois. She decided to start heading home around 3 p.m. as to make it home before dark. And as she was driving along, she seen what she thought to be a tall man standing next to the road, and she started to slow down, just in case the man stepped into the road. As she got closer, she soon realized that it wasn't a man at all, but a tall creature covered with jet black fur. This shocked her, and as she came upon the creature, she slowed her car down almost to a stop, thinking it was someone wearing a really well-made Halloween costume, since it was mid-October. But immediately, it was clear that it was not a costume at all. She said the creature was around 7 feet tall with jet black fur and yellowish golden eyes, and standing on dog type 2 legs. She went on to say it was like a bodybuilder, and she could see its extremely muscled body through the thinner areas of fur. She said that it had hands with long fingers instead of paws. She stopped within 20 feet of this creature due to the pure shock of seeing it there standing next to the road. She could see its breath in the cold air, and its fur was moving with the wind, and it, without a doubt, was a living, breathing animal. She and it just stared at each other for what she said felt like 20 minutes, but was more likely less than a minute or two. Finally, she said it smiled. Yes, it smiled at her, and that was more than she could handle, and she pushed the pedal to the metal, as they say. She looked in her rearview mirror, and as she drove away, she said that it walked on across the road and into a cornfield on the opposite side. And yes, it walked on 2 legs. I know the story sounds fake, and it doesn't matter if anyone believes it. But if you knew her and heard her tell you the exact same story over and over again without any changes to it, you would probably think twice about taking Riddle Road alone. This happened to me back when I was just a little boy, back in the early 1980s. Quick info about me. At the time of this happening, I was living at my grandmother's house with my grandmother due to my parents having a volatile relationship, and it wasn't safe for me to be there. That's a whole other nightmare, but I'll focus on this one today. Because she really didn't have a spare room, per se, I would sleep out in the living room on her big couch. Facing the couch across the living room is a little reading nook area with 3 big windows that were all angled. Laying on the couch, I could look over to my right and look directly out the windows that were maybe 20 feet away. Anyway, one night I was lying asleep when I felt awakened by something. For some reason, I thought to turn to my right, like my instincts were screaming danger. I looked to my right, and there was this extremely tall gray figure with glowing red eyes staring at me through the nook area. I remember screaming as loud as I could, and my grandmother about burst down the stairs in frantic and in a total panic. I was hysterical and told her what I had just seen. She chalked it up to being a bad nightmare and just pinned a blanket over the windows. I don't know how much longer it continued to watch me, but after I started screaming, and by the time my grandmother got downstairs, it was gone. For the next 3 months, I would stay there. I would always pin the blanket back up over that nook window once it got dark. I couldn't sleep unless it was up. I always felt like in the back of my mind it was watching me through the blanket still, wanting me to come outside. I'm getting goosebumps just remembering it, and it scared me so bad. I don't exactly remember where my grandmother lived because she passed away shortly after I turned 13. But I do remember that she lived way west of New York State. In fact, I think she wasn't too far from Pennsylvania to be exact, but I can't exactly remember how far. Date, 2015. Location, Wise River, Montana. Weather humid, summer night. around 11:30 p.m. I lived alone, and in this remote location, we don't have cable, so the only option is satellite TV. It was a humid summer night in July, and the TV was acting up again, so I needed to go out and readjust the satellite like usual. I took a flashlight and a gun with me. When I went outside, it was unusually quiet. I also had purchased an AR due to other sightings I've had, but they weren't credible enough to chalk it up as a Dogman. Like, so silent it was unnerving. I brushed the thought off and went to the dish, which is in the corner of my yard. I went to work, making sure all the wires were all right and pointing to it a different angle. Suddenly, I hear a small snap of a stick to my left and turn the flashlight to the direction, and I saw a creature standing there. I got a good look at for what seemed like an eternity, but was for only about 10 seconds. I slowly backed off and ran back to the house and locked all my doors and windows. This creature was unlike anything I have ever seen before. When I shined light at it, the first thing I noticed was the head. It had cropped ears that pointed upwards. Its snout was more narrow than a bear and longer, and I could make out large teeth protruding from the jaw. Its eyes were a deep red shade that seemed to reflect off the light I was pointing at. The body was muscular and huge. It had long arms that appeared to be longer than its legs, broad shoulders that tapered into a skinnier waist. It was slightly crouched over when I saw it, with one hand wrapped around a small tree. I could make out the legs, which looked similar to a dog's legs. It had obvious hocks. Even the crouched position, it was about my height, which is 6 foot. Standing up to full height, this creature could have easily been 7.5 to 8 feet tall. The fur was so black and thicker on the neck and chest, and the bottom half significantly less so. I don't know if it was aggressive or not. What I know is I had a feeling of dread unlike anything I've experienced. Was it just observing me or stalking me? For a creature this large, it was deceivingly silent. It got within 15 yards of me without me noticing. All I knew was I needed to get out of there and not find out. I don't live on the property anymore, but after the event, I never had another face-to-face encounter. But I would hear sounds in the woods I could not explain. They would usually start off relatively quiet and work their way up to furious screams and then back down to quiet again. I don't know if this was the same thing because it could be local wildlife. The location this encounter took place is 61720 Montana Highway 43 Wise River, in case you want to search up the location on Google Maps. I have a short story to share with you. My dad was recently chased out of the woods by what he describes as the largest wolf he's ever seen in his life. I'm really into paranormal and cryptids, so when he told me about this, I was heavily intrigued and pushed for answers. He doesn't like talking about it because it really scared him. I'm not sure what he saw out there, but whatever it was really spooked him. And my dad isn't one to be scared easily. He's been through a lot in life: prison, knife fights, gangbanging, drug dealing. He's been face to face with death, and he told me he's never felt fear like he did when this thing charged him. The best way he could explain it to me was a big black dog with a hunched back, overly sharp teeth, and too many teeth for its mouth to be exact, and piercing eyes charged at him as he approached the carcass of a 3-point buck that was virtually left unscathed on the ground. He said as he approached the carcass, he began to hear noise to his left, and out of the clearing this dog just started running him down. He said he's never, ever had his fight or flight senses hit him so heavily at once. so he ran. He believes it only to be a bluff charge and made him run his 3/4 of a mile back to his truck. What my dad doesn't understand is why would there be a dead buck in a clearing like that? It wasn't being eaten on, it was just lying there like it was freshly killed somehow. Why did this dog chase him away? Was it planning on eating it? Sorry this is short, I just thought I'd like to share this with you. Howdy everybody. My family has a fairly strange relationship with the Dogman in the southeastern region of the United States. I've always lived around MD, but my family originally started off in Louisiana. My family were, as my grandpa put it, carne entrepreneurs. Best way I can put his accent into text. Anyway, our family arrived from Cuba and started our little carnival act, which I'm happy to say isn't still in action, around 1898. They would travel throughout the South, performing and doing work on defunct plantations and farms. During this time, my well, you get the point, grandfather came into contact with a local Native American tribe. He never really talked about it, but shortly after my family started having contact with Dogman. My grandfather, back when they were still traveling with the carnival, talked about seeing the beast walking around their camps at night. He has a bunch of stories that I might talk about later, but he suffers from dementia pretty heavily, so you'll have to take them with a grain of salt. My dad worked for a while in the telephone industry, putting up poles. He was up doing maintenance one night on Gambrel Mountain. As he was driving back down the mountain, he saw about 3 dogmen running alongside his truck and staring at him through his windows. My experiences are a bit more involved. I've been hunting in the mountains around where I live for quite a while now, and every time I head out I see one of them. Typically, they're just off in the distance, or just walking around the riverbanks fetching water. I wanted to know if anybody else has any sort of explanation as to maybe why they seem to be following my family around. I was out setting up a deer stand a couple years back. Had to hike in and find the perfect tree for it. Made sure I had a lot of clearing and such. I saw something across the mini canyon by me that I just can't explain. It was a tall, upright figure, all black but appeared to have a snout and perky ears. I don't know what I was looking at. Whatever it was watching me through the trees at first, and then I noticed that it was looking at me. It continued to stare me down, and then somehow seemingly disappeared into the brush. It was strange. I've never seen an animal that looked anything like that before. I wrote it off at first as just a big black bear watching me, but it didn't look right. It was much more skinny and looked more dog than bear. I went back to that area and hunted for the season and had no issues again, but sometimes I wonder if there's any animals that have never been discovered here in Oklahoma. This happened when I was much younger. I'd have to ask my parents when the camping trip happened just to tell you how many years ago it was. But I could assure you it was at least a decade. Now I'm going to use some questionable words for describing the location. Words like wooded and wilderness reserve, because I don't know the best words for these things. Around a decade ago, a friend from church asked me to join his family on a camping trip to a wilderness reserve called Oasis State Park. Of course, since this was my best friend and his family, and they had always been nice, I said yes. Up until that point, I had only camped rarely, so the prospect of camping with a friend and his family seemed absolutely amazing. So we began preparing for a weekend when I wasn't busy. I got my own tent, my own sleeping bag, and all my own supplies. Once all that was gathered, the father of the friend came and picked me up, and my parents waved me off. There are quite a few things I remember from that trip. The amazing hostile yet beautiful New Mexico countryside, the plateaus, and the campsite. The New Mexican wilderness isn't something a lot of people fantasize about camping in, at least not so far as I know. But Oasis State Park is different. The camping plots are all nice, even if the best are always taken. There's a pretty lake, lots of wildlife, and I hate to admit, more trees than I have ever seen in town. Yeah, I know nobody thinks of multitude of trees when they think of New Mexico, and for good reason. They aren't the most common occurrence in the plains unless planted by people. Regardless, Oasis has enough for me to just use the term woods for the sake of brevity. So, anyway, we found ourselves a plot and began setting up our tents. By afternoon, the tents were set, and me and my friend ditched his, oh, so boring, younger sister in favor of exploring the park. The memories are fantastic. We found a snake by the lake and watched it drink from the water before slithering off quickly. We explored a place I remember was very sandy. We watched a roadrunner doing its thing. We played all day after lunch and saw so many amazing things that by the end of the day, I never would have thought anything could have gone wrong. We finished the day like we always did, by collecting sticks and starting a fire to eat s'mores and whatnot, and of course, tell ghost stories. None of the stories were scary. Probably because me and my friend were kids, and his sister was even younger, and his father was the lead singer at our church. Making the children cry was bad for reputation. So by ghost stories, I mean little jokes of stories designed to make us giggle more than cry. Yeah, it was lame, but I mean, what do you expect? Anyway, shortly after the stories were said and s'mores were eaten, we retired. Me to my tent, and my friend, his father, and his current sister to their tent. Now, for this setup, I'll explain further positioning. This is all going to be important. My tent was at one edge of the plot, and my friend's tent was at the exact opposite. This was for privacy reasons. Now, at my end of the plot was a mini trail that led through thick brush to the lake. Also, about 3 feet from my tent was a little tree. I don't know what kind of tree it was, but it was still young and small. The trail to the lake was to the left of my tent entrance, and the lake was behind it, and a thin tree line sat across a trail in front of my tent. That trail in front of my tent led to the bathrooms. So, I went to bed without a single bit of fear, and before I did, I went ahead and urinated on the tree outside my tent just because of laziness. Screw the 2-minute walk to the bathrooms when nature's toilet was outside. So, I finished closing up my tent for the night and climbed into my sleeping bag, just ready to go to bed. I don't know how long I slept, but when I woke up I had to use the bathroom, and it wasn't the kind of potting I could do on a tree, or at least not reasonably. So I, not being a moron who'd wander through the dark, grabbed my little lantern. I flipped on my LED lantern and I unzipped the inner flap of my tent before the outer, as if that little nylon net could protect me from what I was about to see. Now, I should mention to you that outside of the cities in New Mexico, it's quite common to hear coyote howls. It's a nightly occurrence when camping, actually. Heck, even up in a little village like Logan, you can hear the howls from your bedroom. It isn't so unnerving when you're in a house, but when you got some flimsy nylon walls to protect you and that's it, well, it isn't the most comforting sound. As I unzipped my tent flap, I did hear a few howls, but they were distant and not worrying. What stunned me into stillness was a very loud howl from the direction of the lake, about a yard from my tent at most. This howl was different though. It had the feel of a coyote howl, but it was deeper, and it lasted longer. I simply sat there, petrified at what I had heard. I wouldn't be able to guess at how long I sat there, breathing hard with my fingers, still grasping at the zipper. But however long it may have been was just long enough for the thing that made the howl to come up the trail next to my tent. Suddenly, I heard the crunching of claws on dirt, and after that, claws on the rocks that made our camping plots. Then I saw the largest shadow made by a living creature that little kid me had ever seen. It lumbered heavily in the direction of the sparse tree line where I assumed the other howling had come from. But before it got past the tree I urinated on, it stopped. I realized only then that I was both lit like a candle and had not been trying to silence my heaving breathing. By then it was too late, as that hulking thing lumbered over closer to the tree and into the light of my lantern. As dim as the little LED light was at that distance, it was just barely enough to make out details. I'd like to note a very few important details that stuck out to me as odd. It had roughly the fur coloring of a coyote, but that classic Dogman head shape with the tiny pointed ears too small to make sense. It also made strange noises as it lowered to all fours in front of my tent. Popping sounds like joints rubbing together, as I can only assume its knees busted out of their standing joints and fell into different joints to support all fours. It briefly ignored the very obviously frightened kid, me, in my tent, as it sniffed the tree I had urinated on earlier. The breasts were similar to a dog's, but longer and far deeper, almost like a horse's. Then, that thing turned to me and stared straight into my eyes. Its eyes didn't glow. They didn't peer into my soul, but they were unbelievably unnatural. Above all the things I saw in those eyes, I saw a predator. Have you ever been in a position where you made eye contact with a beast you know is stronger than you? Something you know could just slaughter you, and you know it knows that you know. Just looking for seemingly so damn long that I thought for sure I'd just be a bloody stain by the time anyone reached my tent. Screaming would get me nowhere. I doubted a gun would even hurt this thing. But despite every feeling in my gut, despite the dread of knowing it was a predator and I was prey, I didn't die. Instead it turned, slowly, ever so slowly, and just sprinted off into the woods. Just gone into the night faster than it came. I have one personal friend who knows, and he jokes that made it was my piss on that tree. Like I marked my territory or something dumb like that. Or maybe it just wasn't hungry. Or, most improbable, it had just enough morals to not kill a kid. I'll never really know. Needless to say, I don't go to the bathroom. I just put my lantern away, closed my tent flap, and held it in all night. I don't remember sleeping that night. I might have, I might not. But if I did, it was dreamless. I do remember that I tried to hide this experience the next day, asking if my friend and his family heard any howling. While they did hear the howling, they told me they just ignored it, thinking it was a coyote doing coyote stuff. I was encouraged to just ignore it as if I was a city kid who had never heard a coyote howling before. The next day, I stayed as close to my friend as possible while exploring and had nearly forgotten the encounter by lunch. Somehow, the safety I had been feeling during the day put the beast out of my mind, until we found tracks in that super sandy place. Coyote tracks. I think seeing those tracks confirmed to me that it wasn't just some dream. And because of that, I showed enough fear that night to convince my friend's family to let me sleep in their tent. Even in the comfort of a warmer tent, and in the presence of an adult and 2 other people, I still couldn't sleep that night. I'd nearly drift into sleep and then I'd hear a howl. The next day I pretended to be sick and got my mother to drive up and take me home a day or two early. Worst camping trip of my life. It ruined not only my whole summer, but ruined camping. I haven't been camping without a buddy since, and I don't plan to. Even then, I'm never comfortable, always listening for strange noises and acting paranoid. This really fucked me up, I guess. Being forced to see that human, top of the food chain, is utterly powerless in front of such a beast. Seriously, I don't think I can press hard enough to make everyone realize how powerless I felt. Even today, when I think about this, I remember two things first. Those eyes and that feeling. Just writing this sent multiple shivers up my spine. Alright, everyone. So I had a recent encounter with, well, something. I'm not sure what it was, as I never actually saw it. But the encounter seems to be in line with things I've read here and other places. So, here it goes. It was approximately 2 weeks ago, just before Halloween. Now, let me start by saying I'm not an avid outdoorsman. I love hiking, and I've spent countless hours in my city's 16 square mile state park, nature reserve, whatever you want to call it. But I'm not a mountain man by any means. The park is home to several indigenous mammals, birds, fish, and reptiles. A full pond, thick brush, and even swampy marshes in certain spots. There are designated hiking and biking trails that sprawl the entire area, but there are also several wild areas that aren't really maintained or used well. Being that I have an adventurous streak, and that I also hate being around groups of people, I often find myself in these less ventured or wild areas. Now, it's worth noting that I've never really felt uncomfortable in this park. It's kind of like my safe place. I go there to get away, decompress after work, or just to be alone sometimes. It feels like it's second home in a way. Anyway, enough background information. I'm rambling. I just pulled up to one of the less commonly fished ponds, Beaver Lake, and I intended to circle the far side on one of the hiking trails that goes right next to the tree line, and then into the tree line, and then push further back onto one of the old horse trails. Now, this horse trail in particular doesn't get used much more anymore. I can't say why for sure, but I've heard a myriad of different reasons from different people. The most logical explanation is that it's just not as convenient to get to anymore, and it gets pretty marshy when it rains. I'd be able to follow the normal hiking trail for the first 3/4 of a mile, but I'd have to fork left off the trail once it went into the tree line. The gate to the old horse trail was about 500 yards to my 9 o'clock from there, just through an overgrown thicket and up a slight hill. I made my way over the 4-foot gate and started exploring. I had about an hour and a half before sunset, and I have a strict screw the woods at night policy, so I was watching the time. My main goal for this adventure was to snap some pictures of the area for a project that I had been working on, and I'll admit, I was more distracted than I typically am. Anyway, close to an hour had passed. I'd gotten some good shots, and I figured now was a good time for my egress. It'd take me close to 30 minutes to get back to my truck, and I wasn't keen on getting stuck in an unfamiliar area at night. I sat my backpack down on a stump, dropped to one knee, and started packaging and organizing my stuff. I am not sure what the catalyst was, but I suddenly felt this terrible sense of dread. I slowly turned and scanned my surroundings. Nothing seemed out of place. I stood up and grabbed my bag. When I took a step forward, a leaf crunched under my boot, and I realized that everything was dead silent. Now, as I said above, I am not an avid outdoorsman by any means, but I know well enough that silence like this is an indication that a predator is in the area, and you need to quickly but calmly make your way out of the area and stay vigilant. It's worth noting that while mountain lions and black bear are technically indigenous to my area, there have been more than enough caught and relocated for it to be a valid concern. I've been stalked by a mountain lion on one other occasion, and this felt eerily similar, so that was at the forefront of my mind. I'd been moving for probably 5 minutes, and everything seemed fine. I'd lulled myself into believing that I was just overreacting, and that everything was fine. I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything. Good, right? Well, wrong. By this point, the trail was completely overgrown on both sides. I could see fairly clearly behind me and a decent way ahead, but my left and right may as well have been fall-colored walls. I must have gotten lost in thought for a moment, because I tripped on a root and ate shit. As I was picking myself up, I started hearing a soft, cooing or chittering off to my right. It sounded like a mix between a dove and the predator. It would start with a coo or yelp and end with this weird chittering sound. I'm actually sitting here trying to replicate it, and I sound ridiculous. I'm not sure my throat is even capable of recreating it accurately. Anyway, I'm out of shape and there's no way I'm outrunning anything. So I scrambled up, planted my feet, and tried to make myself look as menacing as a fat 22-year-old with a backpack and glasses can look. About 100 yards ahead of me, which would have originally been behind me had I not fallen, so toward where I was taking the pics was moving away from, I saw the underbrush start to shake, and it sounded like something was tearing through it. I only had maybe 20 minutes of daylight left at this point, and it would take me at least that long to make it way back to my truck. So, I did exactly what you are not supposed to do. Naturally, I turned around and I fucking booked it, knowing good and damned well that I can run for maybe a half mile. 3/4 of a mile if something's trying to kill me, maybe. I could barely hear anything over my own footfalls and the sound of my heart pounding. But whatever it was chasing me through the underbrush, and it was gaining on me. It may have been 15 yards behind me at this point, and I still had a ways to go. I don't know if fear kept me going or what, but I reached the deeper and just kept running. My breathing got shallow, my vision started to blur, and I was honestly about to collapse when I saw the gate to the horse trail about 300 yards ahead of me. This thing is right on top of me by now, and as soon as I came within arm's reach of the gate, I planted my foot on the bottom rung and launched myself over it. My landing was not graceful. I landed on my right shoulder and tumbled several yards down the hill into a puddle of muck. I wasn't thinking straight now, and I stood up shakily and started making my way toward the tree line and pond. I knew what direction to go, and I didn't even bother finding the hiking trail. I just crashed through the brush and overgrowth like some kind of barbarian. I didn't care about the cuts or the scrapes or even the massive amounts of noise I was making. My only thought was to get out. The chittering noises had stopped, but I still heard something moving in the brush at the top of the hill. It wasn't trying to be quiet anymore either. I finally broke through the tree line and could see my truck parked across the pond at the top of the hill. I finally took a deep breath and started slowly walking my way away from the tree line. The ominous feeling had lifted, and I started making my way up the trail alongside the tree line. I was able to catch my breath for about 15 seconds. I heard that god-awful cooing and chittering behind me again, and I turned to look back at the tree line behind me. So at the point, there's a trail leading into the tree line in front of me, tree line to my right, water to my left, and the trail leading alongside the tree line and around the pond to the cars behind me. The underbrush of the tree line ahead of me started to shake and fear took over. I'm thankful that my bag is waterproof and that my phone is water resistant because I jumped in the pond and I swam across. I've never really told this story to anyone in my personal life. they'd probably think I'm crazy, and I doubt they'd consider me reliable or credible, especially given my interest in Bigfoot and cryptids in general. I don't know what was stalking me that day. I know I wound up cold, wet, and a bit shaken up. I also know I've been back at the park, at least at that part of the park, and I can't come up with a good explanation. Beaver Lake is off limits to me for a while. I think I'll just continue exploring and hanging out on the slightly more populated side of the park. I was black powder hunting alone on a private property. The property has a gated entrance, and I parked my four-wheeler there and normally walked in the remaining 200 yards to my elevated deer stand. As I shut my four-wheeler off and put on my backpack, I heard a very large limb snap and thought it was a deer or animal moving around, maybe only 20 yards away. So I didn't think anything about it, gathered my gun and hunting stuff, and started walking down the 2-track trail without my flashlight on, due to having good enough light from the moon to see where I was walking. I hunted here a long time and knew the trail. This trail ended in a 15-acre hayfield surrounded by old-growth timber. As I walked in the dark, I quickly realized something was paralleling my every step just inside the woods. I walked and stopped, and it would do the same. By the time I realized I might have a problem on my hands, it was too late to go back to the four-wheeler. So, I picked up my pace and made a beeline for my tree stand. When I got within 10 yards of the stand, I heard another large limb snap really close to the edge of the field on my left. I stopped, turned my flashlight on, and shined that in the direction. I seen 2 glowing green eyes about 10 inches apart. Instinctively, I raised my rifle and stomped my foot at it and yelled, "Get out of here!" Not really sure what I was saying. It just blinked its eyes once and never moved. I could not make out any details, just that it may have been crouched down due to the proximity of the eyes to the ground. Whatever this was didn't run like most non-predatory animals would. I realized that, in an instant, the best thing to do was bolt up my ladder and get in the stand as quickly as possible. This was no more than 8 steps away, and if I shot at it, I would have been blinded by the muzzle flash, and it might attack if I missed in the dark, and not having a way to reload quickly. I made an evasive move. The rest of the time I waited in the stand for daybreak, it circled my stand, just out of the light shine. Approximately 1 minute before daybreak, I heard bipedal steps go into the woods where it had followed me from. I waited till daylight and quickly made my way back to my four-wheeler. As I jumped on the machine and just before I fired it up, I heard another branch or limb snap loudly in the woods, off the trail, behind me. I left the area and went back home and cut the week-long hunt short and didn't return until the following spring. I've never hunted the same way again since, and rarely go in before after dark on foot, unless I absolutely have to. And if I do, I always have a sidearm. I've since sold that property and hunt in my home state of Indiana, and I could honestly say one thing for sure. If I had had a shotgun or a high-powered rifle in my hand with more than one shot, I felt threatened enough to use it that day. This thing was not scared of me at all, and it changed the way I look at the woods and forests forever. Thinking back on that morning and the days leading up, I now remember that I hadn't seen the normal wildlife signs and visual activity I normally saw. So, this happened back in 2010. I was 10 years old at the time. During this time, it was a snow blizzard. It hit our city out of nowhere, as our weather is known to be bipolar and have late winters. I lived with my cousins during this time. This blizzard went on for a while. Thick snow, freezing. This blizzard was so unexpected that nobody was prepared for it. Powers were going out, people buying out the water supplies in stores. I remember seeing on the news that people were using barbecue grills inside homes for warmth. This mainly occurred in less fortunate areas. Even though we lived in apartments, we were fortunate enough to have our power on and other needed stuff. To sum up how this blizzard was affecting us, it was so cold to the point trees were falling. I lived on a giant pond, where if you go on our balcony, it would be water. Well, that was frozen. So me being the 10-year-old I am who doesn't want to play in the snow. So me and my cousin, who was 18 at the time, played out in the snow in the daytime. We practically did that every day whenever we got bored. But one day, him and I went outside in the parking lot, outside my apartment, basically in front of my home. The only difference was we went to go and play in the snow at 6 p.m., and it had already been dark by this time, just because of daylight savings time. We wait until it stops snowing till we go out. So we were playing like normal, building snowmen and walls, anything normal you do in the snow, right? Well, we decided to attempt to make a snow wall, so we needed lots of snow for that. Now, it has been snowing heavy, and where's the best spots to get loads of snow? Off of cars that haven't moved, of course. We start building this wall, and I'm taking snow off of trunks of cars, and there's thick layers. It's the easiest spot to obtain a chunk of snow. After a few back and forward of getting snow off the cars and bringing it to the wall we were building, I notice I haven't touched my sister's boyfriend's car. Wow, that's a lot of snow they haven't left in days. I tell my cousin that let's go get that snow. We were walking towards my sister's boyfriend's car, and we are now at it. We arrive at the trunk, and as soon as I grab a big 2-armful of snow, a very loud click is heard. In confusion, I look around, and then look down and around the car. My cousin and I is a green light in the shape of a circle around us. Now this is freaky enough in the moment. I decided to look up to see what the source of this light was. And what do you know? Nothing was above us. So after noticing the light and nothing being above us, I look at my cousin and start running back home. I'm freaked out, running, looking around everywhere, and as I run home, checking my surroundings, I see a tree fall in the distance. Yeah, it was cold like I mentioned earlier, but this was common during a blizzard. But for this to happen at the moment of this weird phenomenon just adds more chills to the story for me. My cousin and I get inside, and inside was my sister and his sister cooking. We rush in, freaked out, and they're questioning what's wrong. We explain the chain of events that went down, and what do you know? Just like anyone who hears these type of stories, they said we were stupid, crazy, we need to stop playing, etc. Okay, they don't believe us, brush it off. Who would expect anyone to? Now for the rest of that night, my cousin and I just keep peeking out the window very often. Our minds could not clear that. We stayed up all night, kept peeking out the window. We played Black Ops until about 7 a.m., still peeking out the window every 5 minutes. This was not something we were just going to forget, let alone make this up. To this day, he still remembers this moment, a moment that should have been pure, normal fun, into a creepy extraterrestrial sighting, which I believe. I am 18 now, but the details are still clear as day, as I have thought about it often ever since that moment. It is not something you easily forget. My cousin and I talk about this here and there when we see each other, but man oh man, it was a freaky incident. Look, I don't expect you to believe me, but I have had this on my mind for way too long. It is just something too unreal to keep to myself. I have come here to share my experience, and I'm looking for thoughts. What are your thoughts? What could it have been? Why did it target us? Why didn't it do anything? To this day, I have one too many unanswered questions, and they will never be answered. I'm just going to have to live with that fact. To paint this picture, I was born in 2002, and my entire childhood, I was obsessed with fairies. At some point, I began to get pieces of paper and write messages to fairies. I would tape them in various fairy places around my house. I had one above my bed, and the last one I put up before I saw the fairies was on a chair on my outside porch. I always wrote asking them to visit me. I remember they finally came one night at 3:10 a.m. I randomly woke up and saw tiny little balls of light around my piles of books I kept in bed. Until this event, I had always pictured fairies looking like little people with wings. One of them, or a few of them, I don't remember, were singing something. I remember the lights were red, orange, and yellow. Unfortunately, although I had always wanted to meet them, after a few seconds I screamed and ran to my parents' room and slept in their bed. The next day I drew pictures of the light and showed it to my parents. I don't think I still have the pictures, but sometime soon I'm going to look around for it. I regretted running away from them, and once college apps are finished, I'm going to spend the winter trying to figure out what happened and if I can contact the fairies again. All of the things I've read online about people meeting fairies describe them as people. Do you think the balls of light were something other than fairies? Additionally, some people think that what happened was a dream since I was into fairies and it happened at night. But y'all gotta trust me that it was really real. This happened to me and my stepbrother around 7 years ago. My grandpa owns about 40 acres of woods, and he took us out there, and he ended up falling asleep. And me and my brother did the most cliche thing. We went to venture in the woods without telling my grandpa. We had walked in for about an hour when we saw a sheet of metal hanging on barbed wire. We were unsettled but curious nonetheless, and by now, we're in deep woods and we see a large tree up ahead. And we run up to it and see dead cows and their insides thrown all over the tree. At this point, we were terrified, and we began to run back the way we came. And as we're running, something was chasing us until we got back to the barbed wire, and it stopped. We made it back and told my grandpa, but of course, he didn't believe us. Fast forward to a couple of weeks ago, and one of my cousins is hunting out there, and they leave their truck overnight as it got stuck in the mud. When they returned, it had been lit on fire 3 to 4 miles in the middle of the woods. I plan on going out there with some friends and a couple of guns. Any advice? This seems like to be the only place I could possibly get some answers. When I was a little boy in the early 90s, I lived in Bandytown in Boone County, West Virginia, and as a kid, I remember being friends with this neighborhood boy who suddenly got snatched up while playing in the woods with his older brother and killed. The older brother claimed while playing, he'd watched a huge black cat run up and grab his brother by the head or neck and took off with him. When they found his little body, it was torn up pretty bad from what I'd heard. His neck was broken, and his face was partially eaten. But no one really believed the older brother's story about a panther, and officials just chalked it up to a bear attack. Although everyone involved agreed it didn't look like a typical bear mauling, which was common where I was from. They never found the animal during hunting, so parents around the area were definitely a lot more touchy about us playing outside at the time. And no one I knew was allowed to play outside at night anymore, because the old folks talked about hearing what sounded like a baby crying, or a woman screaming deep in the mountains behind their houses. But a couple months after the boy's funeral, things settled down a bit, and I remember playing around an old empty lot near my home besides this huge mountain. I think I was down on the ground playing with a gardener snake or maybe some bug, when I heard something that sounded like grunts, and obviously got my attention. I lift my head up, and here's this big and slim black panther-like animal standing up from the tall weeds about 20 to 30 feet away, behind the fence that blocked the lot from the mountain. This thing was unlike anything I'd ever seen. I can't remember every detail, but its snout was long and chunkier, almost like a dog's, not like a cougar or cheetah, and its tail was very long, and it stayed in this J-like bend shape the entire time. It watched me for a while, not moving an inch and never taking its eyes off me with its head low to the ground and mouth slightly hung open. But my screaming and hollering scared it away, or it lost interest because it didn't take long after I started hollering for it to turn around and shoot back up the side of the mountain and out of sight. Still, to this day, I'd bet everything I own that what I saw was the same thing that had grabbed that little boy, because I only lived like 10 to 15 houses down from where he did and was playing at. I remember back when Monster Quest still came on the History Channel, they did an episode about Appalachian big cats and showed a few shots of supposed Black Panthers seen around the West Virginia and Appalachian area. It really hit me hard and brought up a lot of bad memories, to say the least. Please remember to be respectful. A child's death is never an easy subject. I used to drive a mail truck years ago, but ended up quitting after I broke my hip on the job and had medical complications and couldn't return to work. Probably for the better, because I encountered something on the job that I still can't explain. I moved from Oregon to a little outside of Tulsa, Oklahoma, just 10 years ago and started a mail truck job. The route I had was pretty rural, having a rather large loop to drive through. It was pretty woodsy, and I would always get this really bad feeling when I got to this one mailbox near the very end of my route. It was a Poland gravel driveway, with large open fields on both sides of the roads, surrounded by lots of wilderness. It was eerie, to say the least. You could never see the houses because the driveway extended a little ways up a hill and down it, and it was a pretty dead road overall that I drove on. Like I said, I always used to get the creeps getting out of my truck and dropping off the mail. I would always feel like I was being watched closely. It bothered me. It wasn't even 2 weeks into my route that I had my first experience. I remember this day, and I remember the air felt different, like there was going to be a thunderstorm approaching. You could feel the humidity and moisture in the air, more so than normal, because again, this is Oklahoma. I remember getting out of my truck to walk to the mailbox to drop the mail off when I sensed something off to my right. I look over, and not even 100 feet away from me, in the middle of the field, is the largest animal I've ever seen. I thought it was a lion at first, due to its sheer size and what appeared to be a mane-like clump of fur around its head. But as I looked longer, I noticed it had very canine-like features. It wasn't doing anything ominous, though, just sitting there like a dog would casually, but it was staring right in my direction. I've never seen such intensity in a stare like that before. Fear struck me hard in that moment, and I did not feel safe. I dropped off the mail and sped my way out of the area to my next location. Being the distance I was from the thing, it was hard to accurately judge details, but enough that I could tell you it was not a bear. It looked very dog-like in the head, the ears, the face, and the overall body shape. It wasn't bulky and round like a bear normally is. It was much more skinny. I continued to work that route for another month, but never saw this large black lion dog thing again. I then got assigned a new route, and someone was taking over mine. I had the new route actually till I broke my hip and quit. Anyway, take it what you will. That is what I saw. I've got what I believe to be a Dogman encounter that happened to me and my girlfriend back in 2017. We were in Pryor Creek, Oklahoma, for just a few days. We arrived on a Thursday and weren't leaving till that Sunday since we were there for a wedding, which was Saturday. We wanted to use the rest of Thursday and all of Friday to explore the area and see cool stuff since we had time. Pryor Creek is a small town. I'm talking like 10,000 people or less in the entire city. On Friday, me and my girlfriend decided to go and check out the Pryor Creek Nature Trail that's in the area. We were hungry for some outside hiking and adventure, and a nature trail just seemed like the perfect way to go. It's 3+ miles of long back trail that has a river running parallel with it. It was about 9 in the morning when we went. We were talking when we came up to a part in the trail where my girlfriend pointed out and motioned for me to look. We saw a black, wolf-like animal, hunched down, drinking from the river. It was extremely large. My girlfriend began hyperventilating. After a couple of seconds of staring at it through the trees, it looked up and noticed us. It was only about 50 or so feet away by the creek bed. It was incredibly massive and had a large wolf head. It then stood up on 2 feet, and my girlfriend and I ran away screaming back to the car. I didn't know it at the time, but I guess it was called a Dogman, but I just thought it was a real-life werewolf. I just didn't imagine them being so incredibly large. I never really thought about these creatures really ever existing. I remember afterwards we were trying to research it and see if other people had seen werewolves too, and based on our descriptions, it turns out that many others are seeing a similar type of creature, dubbed the Dogman. I don't know too much about these animals besides what I experienced, but I know I never want to be anywhere close to those things again. This occurred in June of 2016. I had just gone through a really rocky breakup with my girlfriend of 8 years, and so I wanted to get away for a while. One of my close friends has a really nice log cabin out in the middle of nowhere, just outside of Colorado Springs. I had asked permission if it was okay if I could stay there for a couple of weeks just to clear my head, and of course he was totally cool with that. I even remember going to pick up the key from him, and him boasting about how peaceful and wonderful that entire cabin is. I had never been to it myself, but I know him and his parents had visited several times during our childhood that I was aware of. This cabin also is said to have a really nice pond near it with lots of wildlife, with deer and all sorts of other animals. In fact, I know his father has hunted up there multiple times because he's brought back quite a bit of deer meat that he made into backstraps, sausage, jerky, etc. And a lot of it was actually given to me. Anyway, I'm rambling. Sorry, I just wanted to set up the story for you, because long story short, I end up going up there the next day or so, and it is as peaceful as ever. But something happened to me that I can't quite explain. Of course, no man ever steps foot into the wild, whether you are experienced or not, without a sophisticated weapon. I chose a 12-gauge shotgun. It might not have been the best choice, but I figured it was enough to deter anything that could potentially be dangerous to me, or so I thought. I didn't expect to experience any real danger while I'm up here, so maybe I chose too lightly. I got situated in the cabin and just enjoyed the silence, the solitude, and the beautiful view. Night fell rather quickly, and I remember the sounds of the forest and nature outside being so strong at night. You could just sit next to the window and hear the crickets singing in chorus. It was beautiful. I fell asleep after doing some reading on the couch, and I woke up sometime in the middle of the night. My hairs were standing up, and I felt really uneasy, like something was about to happen, but I didn't know what. It was the strangest feeling. It took me a couple seconds, but I realized the noises outside had quieted. It was pretty dark out, and there must have been cloud coverage, because I couldn't see anything much when I looked out the window. Boy, I could feel it though. Something wasn't right. I was finishing that very thought, and I could hear something very heavy walking outside along the side of the cabin. It didn't sound like a typical animal. The footsteps sounded strange, like someone walking on two legs. Then it stopped outside the cabin at some point, and it sounded like somebody was trying to break in. So I ran to grab my shotgun that I placed in the bedroom. I sat there on the bedroom floor with the gun in my hand, ready for anything, and it just got quiet again. I sat there in silence for a few moments, and then began to hear what I can only describe as a deep scratching on the front door. My heart was literally beating out of my chest. I was sweating bullets. I was convinced some super huge beefed out mass murderer was going to take me out and was just messing with me, carving things in the front door with his huge elephant knife. I was ready for war, and my gun was aimed directly at the door. But just as soon as it began, it ended. I sat there, still on edge, with the gun pointed at the doorway, for another hour, maybe more. I can only guess that that's what it was because I really had no concept of time. Things were still really quiet outside. After exhaustion of just sitting there with a gun, I must have fallen asleep because I remember I woke up to daylight. Realizing what had transpired the night before, I wanted to run outside to see if there were any signs or footprints that I could make out. I figured if I can find footprints, then maybe those footprints would lead me to where this person came from. As I took a step outside the cabin, I practically gasped at the deepest, most grueling looking claw marks I'd ever seen. It looked as if a bear had gone to town on the front door, tearing deep marks that were about 4 feet long in the door. Something with an immense power had to do this. Luckily for me, the ground was a little bit wet and mushy, and it was still fairly dry and clear outside, so there's no way I wouldn't be able to find any footprints, or so I hoped. Because of where the front door was, and how there's just concrete there were obviously no signs of any footprints or anything that looked out of the ordinary. But, walking around to the side of the cabin, I did discover what I can only describe as large dog prints in the mud that led along the side of the cabin. This confused me even more because I thought either the psycho murderer had a large dog with him, or it was some large dog that was trying to get into the house. I wasn't quite convinced, and so I decided to continue to hold my ground and not let anyone or anything scare me away from my much needed alone time. The next few nights were pretty calm and uneventful. Nothing really out of the ordinary happened. After days went on, I began to forget about the whole thing, and if I did think about it, I would just brush it off as my imagination playing tricks on me, or maybe it was just the severe stress due to the breakup. I know stress can do a lot to the brain, and so then I thought I made it all up. I think it was the 4th night, maybe the 5th night, is when I left. It was about sundown, and I was sitting there on the couch reading, and I could hear very clearly what sounded like something really large running through the woods towards the cabin at a great speed. The best way I can describe it is like this rumbling sound that basically sounds like an animal running, and it kept getting closer and closer, and then all of a sudden, BAM! The entire cabin shook with such force, like somebody had just driven a car into it. It about scared me so bad I flew off the couch. As I'm trying to regain my composure and get up, my eyes go directly towards the nearest window, where the most evil-looking dog face was staring down at me. Bright red eyes, huge teeth, and what I could only explain as a grin on this thing's face. I started screaming. I had never seen a dog that looked like that before, and I've never had a dog grin at me. These windows were about 8 or so feet off the ground, and this thing's head filled up the entire window, looking down right at me. I ran back to the bedroom to get my shotgun, and I waited again in the bedroom for this thing to break in and try to get me. I waited again with nothing happening. At some point or another, I thought up a great plan in my head instead of being stuck in that bedroom with this thing outside the house. I would run to my car outside as fast as I could and pull away. It was my only chance for escape, and I didn't want to be torn apart by this hideous-looking animal. It took me what felt like hours just to muster up the courage to do this, but in reality it was probably only maybe 20 minutes. Just like a runner, I crouched, counted till 3, and sprinted as fast as I could, gun in hand to the door, and then to the car. I'm surprised I didn't fumble my keys like in every single Hollywood movie, but the stars were aligned for me in that moment. Keys went in, I flew in the car and locked all the doors and windows, and I started that baby up fast. As soon as I put my car in reverse, I looked up and my jaw dropped. Standing 30 feet away, fully exposed in the bathed light of my headlights, was this weird-looking shaped animal of what I can only describe as an ugly-looking dog that was upright. It was gray, had hocks like a dog, and had a weird-shaped back. It looked similar to that of a hyena body, but standing up. It lifted its hands up, just like a person would, to cover its face from the brightness of my headlights. I did have my brights on, so I might have blinded it partially. I don't know if it was the autopilot in me, but I slammed on the reverse so hard and flew down that driveway to the main road, using my side mirrors to watch where I was going. This thing never followed me, to my knowledge, and after I saw it, I refused to look up and look at it more. It was a good 3-hour drive from this gravel road I had pulled onto to my friend's house, and it was late, but I didn't care. In fact, I probably ruined my tires going down the gravel roads so fast, but again, I didn't care. I floored it and ended up shaving 30 or so minutes off my driving time because I went faster than I should have. I remember banging on my friend's door and me pushing my way in once he opened the door. I was in such a state of panic and frantic. He didn't care though, and he was pissed off about me banging on his door in the wee hours of the night, and he saw that I was freaking out. I was talking so fast and I told him what I saw. I don't really think he wanted to hear it though. He kinda just basically told me to shut up and to sleep on his couch if I needed to, and that we'll talk about it in the morning. I felt bad and I profusely thanked him, but with everything that happened, I only got a few hours of sleep that night. In fact, this traumatized me so much that I had entirely forgotten about the breakup in that wee bit of time. Anyway, to make a long story short, in the morning he was a little bit more sensible, and I was able to tell him fully what had happened. And all he said was that sometimes his dad talked about seeing weird animals out by the cabin when he was hunting, but he never went into detail. I'm sorry this was such a long story, but there was a lot of parts to it. I've never been a believer in anything other than what we see, but my guess is areas like big forests, mountains, rivers, jungles, etc., there might be animals we haven't yet seen. As terrified as I was, I've now learned I don't want anything to do with going out in the woods by myself anymore. I'm not quite sure what it is, but my husband and I have been seeing this large dog creature walking around the back side of our property, stealing our chickens and goats. My husband has shot at them multiple times, and that they always seem to make the situation even worse. We've since stopped having chickens at this property and are preparing to leave and move. We started seeing these things at the beginning of the summertime, back in early July. I've heard there's a lot of Bigfoot around in this area, so when we first saw them at a distance, I had just assumed it was one of them. These things, though, they didn't look like a typical Bigfoot. They looked like giant black wolves that walked on 2 legs just like a person. We weren't sure what to make of it at all. It wasn't long after before we started noticing our livestock disappearing, little bit by little bit. Come to find out, our chickens were either missing or slaughtered entirely. Sometimes we would find our goats with their throats ripped out, or ripped and shredded. It got to the point to where in early September, these things had come in and taken all of our livestock. We started off with 2 dozen chickens and 7 goats, and now we have nothing. My husband has tried to stop them by shooting at them, but it seems to only make them angry. They've attacked the house before and have tried to get in. In fact, there has been weekends and times during the week that we've had to leave the house for a few days in hopes that the activity will die down and maybe we'll be safe. Oftentimes, when we return, a more significant amount of livestock are gone. We also had a few cats and dogs along with our chickens and goats, and they were some of the first to disappear. There's a lot of woods out back behind our property, and my husband and I are far too scared to even venture forth back there in fear that we don't have the proper firepower to deal with these things. Wish us luck. This was back in August of 2008 when I was visiting my girlfriend late at night. She lived out of town a little ways and not too far from a larger cemetery. This cemetery was very old, and I want to say it was at least 100 to 150 years old. Probably because I know there were some Civil War era graves, if I remember correctly. I'm mentioning this cemetery because even though we did go on a date there once, I had a strange sensation, and the area around us, I actually did experience something there, and I can't quite come up with an explanation for it. Let me talk about the date first. Months back, we had went and hung out in the graveyard and even did an EV session, but that's besides the point. Her and I loved exploring and doing stuff, and so it was her idea to go and spend the evening in the cemetery, just because it's fun and spooky, and it's interesting to go and look at old gravestones and talk to ghosts, apparently. The whole time we were in there, we both felt like we were being watched, and it felt really uneasy. We both brushed it off as it's just the idea of a cemetery being spooky, so we dropped it and did our EV session anyway, and hung out. But of course, with the EV session, nothing really interesting happened. No communication, nothing. Like I said, it's just a creepy-ass place overall. Pretty sure the date happened around sometime in late May. Fast forward to August, and like I said, I was driving to go see her, and it was nighttime. As I'm pulling up by the cemetery, my eyes catch these two glowing yellow eyes from just a little ways into the gate. Upon my first glance, I noticed that these eyes were attached to a huge mass that I couldn't really make out a whole lot of detail. Initially, I panicked and slowed the car down to immediately get a better look. And as my eyes adjusted to the low light, I could see this thing looked like a Hollywood werewolf. I freaked out, but part of me tried to convince myself that this was just some prop, or somebody in a costume waiting to prank someone. But it was watching me. It had followed my car as I slowly drove by looking at it. It freaked me the hell out, and by the time I got to my girlfriend's, I told her all about what I saw. She was more intrigued than scared, and wanted to do some homework and see what she could dig up. Fast forward another week or so, and I've kind of pushed the memory out of my memory bank. She calls me up and tells me that she's been doing a lot of research in the past week, since she is a paranormal buff, and found out that what I saw is probably a Dogman. She came to that conclusion because apparently there's an Indian burial mound close by, or at least used to be, until the area was deemed a residential zone back in the 50s and had houses and other stuff built onto it, like neighborhoods, commercial zones, businesses, etc. She said it actually looks like the cemetery itself could have possibly been built on part of that area that the burial mound was originally on, but she said she couldn't find a conclusive answer. She told me more. Back in the 80s, I guess there was a huge problem with satanic worship in that same cemetery. Huge problems with dogs and cats going missing in the neighborhood. Graves being dug up and bodies being defiled with missing cadavers, along with various other black magic rituals that apparently took place. I took it with a grain of salt because I'm personally not too sure about that. The only other weird thing that stuck out to me is that she said apparently there's been Wendigo sightings in that area for the past 20 or so years. I had no idea what a Wendigo was until she told me it was this kind of tall skeletal thing from what she gathered. Anyway, I guess what I saw in that cemetery is a Dogman. This happened back in 1997 in the springtime. I was in college at the time, driving around somewhere in town later at night. I guess probably the scariest part of the whole story is the fact that I was in town when I saw this animal. Something I suspected you would only see if you were out far, deep into the wilderness, but I guess that's not the case. The road I was on was fairly busy during the day, but did have sections of road where there were no houses or even commercial zoning around, which was a part of the road I was on at the time of this encounter. I was driving back alone in my '93 Honda Accord when I came to an area of road where I saw this large black animal walking alongside the road. My first thought was that somebody had maybe lost a horse or something because this animal was just so large, but as my headlights illuminated more and I got closer, I could clearly see this was not a horse at all. It was not a cow, and it did not have the distinctive shape that a bear does. It was much more lanky and defined, if that makes any sense. It was very dog-like, and it never once turned its head to look over at me. It was walking alongside of the road, heading the direction, and I was never paid attention to. It's like I didn't exist to this thing. As I saw it and thought to myself, what the hell is that? I slowed way down to try to get a better look at it, but as I got closer, that's when I noticed what looked like scabs and mange all over its body with large missing patches of fur. That's when I noticed its head and face just a little bit more, and I chalked it up to being a really deformed coyote, except I'm pretty sure coyotes don't get anywhere near that size. This thing was a massive, massive animal. The best way I can describe it to you from what I saw was a really big, mangy, coyote-looking dog. It didn't quite look like a coyote, but it didn't quite look like a regular dog. I've never seen anything like it. It looked like it had patches of fur missing and scabs all over its skin. Its skin was really dark and had way too many teeth for its mouth. They looked like Swiss Army knives. They were so incredibly sharp. Even I was able to notice how defined and sharp they were from as far away as I was. This animal had to have been close to the size of a horse, just in sheer size alone. I honestly, like I said, thought it was a deformed bear or a dog. It looked so bizarre, I couldn't quite make out exactly what it was, other than it having very distinctive canine features that personally stood out. I didn't get a good look at the eyes as I was driving, and I only had a few seconds to really take in everything that I saw. The snout, though, the snout definitely stood out to me, and along with the ears and the teeth, of course. It did scare me, but I was more intrigued than anything else, really. I tried to do a little digging and to see if I can find anything on it, but everything I looked up just pointed to a mangy coyote, or even the chupacabra that looks kind of similar to what I saw, but not near the size that I did. I've only told a few people about what I saw, and surprisingly, they don't believe me. Especially when I tell them the size. Gosh, it was so huge, and I think that's what startled me the most. I decided to keep researching, and that brought me to the topic of Dogman. This happened to me on the East Coast, and I've only researched just a little bit on the topic. But all that nonsense seems to point to the Midwest. I don't know if I believe something like that, considering even Bigfoot to me is laughable at best, but I still can't explain what I saw. Maybe it was just a really big deformed manged bear, and my imagination is turning it into something that it isn't. I've ran it through my head so many times, and I just can't think of a single animal that even looks remotely like that in the Pennsylvania area. I live a little ways out of town, actually in a really small little single-wide trailer. I don't have a whole lot around me, and just a few neighbors scattered throughout. The neighborhood I live on is definitely spread out, so to speak. I have a small yard in front of my house with a big maple tree that hangs over my front yard, as well as the driveway. The small road that connects to the front of my house is a pretty untraversed road for the most part. Not a whole lot of traffic day or night. Beyond that is a large open field, I would say probably a few acres worth of just undeveloped land that's sat there for quite a while. Beyond that is just wilderness and more undeveloped land. As of lately, I've been having some really terrifying experiences where I live. The first time I experienced this was just a few months ago when, out of my window, I see this tall, upright figure running towards my house. Terrified, I locked and closed my windows, made sure my doors were locked, and called the police. Then, to my horror, as I'm on the phone with the operator, the door handle starts to jiggle violently. I remain as calm as I can, thinking someone's trying to break in. Police arrive within 5 minutes, and of course they can't find a trace of anything. Although I wasn't quite sure how to explain to them that I saw this tall, upright figure with pointed ears. Anyway, fast forward a couple days, and I see this figure wandering around my house again. Terrified, instead of calling the police, I hunker down in my bedroom, hoping they would just go away. This, what I thought at the time was a person, begins jiggling my door handle harder and harder again, trying to get into the house, banging on the door and banging on the side of the house. This person paced all around for hours and hours, and for whatever reason, I'm not sure why I didn't feel like calling the police this time was necessary, but that probably was my biggest mistake. A few days go by and nothing happens. In fact, I think a whole few weeks went by without anything happening. And then again, I see this figure come up from the field again, and I get a much better look at it, since there's a street light not too far down the road that illuminates most of the road at nighttime. And what I saw horrifies me. This black shape, I guess I would call it, shaped like a person, looks like a person, but is much taller, and I could tell had a dog-like head and pointed ears. The only thing I could make sense out of it was maybe I was looking at a werewolf or something. I don't know. I didn't hear any sounds or see any sights, but I definitely saw the outline of this thing once again run towards my house. Without wasting a second, I called the police department and had them send another officer over to investigate the situation. Of course, they only got there in about 5 to 10 minutes and this thing disappeared. At this point, I began getting threats saying that I was making false claims, and so I was told that if I called about this issue again, detained and charged with a crime. At this point, I kinda knew the police weren't going to do anything, so I continued to wait and wait until this thing came again so I can get a better look at it. I don't really own any guns or any other heavy amounts of firepower, but I do have a baseball bat and some bear spray, so I should be ready in case this thing does break in. I really have no idea what I'm going up against, but I will admit I am scared shitless, especially knowing the police are virtually powerless to me in this situation to help. I've also inquired other neighbors about seeing a similar thing, but no one has really mentioned anything like I'm describing. I try to watch the field at night or in the dusk time because that's when it seems to become most active. But again, I don't see anything usually. It only happens late at night, around midnight, until something happens. I don't always see it, but the few times I have, I just happened to catch it as it was running towards my house. I don't know if this is a literal werewolf, or if this is just a person in a costume, or what's going on. It hasn't happened for a few weeks, but like I said, it's been happening on and off for the past few months. It's always the same pattern. This thing will come up to my house, rattle the door handle heavily, bang on the door, bang on the house, pace around the house for a while, and then vanish like nothing ever happened. I'm currently 29, and this happened to me back when I was an early teenager. I lived alone with my father in a more secluded area that had a lot of woods and forests behind us. Because we kind of lived in a smaller house, we were on the outskirts of town, and a wood stove was our primary source of heating. I spent a lot of my falls and winters splitting wood outside in a clearing in the back side of our property. There was this really old, cool stump that I always used to split my wood on. My father would go and fell a bunch of old dead trees and cut them up for me. Then it was my job to split all the rounds and then stack them. I did this for many, many years, but This isn't what my story is about. I'd just like to start off with my story that I do believe in the paranormal and things that can't be explained, and to this day, I'm not quite sure what was watching me. The first time I remember seeing it was when I was splitting wood, and I got that feeling I was being watched. Checking my surroundings, I quickly noticed that peering out of the woods about 100 or so feet away was this large wolf-like creature that would just watch me. I'm not sure if it was curious or planning anything malicious, but it just kind of sat there, still as a statue, and watched me as I split rounds and rounds of wood. I would keep periodically checking to see if it had moved closer to me or had disappeared, and it would just stay in that one spot for hours. This thing never moved a muscle. I'm not quite sure if it knew that I could see it, because even though it was hidden behind trees, it was visible enough to me that I could make out it was a rather large wolf-like animal. It scared me at first, but after this kept occurring and this thing was just watching me, I realized it probably wasn't going to do anything since it had not yet. Sometimes I wonder if it would have came closer had I not had a big splitting maul, but I'm not too sure. The other odd thing is that as this went on over the years, it always appeared in the same spot and stayed as still as possible for hours on end. I would be lying if I said there weren't days where my dad made me go out there and split wood that I was not incredibly nervous. I wasn't quite sure that this thing was standing on two legs or what, because all I would see is this massive body and this huge wolf head watching me from afar. It looked fairly shaggy and maybe more coyote looking, and the fur color on the face from what I remember. I really don't know why this creature would be in the area other than we had a really high deer population at the time. I'm no expert and I don't know what those things eat, but I would like to think I do assume that it did eat the deer, if that makes any sense, since it probably was a predator. For the longest time, I had convinced myself that this was just waiting for the right moment to attack me, but in all those years of waiting and splitting wood, it never did. I never did tell my father about what I saw because he is such a hard-ass, a no-nonsense type of individual. I knew he would have just blown me off as being crazy or trying to get out of work and being lazy. I do wonder, though, from time to time if he ever experienced the same experience I did, if he was ever out there felling trees or even cutting up old dead ones. I probably should have asked him before he passed away. All of this mainly occurred in the fall and winter, just about every single year from the time I started splitting the wood. I want to say about 12 years old. This lasted up until I was 16 when we moved houses, and I no longer lived there. It also makes me wonder why I never really saw this thing in the spring and summertime, but I don't recall ever really going out and looking for this thing either way. It just kind of showed up whenever it did and watched me for however long it wanted to watch me for. I know one thing was definitely for certain. Out of all the times that I knew this thing was around me, watching me, there was never a moment that I felt like I could have comfortably let my guard down in fear of this thing waiting for the moment to strike. Maybe, just maybe, it never quite found the right moment. Back in 2004, I worked in a very small hospital in a very tiny town. This hospital was pretty limited in its services, and even the ER was fairly tiny. Usually, if there was anything serious that we couldn't provide patients, which looking back was quite a number of things, it wasn't uncommon for patients to be life-flighted to other hospitals. Because we were such a small hospital and so short-staffed, our security staff that I was a part of was also pretty small too. It was just me and this one other guy named Earl, who I always remember was this older, funny fella. He was my superior on the job and showed me the ropes when I first got hired. There wasn't really a whole lot to learn, fortunately enough. This hospital is just a few blocks outside of a neighborhood with a lot of undeveloped land all around, and a decent-sized parking lot. We didn't see tremendous amounts of foot traffic, but we did get people coming in and out often enough. I luckily never had to kick anyone out or had to deal with any unruly individuals in my time, but I did have some unexplained encounters with an animal that I know nothing about. My first day working nights, Earl told me that sometimes people would see this really large black dog walking around the parking lot, pacing. It would terrify staff, patients, and other people who were coming and going. I thought he was just messing with me for the longest time until about 2 weeks into the job, I saw it for myself. I was outside having a cigarette, and it was probably about 2 a.m. when I looked over to my left and saw this large animal walking around the eastern part of the parking lot. I thought to myself, what the fuck? I had never seen a dog so large before. Upon realizing it was the same animal that Earl had talked about seeing, I radioed him and asked him what the protocol was for that. He told me nothing, that animal control and police had already been called multiple times and there was nothing they could do. I'm not quite sure how that's the case, but that's just what I was told, so I wasn't going to argue with my superior. Anyway, since I couldn't really dispute it, I just had to do my best to ignore it and go back inside. The weirdest thing is that this animal was never seen during the day. I only ever heard about it from the night staff, and me seeing it several times out in the parking lot. People would often come in and ask about why there was such a huge loose dog in the parking lot. And there would also be times that staff would come inside and be white as a ghost, saying that this thing charged at them. Suffice to say that it sounds like people just kind of learned to live with it around here and to ignore it. It didn't come out every single night either. There would be periods of days, if not weeks, that nobody would see it, and then just like that it would reappear again, the same as it disappearing. Sometimes it would only be walking around for maybe an hour if not less, while other times it seemed to pace around all night long, and you could see it go in and out of the cameras. But always it would be gone by sunrise. There is one other particular night that really stands out. A man had run into the ER in a panic, telling us that this large dog attacked his car and he fled into the nearest building, which was of course us. He described it the same way everyone else describes the same animal that we all see. So of course, being the only one on shift at that night, I had to go investigate. His vehicle was out on the far side of the parking lot, near the entrance, and besides a few scratch marks and a couple of dents, I didn't see anything too out of the ordinary. Whatever attacked his car though didn't stop after he fled apparently. As creepy as it was, it just weirded me out and made me not want to be outside the rest of my job. I'm not saying this is a hellhound, and I'm not saying this is a ghost. I'm not saying this is even an alien. But what I can say is this is definitely some unknown animal, and I'm not quite sure what to make of the whole thing. I just try and follow Earl's best advice I can to this day. If you see it, just leave it be. I had an encounter with a real-life werewolf just a few weeks back. I'm terrible at taking down my stuff for the wintertime, and so I had left my pool up and a bunch of other junk in my backyard that I've been really needing to take down now for quite a while. Just a few weeks back, I finally decided that I'd go out there and stick it in my shop. I go out there with a flashlight since it gets dark out early, and I start to undo my pool. Real quick though, before I tell you what happens next. My backyard is huge. It's basically just an open field that spans across the land and goes off into state game land. At this time of year, a lot of it is covered in dead leaves that have fallen from the nearby trees. Getting up in the morning and looking out makes for an absolutely beautiful scenery. There's a lot of open area around with big locust trees scattered throughout and various other trees. We get a lot of deer wandering around this area too. Mostly does, but I have seen the occasional buck wander through here over the years. Most of the time though, they're just little 2-pointers and not quite ready. So I'm out there taking the legs off my big Intex pool, and I start to hear the crunching of leaves just about 30 feet away from me. I shone my flashlight over where I heard the crunch, and I almost pooped in my pants where I stood. It was like the Hulk from the comics, but wearing a werewolf costume. This thing was massive, glowing amber eyes, huge teeth, a massive Conan the Barbarian chest with muscles rippling underneath its fur. I could only bear to look at it for a few seconds before I turned around and sprinted into my house. I locked every door and turned off the lights. My heart was pounding out of my chest. I had no idea what the hell I just saw. My uncle has had encounters with Bigfoots years back, and maybe I can get him to send you the story so I know that creatures beyond our understanding exist. I never heard any sounds or anything weird after that sighting. I continued to leave all the lights off and everything locked for hours afterwards. The next morning, I sure as hell took advantage of the daylight, made sure there was nothing around where I was, and I got that pool taken down and put into my shop ASAP. I couldn't find any tracks or potential traces of anything there the night before. What I saw scared me pantsless. I feel like since time has gone on, I've been able to make sense of it all a little bit better than I did before. I didn't sleep well for the first couple of nights, just trying to convince myself it was real. I wasn't sure who I can tell, but I knew I had to talk to somebody about what I'd seen. I called my uncle to talk to him about it, and he believes me, since I know he shared with me his Bigfoot encounters. In fact, he knows more about this stuff than I, and told me this animal was probably in the area because of all the food and deer that's around. I also forgot to mention a little bit beyond my backyard drops down quite a ways to a mini canyon with a creek running through it. So I guess my area happens to be the perfect hunting ground. You got coverage, food and water, and no one to really bother you. I just hope it doesn't show its face again. I saw a bizarre-looking creature on my way home from a long business trip in the fall of 2013. I remember the details pretty vividly, and I feel partially traumatized by the whole event. I was driving southbound on the 103 that leads down from Michigan into Indiana. Right near the border is a small river that runs perpendicular to the road called Pigeon River. It's not a big river by any means, but it is right near the border. It was pretty late at night at the time. I want to say around midnight, maybe just a little later. I didn't really see any other traffic on the road at the time of the incident. And yes, I pulled up to the bridge and I see this massive Dogman stop halfway out onto the road. I only say Dogman because that's the only way I know how to describe what I saw. It was really hairy and shaggy and stood probably about 8 feet tall. It was huge. It looked like a man and a dog mixed together. Its head was reminiscent of a German Shepherd and had yellow glowing eyes and long claws on its hands. I saw it take one step into the road, turned and faced my car directly. I remember distinctly my jaw dropping in shock at the sight of what I was looking at. The look on this thing's face was like a deer in the headlights. It must have been surprised that I saw it because within half a second it disappeared quickly into the woods behind it, retreating back into the coverage. It all happened so fast it took me a long time to fully process what had happened. I think I was in such shock when I saw it that I don't even remember slowing down. It just looked over at me and then disappeared. I'd even told myself I just hallucinated the whole thing, trying to convince myself what I saw wasn't real. But it was. It was quite unnerving to say the least, and made me extremely uncomfortable the rest of the drive home. I had the shakes really bad afterwards, and couldn't really get good sleep the night after, even getting home just a few hours later. I guess what I saw was a monster, and now I know that they really do exist. I couldn't imagine being the poor soul whose car broke down right there by that bridge where I saw it. I felt like this thing was going to follow me home and get me. I shared my experience with a few close friends of mine who are into weird stuff like paranormal and things like that. And my one friend tells me that there's a lot of weirder similar sightings around that same area, in the whole Michigan Greater Peninsula area, I guess. I'm not sure if that's exactly what I saw because I'm sure some would consider it a werewolf, but I don't think that's what it was. I'm not really sure why it saw my car and then stepped back into the woods. I don't know if maybe it was trying to get somewhere and I startled it. It's almost as if it didn't want to be seen and was trying to really quickly conceal itself. It all just makes sense about the whole experience, I guess, if you think about it, but I'm still uneasy, to say the least. Anyway, this was my experience that I'm running into you, and I want you to know it really happened for me. And it's also been hard for me too, because people are so quick to write you off as crazy. I generally don't like to share my experiences, especially this one, but I feel like it'll be worth it, and hopefully, just hopefully, your listeners will be receptive. Thank you for your time. I didn't see anything, but I wanted to share this with you because it happened with me and my cousin. Okay, so a little pre-information about me. I'm pretty close with my cousin, who moved to Idaho and has several hundred acres. Eastern Idaho to be exact. My cousin is an outdoor fiend and uses all the land he has to hunt on, as much as he can. He's pretty lucky too because he gets a lot of deer, elk, and other good game all over his land. Plus, there's tons of access to old logging roads and huge clearings where they came in and cut down a bunch of trees. It's pretty fantastic, to say the least. He's gone through with me, and we've set up so many tree stands in that whole area and scouted and have hiked and have had just great times together. Now, usually when I go and visit him, I'll stay for a couple of weeks at a time. I haven't gone and stayed with him in a few years, and so this happened just a few years ago during the fall when I went and visited him. He wanted to take me out one morning to go scout out some good places to put up a couple tree stands and just do some good old-fashioned exploring in the woods. We hopped in a small pickup truck and we drove around the backwoods areas to see if we couldn't find any good areas to dig around in. We came across a rather large clearing that had been cleared out by loggers years and years ago. My cousin always brings binoculars with him, because sometimes you could see if there's game in the area or nearby. Before setting up tree stands, he likes to see if there's been any recent signs or activity of potential deer and elk in the area. We get to this clearing and he pulls out his binoculars and scouts around the area to see if we can spot anything. We had already been thinking about putting up a stand in a couple of trees near us, so it was a good day already. Lots of wind coming our direction, so we didn't have to worry about anything picking up our scent. My cousin got up in the bed of his truck and began looking around. He started getting excited when he spotted some does and a big buck scouting out the area a little more. He froze and his entire demeanor changed from excitement to panic. I'm standing there looking right at his face and his expression was just wrong. I immediately panicked and thought bear with a cub is nearby. He interrupted that thought with the, "What in the hell am I looking at?" followed by a, "Whoa," just a few short seconds later. He pulls the binoculars down quickly and squints his eyes in the direction he was just looking. He then throws the binoculars back up and his jaw is agape, looking at whatever he's looking at. At this point, I'm kind of freaking out and wanting to know what the hell's going on. He doesn't say anything and continues to just watch, and then quickly jumps out of the bed of his truck and tells me we need to leave right now. Still thinking it was a mama bear and her cub, I didn't even question it, and we left. We hauled ass back out to his place. He doesn't speak a word the entire time, and he really seemed bothered. This wasn't him. He had been in dangerous situations, but never acted like this. He even told me a time he stumbled out into the darkness and was only 20 feet away from a mountain lion. That is so close to death, and even then he wasn't afraid. Anyway, we get back to his house, and I finally get him to tell me what happened back there, and I wanted to know if it was a bear like I thought it was. He simply explained it to me that he saw something he's never seen before. A freaky-looking timber wolf the size of a moose shot out of the woods onto the buck and tore this animal into pieces. I was confused and shocked, but what he told me had to have been the truth. The look on his face told me he was terrified. He was trembling the entire time. He said this wolf tore that buck to pieces in just seconds, and he knew that wolves did not get that big. I believe him, and whatever he saw really bothered him, like I said. The rest of the trip, we never went back out exploring, and I'm not sure if he's ever ventured out to that clearing again, but it really got to him. Anyway, I thought this would be a great thing to share to you. I decided to reach out finally after seeing something that I can't begin to describe. I've lived in Virginia for almost 3 years now and started a graveyard shift job at a gigantic complex which includes original houses from the 1800 colonial period. For those who live here, they will be able to identify the exact location in which I'm referring to. I've worked here going on a year and a half now. I monitor every building and repair any HVAC equipment during the night. Thinking back to my first weird job experience, it was when I first started doing the graveyard shift. I heard an unidentifiable noise my second month here at around 4 in the morning. I don't scare easily, and I'm a bit of a horror movie buff. It was a very low growl. It sounded as if it was crouching right behind me in my office. I sat there, stunned, not turning around, not moving whatsoever. When I got the courage to turn and see what it could be, there was nothing there. I tried to talk to my coworkers about the noise, but since I'm a young guy that does a bit of pranking, no one really takes me too seriously. Trust me when I say, I question so much and pick apart horror movies as a hobby. So when I couldn't identify this sound, I blamed it on the refrigerator I have in here. It's been well over a year now, and I've never once heard that noise again. Recently, I've been leaving early to take the scenic route to get to work, enjoying the fall foliage and the cool breeze. I've been pulling into the same spot for the past couple of weeks to smoke cigarettes and relax before getting there and clocking in. Last week, when I pulled in and parked, I felt this uneasy feeling of being watched by something or someone in the tree line. I brushed it off for the first 2 or 3 times it happened during the rest of the week. Now, this may seem like paranoia, but I know paranoia being a recovering coke addict. I could promise you, this isn't some delusion. This is a trust your gut type of paranoia. 3 days ago, I went back to flash some headlights and try to establish some dominance to take back my spot and get nosy, hoping to see if something or anything at all. When I didn't see anything, I shrugged it off once again and decided to park anyway. No sinking feeling. I started to relax. I put the cigarette between my lips, cracked my window down about 8 inches, put my car in park and pulled out my lighter. As I hit my lighter and leaned in to light the cigarette, I get a cool sensation covering my entire body. The hair on the back of my neck stands up. As I look around the car, I peer into the rearview mirror and see some white shape about 50 feet from the back end of the car. I tap the brake to illuminate the area and see a gangly, tall creature with a long white face standing on its back legs, hunched over 5 or 6 feet into the tree line, about 20 feet right behind my car. I took a shaped breath in and about coughed up a lung when I threw my car into drive and sped off. This was only a few days ago. I work by myself on the second floor of a pretty secure building. I keep hearing crunching leaves as if a grown man is walking directly under the window where my office is. This only happens while I'm at work, but I feel it'll be a matter of time until I feel its presence at my house as well. The more I read and try to understand what I saw, I couldn't be more convinced that what I saw was a Wendigo. I'm starting to dream of this thing. Last night was the first night it appeared in a dream. Being in Virginia by myself gives me much relief to my family, and knowing that they aren't in danger. Even if I am in danger. Sure as hell feels like I am. First things first. This happened to me when I was around 10. I've lived in Idaho all my life and spent a lot of time outside or in the wilderness as a kid. My grandparents would take me camping, and my older brother and I would always hike up whatever trails we could find to get a view of the sunset. On one of these occasions, something terrifying happened. We were up at a campsite I only know as Warm River. The river there never freezes over, and my brother and I were on a regular evening hike. There was an old tunnel bored through the mountain at one part of the trail, probably an old train tunnel, and we were walking through it when I heard something I'll never forget. After walking through probably 2/3 of the way through this tunnel, I heard a terrible screech at the end we entered through. The screech wasn't like anything I've heard before. I've heard the screams of animals on dark and windy nights. I even think I've heard Bigfoot calls a few times, but never the metallic grinding screech that I heard that day. The point is, whatever the sound was, it did not sound natural in any capacity. I probably jumped 5 feet in the air when I heard it, and my brother shouted a few choice curse words before shooing me quickly to the exit of the tunnel. At this point, my brother decided that we should just continue walking and head back after whatever made that noise and hopefully cleared out. We did not have any firearms on us, so I was pretty upset. My brother reassured me we would be fine, and we made the walk back without any incident. However, I did not get any sleep that night. Whether it was the thing that screeched at us or just my imagination, I heard things moving around the campsite the entire night, as well as whispers echoing through the darkness just outside the trailer. I woke my brother up a few times to check out what it was, but he refused each time, telling me that it was probably just other campers staying up late and enjoying themselves. The rest of the trip was pretty normal. We packed up the following day, and my life continued as normal. I simply chalked up what had happened as a harmless event that I must have been exaggerating in retrospect. A few weeks later, I went up to Pine Basin, an old ski lodge my family rented each year for family reunions. Here, I would mess around with my cousins, our favorite activities being night games. We would play hide and seek, a game called Ghosts in the Graveyard, and other games like that. On one instance, I was chosen to be the seeker for a hide and seek game. Because I was one of the younger cousins, I got a flashlight as an advantage. Normally, all the younger cousins hid close to the lodge, and the older cousins hid in the nearby trees or at the base of a nearby mountain. As I was searching near the bottom of the mountain, I heard a familiar whistle up the mountain just a bit. We would always whistle as a hint at our locations. It sounded like someone was hiding way up near a tree known as Underwear Tree, and you can guess why. So I began trekking up toward the whistle. As I climbed closer, I got an uneasy feeling in my stomach. I continued on warily and convinced myself that I would be fine. I hated walking in the night alone, but I figured whoever I found would walk me back to the lodge. As I neared the tree, I noticed that it was deathly silent. This alerted me that something was very wrong, because you could always hear the adults having fun back at the lodge. I was anxious to hurry back, so I called out, "I found you, Scott. Come back down with me." I got no reply, but I wasn't planning on waiting. As I began walking back down the path, I heard a voice call, "You almost had me." So I ran back up to investigate. I flashed my light in the branches of the tree and saw a monstrosity that was not my cousin. It looked like a poorly drawn stick figure made into a human with its emaciated figure and lifeless eyes. I remember its face looked like the skin on its head was being pulled from behind. It had torn and stretched, abnormal features. As soon as I saw the creature, I screamed, dropped the flashlight, and ran back to the lodge. The entire time I ran, I was overcome by an overpowering smell, and I could hear this thing running after me. As I approached the camp, I saw a few people, mainly my cousins, at the bottom of the mountain waiting for me. I was crying and shaking, and they took me inside. I told my dad what had happened, but my cousins all said they didn't see anything following me. The adults kept us inside for the night, and I kept hearing sounds drifting from the mountains. I never played night games after that happened, and was always terrified that my cousins wouldn't listen to my warnings. Ever since that night, I have always felt uneasy up in those mountains. I used to be really religious and figured it was a demon of some kind trying to kill me or something like that, but those mountains have never felt the same after that incident. A few years ago, the game Until Dawn became really popular, and I watched a walkthrough of it on YouTube. When the Wendigo first appeared in the game, I got chills down my spine. It was exactly what I saw, and I did a ton of research on them. I figured someone must have gotten snowed in at that old lodge and resorted to cannibalism. But that doesn't explain what happened at Warm River. I still hear that screech from time to time, and it never occurred to me until watching Until Dawn that they might be from the same thing, and it scares the hell out of me every time. I heard it earlier tonight, and that's why I decided to finally write down my story. This has left me feeling extremely shook, and I'd love some opinions, especially from anyone with experience. Last year, I had a very strange experience in a national forest out in California. I was by myself on a road trip with my dog, and I was driving pretty far into the Mendocino National Forest. I like to camp in the national parks and forests because it is so isolating, and me and my dog can roam freely there, free of charge. A trade-off for sketchy, rough drives into parks sometimes and lack of service and assistance. Anyway, I was driving up this dirt road kind of curling up a mountain around maybe 5 p.m. It was very nice out, sunny and warm with a slight breeze. Nothing serious happened, but I felt extremely uncomfortable driving into the area, and that feeling did not let up. Driving up the mountain, I felt like I shouldn't stay there, and I even texted my boyfriend about it for as long as I could before my phone service completely lost. I was looking for a sign of another person having been around the area lately, but I didn't see anything. I pulled over and got out of my car with my dog to look over the edge and noticed a dead squirrel and some broken glass mixed in with the dirt and gravel. Yuck. My dog starts to growl slightly. She is vocal, but I've almost only ever seen or heard her growl at or with other dogs. I did see her growl at a possum once, so it could be something she smelled. This place continued to make me feel quite on edge, but I pride myself in being an independent traveler and backpacker. So I decided to continue at least a little bit further with my grumbling pup to see if I could find just a good place to camp. I continue to notice more dead animals. Keep in mind, no one is going to be more than 5 to 10 miles an hour up this thing, and that's if there's anyone even there. I hear men's voices. They sounded close, and I think I should call out to them. So I stop my car. But then I kind of freeze up and feel like I shouldn't. I can't really make out what they're saying. I don't see any sign of people anywhere. And I get back in my car and continue to slowly drive forward and cautiously look for where voices could be coming from. I have never ran into other people in a national park or forest when I've gone this deep in. The unsettling feeling grows about the voices, which have sort of come and gone a few times. I give up and begin to turn my car around. I honestly don't remember how my dog was acting on the way down. I was scared and focused on getting us out of there. I just distinctly remember being surprised at her grumbling when we were standing outside my car. Kind of dangerously quickly, I went back down the mountain, not seeing a sign of anybody. I decided to spring for luxury and get a hotel for the night. I figured I was just fine. Huge and open spaces can be intimidating, I told myself, and the voices could have been echoing off from somewhere far off. They just sounded so close. Animals die, glass gets broken. Nothing happened, cool. but I remember this place. It sticks with me. Whenever I'm watching scary movies, if I'm watching my dog in the woods at night, nothing compares to the feeling I had driving up that mountain, and it's honestly kind of interesting to me, as well as frightening. I recently happened across some information as well as some Native American lore that made me feel extremely uneasy. Fast forward a year. I've mentioned this place to a few people and the haunting vibes it gave me, but nothing much more. Googled the national park once and didn't see anything, but didn't look much either. I like scary movies and things out of the nature, hence my fascination in this little event. So my boyfriend and I were coming up on finishing our road trip just yesterday. There were only 2 to 3 hours left and the sun had set, so we decided to listen to some scary podcasts on YouTube. We went from No Sleep Podcast to The X-Files and ended up on a True Stories video dealing with Native American lore. I'm half paying attention, petting my dog, playing Pokemon on an emulator, and I hear the narrator mention Wendigos. Very briefly says what they are and casually mentions that they can mimic voices. I mean it when I say the most horrible chills I have ever had in my life crawl down my spine. I stare at my boyfriend and ask him if he remembers that national forest I was freaked out about. He says he does, and he reminds me that he texted me. I was probably close to a Wendigo. I do remember him saying that, but didn't know much about their lore, and the thought he was just being funny, like, yeah, Bigfoot is probably stalking you, or some other dad joke. And he was like, no. I mean, I was mostly joking, but I said it specifically because you said you were hearing voices that you couldn't find a trace of. I feel strange, and I start Googling Wendigos. They are allegedly able to mimic human voices, and they would live in that sort of area. It all matched up. Obviously, there's a ton of questionable info out there, but I tried to find more reputable websites and authentic experiences. I then specifically looked up missing persons in the area, and the first headline that catches my eye is, "Another family goes missing in Mendocino." And I went through different websites and news articles of people going missing, but they are all or a little hidden underneath national park websites and pictures of trees. I remember looking up the forest about a year ago and didn't see anything, and realized that these stories didn't seem to be talked about much, which also piqued my intuition. It was stated that well over 100 people in the past 8 years have gone missing and not been found, on top of many which are just found dead. It just has my intuitions super spiked. Remembering how unsafe I felt and how much I wanted to get out of there terrifies me, and I felt so uneasy about what I was hearing, and do to this day. My dog and I are very close. She was a stray that started following me one day, and I ended up bringing home from Costa Rica. So her little growls along the way makes me feel like there was something wrong. Even though it was just a storytelling video, those stories originate from somewhere. I have done a lot of solo traveling, both in and out of the country, and I have never had such a bad feeling, on top of seeing an unnecessary amount of dead animals in a national forest, which just seems strange. I don't think I'll be doing much more solo traveling unless it's around a civilization. Does anyone know about authentic Native American lore, or has anyone else had a kind of inexplicable experience like this? I'm not sure if this is the right place for this, but I'm scared shitless either way. After hearing stories and looking stuff online, I'm fairly certain what I experienced was a Wendigo. Me and my son and my girlfriend were attacked by something. We were camping up in the northernmost area of Washington. My girlfriend is incredibly superstitious, so she insisted we brought weapons. So I had my combat knife and a 12-gauge shotgun, and she brought a .22 rifle alongside a newly sharpened machete. Our son was just 3 years old at the time. She and I were set on edge from a park ranger who seemed very tense and uneasy, who stopped us and, instead of confiscating our weapons, told us to be careful and stay safe. then sent us along our way to the camp. When we got there, we were informed that several visitors had spoken about some unnatural voices and a pale creature that would mimic voices and sounds of people who weren't talking or seeming to be distracted. I laughed and put the idea out of my mind, thinking to myself that there's no way. They're screwing with us. But I knew better. So we then reached the area we were going to set up camp. We immediately got a fire ready to light and set up our tent and bags. I fed my son as my girlfriend ate a snack. We decided to get a lay of the area, so me and my girlfriend hiked around for about an hour or so. I had one of those baby carrying backpacks, and my son started to get real heavy. Everything seemed normal until I saw something down the almost path we were on. We walked closer to investigate and saw drag marks. It looked as if someone had killed a buck. There was a whole outline in the dirt with a small dried pool of blood as if someone grabbed it from the antlers and pulled. That wouldn't be possible for any man to do. The buck or whatever it was would have been way too big for that. Shaken, we rushed back to base camp and restarted the fire and hurried back to our tent. Too afraid to leave since it was dusk by now, we stayed inside the tent and my girlfriend put our son to bed. Eventually, probably from the exhaustion of fright, we fell asleep. What must have been hours later, I awoke to a faint rasping sound that sounded like a child crying. I gazed outside in confusion and saw the outline of a creature that seemed to be a buck, standing over something. It seemed to be about 20 feet away, but at a closer glance had unnaturally long limbs for a buck and was eerily tall. In sudden fear, I unloaded 2 shots into the creature and heard a loud, blood-curdling cry. My girlfriend awoke screaming to the shots I had fired as I tried to explain what I had heard. To my surprise, the animal hadn't moved an inch. Then I noticed the stains on the side of the animal. It looked like blood was running down the edge, and lots of it. It stared at me deep into my eyes as I became petrified with fear. A sinister feeling of dread fell over me, as it knew I couldn't move. I thought to myself, what if it starts to bolt toward us? Just then, this tall, decrepit, demonic thing seemed to whisper something. I couldn't exactly tell what it was saying, but it seemed to have said something like, I need more children. My girlfriend screamed, asking where our son was. We blacked out. In the morning, we awoke to park rangers at our campsite. We didn't see our son anywhere. We told the rangers that he was missing, and they started a search party. I explained what had happened, and strangely, they seemed to believe it. The one who seemed to be the older one, by at least a decade or so, pulled along the one we met earlier and whispered in his ear. I only heard a single line, and I'm not sure if it was what I heard was correct. It sounded like he said, "It's getting bolder." They didn't seem to want us by ourselves, so they waited with us while they continued the search. We stayed in a log cabin for 3 days with a ranger, when suddenly, some rangers came into the cabin saying they couldn't find our son. My girlfriend starts to sob, and I start to hate myself thinking I could have done something if I wasn't frozen in fear. We rushed outside only to find some injured and frightened police officials. The rangers wouldn't tell us anything of what happened or what they saw, or why the cops were scared shitless. All I know is that I don't have a son anymore, and I've never felt such despair and pain and emptiness in my life. I miss him, and if I can go back in time, I would take back that camping trip. My life has since never been the same. I'll always miss him.